Harper Audio presents Puppet Master by Dale Brown and Jim DeFelice. Performed by Nick Sullivan. Only God gives life. Flash forward. I am not in the business of creating supermen. Louis Messina fixed his gaze on Chelsea Goodman, then shook his head. No, we can't go there. You're just going to let him die? Chelsea touched his arm. Lou, boss, you can save him. I'm not Frankenstein. I don't make supermen. That's not what I'm asking. It amounts to the same thing. And there's no saying whether any of it will work. The drugs, we've only used them in simulations and on pigs. Pigs! He dies if you do nothing. You can help him. Giving him legs is one thing, even the heart. But the drugs? Without the drugs, Lou, he dies. Louis Messina turned toward the window, gazing out at Boston Harbor. The wooden remains of a wharf sat in the distance to the right, a sharp contrast to the gleaming pink granite of the unfinished office building just beyond it. Messina liked the incongruity, the mix of old and new. The wharf had last been used close to 50 years before. Messina was sure he'd been on it around that time, a young man taken to work by his father just a few days before he disappeared. In his lifetime, Messina had seen the white planks turn gray and grow splinters, then gaps. The slow-motion ruin of the wooden pier not only marked time for him, it reminded Messina that life was circumscribed by limits. There were only so many chances, so much time. Listen, boss, you have to do something. He was hurt helping us. We were helping him, Messina said softly, still gazing out the window. We were helping the FBI, not the other way around. This is their person, their case, not our problem, not mine. You've saved so many people. A new heart, 2 legs, and a batch of untested drugs to take him from the brink of death in a matter of days, if not hours. Was Louis Messina a god that he could give life like that? Givens was already dead. Really. The doctors all agreed. He won't survive the operation, said Messina, even with the drug. Now you do sound like you're playing God. Or Satan. Louis Messina did not really think of himself as God. That was sacrilege. But his prosthetics, a sideline of his robotics company, did literally save lives. Was that sacrilege? Or a gift from God that by rights he had to share? I don't understand why you're hesitating, added Chelsea. Messina turned to face her. The heart is experimental. The spinal attachments are still at a very primitive point. We don't have FDA approval, among other things. And the drugs, you can get all that waived, you know it. Just like that, he snapped his fingers. Chelsea narrowed her green eyes. She was a pixie of a thing, barely 5 foot, with skin the color of light chocolate. Her face glowed like a dusty rose in the fading sun of the late afternoon. He guessed she might weigh 90 pounds, and that was counting the ink on her tattoos and the piercings she occasionally wore in her lip. Boss, you know you can do this. It may be too far, said Messina, though he had made up his mind. And we don't know if he'd agree. He wanted to be resuscitated, said Chelsea. His form says, I want to live. That's the only agreement you're going to get. He's hardly old enough to understand what it will mean, thought Messina. Even Chelsea has no idea. Choosing to live. It's a choice for more pain, more suffering. There will be no easy day. Instead of saying that, he turned back to the window. Chelsea's reflection was there, looming over the old pier. 2 large construction cranes stood in the distance. If the light were better, They would have given the illusion of hoisting his employee's face into the sky. "Arrange it," he told her. "Tell Sister Rose to keep me updated herself. The doctors tend to get lost in the details." Real Time. Chapter 1. A week earlier, near Boston, Massachusetts, Sunday evening. Louis Messina bent forward and refocused his eyes on the ATM screen. Account balance equals 0. "What?" He tapped the screen to ask for a new transaction, then once again requested his balance. Account balance equals 0. "Impossible." Messina re-swiped his ATM card and keyed his PIN on the touchscreen. There was only one account connected to the card, which he used solely for petty cash. Not only did he know there was money in the account, he had used it on the way to Mass this morning, but the sum was $5,437.14. Messina was very good with numbers. He tapped the screen, then waited. The machine thought about it, then responded exactly as it had earlier. Account balance equals 0. Either the bank's computer network was down, Messina thought, or his accountant had drained it without telling him. Damn it. Messina had more patience with computers than with accountants, but only a little. He had considerable experience with both. He ran a robotics and applied AI, or artificial intelligence, firm called Smart Metal, and had in fact been a programmer himself through his early 20s. That was 2 decades and 36 patents ago. In the interim, Messina had built a business worth exponentially more than the amount that should have been in the bank account. But he was not so far removed from a childhood raised by a single mother that he would ignore the disappearance of $5,000 or even 5. He called his accountant as soon as he got back to his car. Though it was nearly 11 p.m., the phone was answered on the first ring. "Wasn't me," said the accountant, who was used to getting calls at odd hours and on odd subjects. "I'll check with the bank first thing in the morning." Robert Pesci, now the head of a sizable firm, had first done Messina's taxes in a McDonald's when they were both a year out of school. "It's probably just a computer glitch." "There are no such things as glitches," said Messina. "Just bad programming." But this turned out to be neither a glitch nor bad programming. It was theft. The account had been drained an hour before Messina's visit to the ATM, one of 24 that had similarly been robbed. The bank promised to make good immediately, something Messina was surprised to find it didn't have to do, according to the banking laws. The felonious transfer both annoyed and intrigued Messina. Not only was his sense of morality and fairness offended, theft, obviously, was a grave sin, but his scientific curiosity was aroused. How did the theft occur? Why was the bank vulnerable in the first place? It was a math problem as well as one of morality. His accountant couldn't answer any of his questions, nor could the bank manager, who came out to meet him when he stopped by just before 5 p.m. to collect a new ATM card and some cash. The manager hesitated as she grabbed Messina's hand to shake. Messina was testing a new prosthetic. He had lost his right arm from just above the elbow some 30 years before, and people who knew his hand was artificial sometimes thought he was going to crush their fingers, which he could have if he wanted. "I'm very sorry about this theft," said the manager, "and your troubles. You are a good customer." The manager continued on in an overly sympathetic vein until Messina asked how the account might have been drained. "It was definitely due to an ATM transaction," she said. "There were a large number of simultaneous transfers that were just under the amount our security programs would detect." "Excuse me. So the ATM system was definitely involved," Messina said. "Interesting. How?" She suggested that perhaps he had authorized someone else to use his card and been careless with the PIN. "How would that account for the other thefts that you said happened at the same time?" They just waited. She nodded gravely. You really have to guard your PIN number as if it were your Social Security number. More so. I don't want to get angry with you, Messina answered, but you sound like you're saying this theft is my fault. No, sir. You are a valued customer. She glanced at his hand somewhat nervously. We value your business. Messina resisted the impulse to scoff as he left. Chapter 2. Concord, Massachusetts, Tuesday. Messina's annoyance at being ripped off and then treated like a dunce by the bank had subsided by the time he woke the next morning in his house outside Boston. There were, after all, many other things occupying his mind, most especially the morning's test of a new autonomous bot they were working on. It was just before 5 o'clock and still dark. Winter lingered in the low hills around Boston, fogging Messina's breath as he walked onto the concrete veranda in front of his house. The low-slung postmodern structure had been situated to take advantage of the view. Had it been a little later, Messina might have gazed at the mirror-edged Hancock Tower and the Prue off in the distance. In winter, much of Boston was visible, not just those tall landmarks. You could see the Custom House, and even if the air was clear and the light good, a church spire or two. Thick evergreens obscured things closer to the east and south. The highway, so convenient for his work, was out of sight, as was the industrial area that had first attracted him to the location. If Messina had been more of a dreamer, or rather one who dreamed in a certain way, he might have fantasized that he lived in the middle of untouched land, sufficiently removed from the distant city to be immune from its charms, as well as its vices. But Messina was not that sort of dreamer, no Emerson and certainly no Thoreau. If there was an American he might emulate, it would be Edison or Bell, great thinkers whose thoughts turned to things far more tangible than nature. Though in many respects, Messina might be said to be the modern embodiment of the vision Emerson articulated in the essay Self-Reliance, Messina's world was one of computers and robots, of nanotechnology, and forces far beyond Emerson's ken. The lights at the far end of the winding driveway switched on, announcing the arrival of Chelsea Goodman, who was taking Messina to work today while his car was being serviced. This was a matter of convenience for both of them, since Chelsea didn't own a car and was using one of the company trucks to transport both herself and the subject of the morning's test to the proving ground south of the city. The gates at the foot of Messina's property swung open, activated by a coded input from the driver on a small touchpad next to a console. The security system had already read the truck's license plate, comparing it against its database and DMV data. It had also examined an infrared scan of the interior, making sure Chelsea matched the associated profile. Another sensor sniffed the air around the truck, analyzing the molecular contrail that had been enhanced by a light stream of vapor flowing from vents at the side of the driveway. Had the contrail contained even a few molecules related to explosives, additional barriers would have sprung up just beyond the gate, and an alarm would have sounded. None of that was actually necessary. Messina, in fact, disliked security measures of any kind and kept as low a profile as possible in any event. But the system was being tested by his company. Ground security seemed like a growth area, and one where the company's expertise in advanced AI systems and robotics might possibly give it an advantage. As it happened, the driver had worked on a small part of the system a year before, and was probably as familiar with it as its owner. Chelsea Goodman had joined SmartMental as an AI specialist barely 2 years ago. Since then, she had been promoted 3 times, until, at the tender age of 23, she was now SmartMetal's lead AI developer. Neither her age nor her rapid advancement was particularly unique, either at the firm or in the industry in general. Even the fact that she was a woman did not make Chelsea Goodman particularly unusual at SmartMetal, which Messina had established as the purest of pure scientific meritocracies from its earliest day. The unique thing about Chelsea was her personality. She practically bubbled when she spoke. Her enthusiasm was infectious, and not just about her field. She could get even a die-hard Red Sox fan, such as Messina, rooting for their longtime nemesis, the New York Yankees, if she wished. Which made the uncharacteristic frown on her face when she pulled up all the more obvious. "Problem?" asked Messina, climbing into the Ram 1500 cab. "We're good," she said, lips barely moving, teeth held close together. "Coffee," he told her, recognizing the problem. Starbucks. Go." "Thanks." Her expression brightened. By the time they reached the street, she was more or less back to her usual self, adjusting for the hour. "Long night?" he asked. "I didn't sleep. We had some trouble with the secondary logic section." Chelsea said this with the tone of someone describing their stupendous vacation in Barbados. In optimizing the memory section, Bobby had used a random fill to get around the 0-bit problem. Of course, he hadn't been able to test every last permutation, and wouldn't you know, we hit on a combination that caused a bizarre overload, adding 20 nanoseconds where we should have saved at least 64. As Chelsea described the problem and its solution in great detail, in layman's terms, or as close to it as possible, it had to do with what was essentially a trick in utilizing memory more efficiently than the logic chip's cache was designed to do. Messina's thoughts drifted, scattering among some of the other projects his company was working on. While applications for industrial robots were Smart Metal's major moneymakers, the company had projects in a vast array of areas, not all involving AI and robotics. One of his engineers had designed a golf club whose head corrected for imbalances in its user's swing, practically guaranteeing long and accurate drives off the tee, at least according to its inventor. Messina had never tried it himself. He didn't particularly like golf, and while he had taken a few swings with the club, he could not personally say that it did anything any ordinary driver couldn't. He did, however, like the idea that the pros they'd hired to test it raved about it. "Want anything?" Chelsea asked, pulling into the lot of a strip mall dominated by Starbucks. "I don't have any cash," said Messina, suddenly remembering that he hadn't managed to get to the ATM. "I'll spot you," laughed Chelsea. "Black, no sugar. Tall?" "Medium. Or small." "That's tall," said Chelsea, slipping out of the truck. 12-shot latte for me." He said, mentally calculating the effects of that much caffeine on her small frame. Chelsea Goodman shivered involuntarily as she stepped from the truck. Despite the fact that she had lived in the Northeast for some 6 years now, 4 while studying at MIT and 2 with Smart Metal, the San Diego native still had not adjusted to the climate. Winter itself didn't bother her as much as the long wait for spring that characterized the end of March and beginning of April. Mentally done with ice and snow, she wanted flowers and much longer days, or at least days where she could comfortably bike to work without a parka. Though it was barely past 5, the line at the counter snaked around the ground coffee display to the mocha pots at the store entrance. This Starbucks was one of the few in the area that opened before 6, which made it an oasis for caffeine-starved early risers. Chelsea took a step back and did a high lunge, a basic yoga move that stretched her lower body. The man in front of her glanced around, clearly concerned that she might do something more dangerous. "Just staying warm," she smiled at him, twisting left and right. He rolled his eyes and turned back toward the counter. Chelsea was excited about the morning test. Now that they had solved the memory problem, she felt the bot would easily pass its functional tests. The robot was an offshoot of an earlier design used by the military to retrieve mines and IEDs without exposing soldiers to their dangers. Where the original was operated by remote control, this one was completely autonomous. It could be told to locate ordnance, safe it, and then place it in a robot vehicle for transportation or disposal. While these tasks were relatively straightforward, Smart Metal had a mech, or programmed robot, that could do all of those things already. The bot's size and production costs were the real innovations. RBT-PJT-23A, more commonly known to the developers as Peter, folded itself into a tool bag-sized case. The AI computing unit and sensors were all off the shelf. The former actually centered around a processing unit used for the latest version of the Apple iMac. Pushing an architecture designed to run a home computer into areas ordinarily reserved for the human brain had been, and continued to be, an exhilarating challenge. Exactly the reason she was here. A strange scent tickled Chelsea's nose as she moved up in the line. It was an off note, a double flat in the olfactory symphony of coffee blends and roasts. Rotten eggs? It reminded her of the ancient gymnastics studio where she'd spent much of her elementary school afternoons. Mold? Natural gas? The Starbucks building was in a small strip mall, directly across from a row of much older residential buildings. In a few hours, the close-in suburb would be clogged with work traffic, but at the moment the streets were nearly deserted. Messina gazed at the row of late 19th and early 20th century row houses surrounding the plaza. Varying between 3 and 5 stories tall, each building housed several apartments, some 2 or 3 on each floor. The inventor had spent much of his childhood in a succession of similar houses. There was nothing to be particularly nostalgic about. His childhood had been far from gilded. And yet he remembered bits and pieces fondly, and knew he had learned a great deal, whether in the hard-scrabble streets or the strict Jesuit grammar school where his abilities were first recognized. Messina had started working at 10, sweeping the floor of a butcher shop several blocks away from here. His boss, a cousin of his mother, had been difficult. Work had nonetheless been an oasis compared to his home, where his mother's erratic, alcohol-fueled behavior had filled the small rooms with danger, as well as... The building he was looking at suddenly flashed yellow, then red, as fire surged from a dozen points at once. The air filled with glass, wood, and brick. A shock of air yanked the front of Messina's truck upward and back. It slammed down so hard that the airbags exploded. Dazed, Messina grabbed for the door handle and grappled with the seatbelt. He fell out to the pavement, the car alarm blaring. Flames seemed to be everywhere, sucking air so quickly it whistled. "Get Chelsea," Messina told himself, struggling to his feet. "Get Chelsea to safety, damn you, old man!" His mouth and throat filled with a mist of fine powder from the airbag. Messina began to cough. The air blackened as a furl of soot descended over the buildings. It gave way slowly to a red and yellow glow, the fire pushing away the smoke as it rose. The street looked as if a tornado had cut through a war zone. Debris, big and small, littered the road and parking lot. Legs shaking, Messina steadied himself against his truck, then started toward Starbucks. He found Chelsea lying on the sidewalk just in front of the building. She had just stepped out when the explosion occurred. Knocked backward, she lay on the ground, stunned and surrounded by glass. Messina bent to her, not sure whether she was dead or alive. He caught a glimpse of people inside the store trying to help each other, moving as if in slow motion. Chelsea moved her head. "Up!" Messina barked at her. "We got to get away from the building!" Chelsea's face and clothes were speckled with blood, where small bits of stone shrapnel had peppered her skin. She was in shock. "Chelsea!" Messina barked. "Get up!" She blinked, then slowly got to her feet. "My coffee!" "Come on!" Messina helped her to the side of the Starbucks building, struggling to get his own bearings. The blast had muffled his hearing, and he felt as if he had a helmet over his head. "Are you bleeding?" he asked. She waved her hand. She didn't seem to be hearing well either. But she seemed okay, just dazed. Messina reached his right hand, the artificial one, into his pocket and took out his phone. 911, he told the custom dialing app. "Report fire at this location, and an explosion." There was already a siren in the distance. People from the buildings across the street came out to see what was going on. "People!" yelled someone. "There are people inside the building on fire!" Chelsea looked at Messina and blinked. Her eyes seemed to focus. In the next moment she was on her feet, running toward the far end of the building. It took Messina a moment to react, and several more before he realized that, rather than running away to safety, she was running toward the fire. "Wait! Wait!" he yelled, running after her. The Starbucks had received barely a glancing blow from the explosion. The only damage was to the windows. The two stores next to it were similarly pockmarked by flying debris and shattered glass. The masonry fronts on both were caved in but still intact. The real damage was to the older building adjacent to them. The explosion had obliterated the front half of the building, a 3-story Victorian-era house that had been clad in shingles. The back wall was twisted and shriveling, though its panels had somehow managed to resist the fire. The 2 row houses that abutted it on the other side had been largely untouched by the explosion, but they were now on fire, as were 2 more beyond them. Chelsea stopped in front of the destroyed building, gaping at the twisted wreckage. A woman in a cotton nightgown stood nearby, her face covered with soot. "Mrs. Stevens! Mrs. Stevens!" shouted the woman. "Who's Mrs. Stevens?" asked Messina. "Look!" Messina saw a shadow in the top window. He guessed it was Mrs. Stevens. "We have to get her out of there," said Chelsea. As if on cue, flames flared behind the woman, throwing her silhouette in sharp contrast. She had something in her arms. A child. Chelsea had stopped a few feet away. She stared up at the house, then started for the front door. Messina ran to grab her. "No, no, no!" A ball of flames burst through the first-floor facade. Chelsea stopped short. "Get the bot!" Messina shouted to Chelsea. "Get Peter!" She stood motionless for a moment longer, then twisted around and ran back in the direction of the truck. "She's going to die," said the woman in the nightgown. "Where are the firemen?" "We'll help her," said Messina. He looked up at the window. The woman had disappeared. Chelsea's thoughts moved in 4 directions at once. She felt as if her brain were physically bumping against the confines of her skull. She ran in the direction of the truck, or what she thought was the direction of the truck, only to realize that she had gone out to the road. She corrected and darted back toward the rear of the pickup. The bot's container was in a large box at the back of the truck bed, wedged between 2 larger boxes that contained monitoring gear and backup controls. Chelsea grabbed the box and, despite its size and weight, hauled it on top of the truck cab. She had to pull over one of the other boxes to get high enough to reach the snap locks at the top of the case. Come on, she mumbled to herself. "Get it out." Peter looked a little like a headless horse designed by Picasso. Made primarily of carbon fiber compounds and titanium, the small robot had 4 legs that articulated from a slim 7-sided irregular central box. It could stand and move on 2 or 4 of any of these legs. The 6-fingered claws at the end of each could pick up and hold items as small as a dime. Despite its size, unfolded and standing on 4 legs, it was only 0.683 meters tall, or a little over 2 feet high. It could carry roughly 500 pounds. Something exploded in the distance. Chelsea froze, bile creeping into the back of her mouth. "Go, girl, go!" The words were her father's, seemingly implanted at birth. It was his voice she inevitably heard when in trouble, whether on the uneven bars as a 5-year-old or a work project now. "Go, girl, go!" His voice was as strong now as it had been in the gym at the state gymnastics championships. Embarrassing then, galvanizing now. "Go, girl, go!" The heat of the fire on Messina's face felt like a sunburn. No more than 2 or 3 minutes had passed since the explosion, yet it seemed like an eternity. Where are those fire trucks? Where is Chelsea with the bot? "Here we are!" Chelsea dropped to her knees, skidding on the hard concrete. She had RBT-PJT-23A in her arms. "The control unit," said Messina. "Go back and get it." "No time," said Chelsea, "and we don't need it." She reached under the robot's body and found a small slide. Pushing it back revealed a fingerprint reader. Seconds later, the bot stiffened its limbs, signaling that it was powering up. Messina went down to one knee opposite Chelsea. The bot was between them. He reached underneath it, sliding his fingers around until he found the slot where the reader was. The machine, now alive, beeped in recognition. "Skip diagnostics," he told the robot. "Natural language mode." It beeped, acknowledging the order. "Proceed to the 4-story building that is on fire. Retrieve woman and child from 4th floor." The robot didn't move. "Go," Messina added. "Take the woman and child to safety one at a time." The bot still didn't move. Messina's hasty and frankly vague instructions had to be translated and analyzed before they could be acted on. Not only were they fairly generic, at least to a machine, but they also related to a task that the machine had never encountered before. Though it had climbed numerous buildings, and it did know what a woman and a child were, it had never had an exercise anywhere near as complicated as this. "We're going to have to get the controller," said Messina. "We need to make sure it knows what to do." Chelsea grabbed him as he got up to run. "Wait. Look." RBT-PJT-23A beeped and started toward the building. Messina and Chelsea followed. The heat seemed blast furnace hot. But what had happened to the woman? She wasn't at the window. The robot continued into the flames. Turning, Messina ran to the truck. The control unit would be the only way to alter the bot's commands at this point, and very possibly the only way to get the small machine out of the building if it got stuck. If this had happened in 6 months, even 3, the bot could get them out. Now, though, there is still so much to do. Messina grabbed the case and started back to the building. It was a long box, awkward to carry, though not heavy. Firemen were arriving, pulling out hoses, directing a ladder truck. In the confusion, no one questioned him. The case made him look as if he belonged. By the time he reached Chelsea, the woman had reappeared at the window. She was holding her child in one hand and pushing at the glass pane with the other. Somebody nearby yelled at her not to open the window, to wait for the firemen to arrive. But even if she could have heard them, the advice would have been difficult to follow, flying against all instinct. She finally succeeded in breaking the glass with the palm of her hand, pulling it back and knocking at the rest of the pane with her elbow. Wind whipped through the opening. The wall at the far end of the room caught fire, flashing red behind her. "Oh, God, she'd better jump," said Chelsea, running toward the building. Messina left the control unit in its box and followed, thinking they might at least catch the baby. But the flames at the base of the building pushed them back. More glass shattered above, raining through the fire and smoke. "Look!" yelled Chelsea. Peter had bulled its way through a second-story window. Crawling up the frame, it clawed at the shingles, moving up the outer wall like a slow-motion spider. "Hey, get back!" Someone grabbed Messina's shoulder, pulling him around. It was a policeman. "The place is going to explode." "We have to get that woman out of the building," yelled Chelsea. "Let the firemen work." The officer began pushing Messina back. Messina raised his right arm, took hold of the officer's uniform, and lifted him backward and out of the way. Clearly surprised by the strength of the rather short man before him, the officer grabbed at Messina's arm. It was then that he got his second surprise. Never much on appearances, Messina hadn't bothered to put the flesh covering on today, so the cop gripped several tubes of steel and protective carbon tunnels for the wiring. A fresh explosion rent the air. Flames shot from the top of the building next to them. Messina released the policeman and turned back, searching for Chelsea through the smoke and dust. "Chelsea!" "I have her!" yelled Chelsea, emerging from smoke with the baby in her arms. RBT-PJT-23A followed, moving on 3 legs. The 4th held the woman it had rescued a foot above the pavement as if it were an ant retrieving a prize grasshopper for the queen. Chapter 3. Boston, that same moment. Standing at the edge of the small crowd that had gathered to watch the fire, Stefan Stratovich felt a surge of relief as the woman was helped to the paramedic van that had just pulled up. It wasn't because he would have felt any guilt over her death. Rather, his boss had told him to avoid unnecessary complications. The woman's death would have counted as one. Stefan had blown up 2 other similar buildings over the past several years. It was a sideline he didn't particularly like, but the assignments were something he couldn't refuse, especially when they came from Medved and the other associated with the clans that kept him employed. The trick wasn't in making a gas explosion look like an accident, it was in limiting the damage. There was always an unpredictability that the most thorough plan could not eliminate. In this case, the explosion had occurred nearly 10 minutes after Stefan had intended, greatly increasing the collateral damage. Only the commercial building at the end of the row was supposed to have been destroyed. It was empty. The job was probably part of an insurance scam, though Stefan never knew or wanted to know the particulars. Now that the woman was out of the building, Stefan turned his attention to the odd-looking creature that had retrieved her. It was mechanical, some sort of robot, very unlike anything Stefan had ever seen at a fire. He had other work to do today, a full agenda. Still, the contraption intrigued him enough that he decided to get a better look, so he edged around the back of the crowd. He took his phone from his pocket and slipped over to the video screen. This was definitely something worth taking a video of. Chapter 4. Boston, later that day. Any other boss would have canceled Peter's tests. Surely the bot could not do more to prove itself that day. But any other boss would not have been Louis Messina. Seeing his frown deepen as he watched the robot climb over a pile of rubble in the test area, Chelsea couldn't help but wonder at the 2 sides of the man. At work, he was demanding and taciturn, eschewing even the tiniest chit-chat in favor of a cold stare that seemed borderline autistic. It was a remarkable contrast to the person he was outside the job, one known not only for charity, but also for taking a real interest in the people he helped, always anonymously. "Why is it moving so slow?" demanded Messina, as Peter picked its way over the tangle of steel beams and wire placed at the center of the old rail yard they leased for these sorts of tests. "Isn't it receiving the sensor information?" "It is," said Bobby James, who was watching the bot's brain functions on the array of monitors nearby. "It's picking a safe route to the target." Messina folded his arms. RBT-PJT-23A had been tasked with finding and retrieving a small box that contained gunpowder hidden in the tangle. Besides its own sensors, it was receiving data from a sensor robot stationed nearby. The mech contained a sophisticated sniffer, which scanned a 50-meter circle. Peter took the data and mapped chemicals in the air. The sensor had detected the minuscule plume emitted by the stash and provided the data to Peter. "It's got it," said Chelsea as the robot dug its claw into the pile. "We just have to be patient." "Patience should not be programmed into the system," snapped Messina. There was still soot from the fire on his pants and a smudge on his face. "Prudence is," retorted Bobby. "Where's the line between prudence and negligence?" said Messina. "We're not near it." Impatient as he was, Messina generally tolerated a decent amount of backtalk, as long as he felt you were dedicated to your job. But his manner of questioning could be cold, and even at times cruel. Any employee who couldn't deal with that and stand up for themselves and their project generally left. There were plenty of rivals who would pay handsomely for someone with experience here. Chelsea wondered if Bobby was getting close to that point. He'd recently complained about how much time he was working, something she'd never heard him do before. "Chelsea?" Chelsea turned and looked up into the face of Bill Beefy Bozzoni, the head of Smart Metal's security team. Dressed in a dark blue suit, Beefy looked more like an accountant than a policeman, albeit one in very good physical condition. "A couple of detectives want to talk to you and Mr. Messina about the fire," said Beefy. "Not really a good time," said Chelsea. "What?" snapped Messina, turning around. "Sorry to bother you, Lou." Beefy started to apologize. "But there are some policemen to see you." I didn't know if... I'll handle it. Messina looked at Chelsea. Finish this, would you? Messina followed Beefy out past the rows of parked trailers to the whitewashed cement building at the entrance to the yard. He didn't like to be interrupted while working, though at this point there wasn't more he could do with the mech. It had passed all of its tests, albeit a little slower than he wanted. Two men in ill-fitting suits stood just inside the doorway, shifting nervously. They smelled of cigarette smoke. "We understand you were at the gas explosion this morning," said the taller of the two men. He withdrew a well-worn leather case from his jacket pocket and let the front flap drop, flashing a Boston Police Department badge. The other man did likewise. "Yes?" "Well, if you could give us your thoughts." "My thoughts on what?" snapped Messina. "Run down what happened," said the shorter man. "What you saw." "I saw a fire." "And an explosion?" asked the shorter man. "My name's Bill Doyle. This is my partner, Cliff Lycombe." "A flash of light. It was dark. I heard someone say it was gas." "You wouldn't have had anything recording, did you?" asked Lycombe. "Because of your robot thing? Did you take pictures?" Messina bristled. Now that the woman and her child were okay, he wanted to avoid giving out any information about the robot thing that had been involved. "No, I'm sorry. We had no photos. We stopped for coffee. We were on our way here. My staff told you I was here?" "Yes," Doyle nodded. "The explosion came from the right?" "Yes, as you face Starbucks." "How did you get the woman and kid out of the building?" asked Lycombe. Messina hesitated. "We don't want any trade secrets," said Doyle. "What do you want, then?" "An accurate picture of what happened, so we can figure out where the fire started, why it started, like that." "I have no idea when it started or why. There was a blast. My truck was jerked back and the airbags deployed. I got out. A few minutes later, maybe less, we saw the lady at a window." "And you sent the, machine to get her?" "Yes." "What is it?" "A robotic device, that's all." "It went right through the flames," said Lycombe. "It's designed to deal with worse than that. It's based on a bomb disposal bot, though that's not its function." "We were wondering if maybe there's a camera attached to it. The images might be useful," said Doyle. "We have sensor data," said Messina, "but I can tell you it's not going to be of much use." "Could we see it?" "I'll have one of my people work through it with you." Messina explained that the data was not video, as commonly understood, but rather an array of data picked up by a combination of sensors, infrared and sonar as well as optical, that supplied a multidimensional matrix. It needed to be interpreted and translated from its native format. You couldn't just download it to a Windows machine or your TV. "Wasn't there a surveillance camera on the building?" he asked. "It was damaged by the fire," said Doyle. "We haven't been able to recover the video." "Maybe we could help with that," said Beefy. "We have some good technical people." "We would appreciate it." "No guarantees," said Messina. "Bill, you can work out the details. Excuse me, I have work." "Thank you, Mr. Messina," said Doyle. "If there's anything we can do—" "Sure," said Messina, hurrying back to Peter's test. Many hours later, having concluded the day's tests and checked things on a multitude of projects at his office downtown, Louis Messina arrived at Grace Sisters Hospital. Walking briskly through the front lobby, he aimed for the rehab ward. Eyes fixed straight ahead, a familiar twinge jerked through his shoulder as he neared the oval-shaped threshold of the wing's reception area. It was a mere flash, yet one that pained him greatly. For in that moment he felt not the stump, or the electrodes, or the muscle impulses that worked the relays, but his missing arm. What came next was memory. The accident. More pain, this across his entire body. He was on his motorcycle, a car suddenly in front of him. He was in the air, flying into blackness. A truck, the front of a building. Blackness. No arm. That was what he had a memory of. What he couldn't remember, what he had blacked out all these years. was the sensation of his wife clinging to his back behind him. It was the dark hole he never ventured near. "It must be Thursday," said the ward's official greeter, wheeling out from behind his desk. "How are you, Mr. Messina?" "Good, Paul," said Messina. "How are you?" "Still not scheduled, but I'm hopeful. Then once that's squared away, we go to the prosthetics." "Hopefully it will be worth the wait," said Messina. Step up," Paul laughed. Messina knew that was supposed to be a joke. People said something similar all the time, but he had never seen any levity in anything relating to injury. "We have some fresh-baked pastry tonight," said Paul. "Still hot." "How about coffee?" asked Messina. "We have cappuccino, you know. Sister's new machine." "Just coffee." Paul wheeled himself to the large counter area at the side. Selecting a French roast from the rainbow of K-cups, he loaded the single-cup maker. Fresh coffee poured through the coffee maker at the side of the lounge, its heady caffeinated scent overwhelming the slightly antiseptic smell of the rest of the hospital. The lounge was in many ways a pressure lock, a transitional space between the hospital as a whole and the amputee ward. The array of drinks, the automatic espresso maker and coffee machines were well complemented by refrigerators stocked with juices, sodas, and water, was just one of the subtle amenities designed to make the place more welcoming. The ward was unlike any other part of the hospital and, in fact, differed greatly from most conventional healthcare facilities. The closest parallels could be found at Brooke Army Medical Center in San Antonio, or the handful of units sponsored by the VA or military to rehabilitate stricken soldiers. Like the military hospitals, Grace Sisters had a large residential facility next door, where families as well as patients not needing bed care could stay for extended periods. But what truly set the ward apart from other rehab centers was the tight-knit community atmosphere. Patients, loved ones, and staff spent considerable time with each other, as if they were one large extended family. That, and Messina's inventions. They were the reasons most came here in the first place. One of the lounge walls was covered with monitoring screens, each of which could be configured to show a different part of the ward. One displayed the exercise pool, another the small lab, where Messina's prosthetics were fine-tuned for patients. Video feeds from the 6 operating rooms could also be turned on, making it possible for families to follow what was going on. The ward's ethos was one of openness. Information was freely shared between everyone, doctor, patient, friend alike. That extended all the way to Messina's prosthetics, to the great consternation of Smart Metal's corporate counsel, who objected to their lack of trademark protection. "The goal is to heal," Messina told the lawyer. "If people take my ideas to help others, even better." There had been other words, none too polite, as well. The lawyer wasn't used to losing many battles and having his advice go unheeded, but it did in this case. He continued to bring the matter up every 6 months or so for form's sake, though he had long ago conceded this wasn't something he would prevail on. Presumably, his annual increase in fees provided some consolation. Messina had just taken his first sip of coffee when a diminutive woman burst into the lounge from the main hallway, arms pumping as if they were piston rods in an internal combustion engine. "Louis," she snapped, "and how are you tonight?" "Very well, sister. How are you?" "Blessed." Sister Rose Marie had given this answer every time Messina had asked, which, given that he had known her for 45 years, meant he had heard it quite a lot. He'd met her as a boy in grammar school, long before she'd been assigned to the hospital. Sister Rose was the most positive and enthusiastic person he knew when he was 7. She was still that now. "Come," she told him. "There are some people I'd like you to meet. Bring your coffee." "No cappuccino? You really should try that machine. It was a donation." Messina followed the nun as she reversed course and revved down the corridor. Despite the years, Sister Rose seemed the same age she'd been when they met. Ancient. The soles of her thick shoes clicked on the freshly waxed floor as she increased her pace. Messina had trouble keeping up. The Sisters of Perpetual Grace had given up their thick wool habits and long veils even before Messina had encountered them in grammar school. They wore what even the younger nuns called civilian clothes, long dresses that came to mid-calf and very modest blouses that neither left anything uncovered nor hugged a body part. All wore necklaces of thick beads that signified their membership in the order, as well as a wedding ring that showed they were brides of Christ. Dressed in her typical blue skirt and a slightly darker top, Sister Rose wore one additional item tucked into the side of her waistband that set her apart from some of the others: an old string of rosary beads. They were special to her for many reasons, not least of which was the fact that they had once belonged to her best friend, Messina's aunt, now deceased, with whom she had gone through the novitiate. "Would you like to look in on young Thomas?" asked the nun. She veered left toward a clinic room before Messina could answer. Inside, a child of 10 was bent over in the middle of the room, pulling new shoelaces through the loops of his shoe. His mother and father beamed behind him. Tying a shoelace was hardly much of an achievement for a 10-year-old, except that in this case, the fingers he was using were prosthetic. He had lost both of his forearms 2 years before when a hurricane had taken down his house, crushing them. More interesting, at least to Messina, was the exact construction of the arm. The skin was actually an inflatable membrane of special vinyl that was the most lifelike Messina had ever touched. It was difficult to distinguish it from flesh. Instead of steel rods inside, the internal skeleton was made of flexible tubing inflated like balloons. Small internal pumps gave the arm far more flexibility than normal prosthetics. It could be bent at a 90-degree angle, for example. It would take quite some time before the boy could control that ability. For now, he was still learning the very basics, directing the machine with his nerve impulses. The arm was an outgrowth of Smart Metal's work with so-called soft robots, a cutting-edge area that so far had not produced marketable or even practical items. But the conversation between brain and mechanical fingers was already a tested technology. Remarkably, it had been only a theory at the time of the hurricane that claimed the boy's arm. That was how they worked. Fast. The kid glanced up from his shoe and smiled at Messina. Messina nodded, then watched with quiet contentment as the child finished the bow. The doctor who had helped develop the hands stood at the side of the room frowning. The boy's parents applauded as the child finished. Messina nodded to them, then stepped outside. The physician followed. "Still a bit of a delay in the software," grumbled the physician. "We'll get it." The complaint pleased Messina. He wanted perfectionists working with him. The doctor was one of the best. "You think it's the flex functions?" Messina asked. "It would make sense. If it would be possible to have DJ go over the systematics personally, I'm sure he'd welcome the opportunity." DJ was one of the systems engineers who had helped develop the arm, but had recently moved on to another project. "If there's trouble, let me know." "Thanks, Lou." Messina decided to drop in on another patient whom he'd met a few weeks earlier, a soldier who had stepped on a mine in Iraq. He had received a custom-made leg a month before, but was still confined to a hospital bed because of continuing complications with his lungs. The doctors who worked with Smart Metal had developed a series of drugs that could greatly speed his recovery, but they were holding off using them because of concerns over the long-term effects. Messina had actually pulled strings and gotten an FDA waiver for them, but they were holding off until and unless they were convinced that he couldn't recover without them. Messina knocked on the doorframe, then took a step inside the room. It was completely empty. No bed, no patient. "Jason's gone home," said Sister Rose, catching up. "What?" "He's with the Savior," said Sister Rose. "Why didn't they use the drugs?" "You'll have to ask the doctors, Louis." "Damn it. He could have been helped." "You needn't feel sorry for him, Louis. He was a good Catholic." Messina's thoughts about religion and the afterlife were considerably more complicated than those the nun preached, but he didn't feel like having that discussion at the moment. He followed her back to the hall, brooding as they walked to another room. The occupant was a boy who'd had his arm and leg severed in a train accident. He'd been fitted with a prosthetic months before, but was back on the ward because of an unrelated flare-up of pneumonia. The boy's face lit up as Messina entered the room. The two were old friends, not least of all because they suffered from the same general injuries. Messina had been very fortunate not to lose his own leg. They spent a few minutes talking about the video games the boy was playing lately. They were all shooters, and he had very high scores online, a good sign since it meant his artificial limb let him keep up with kids who had their original hands. The boy's father stood in the corner, watching intently as his son chattered on. Finally, Sister Rose broke up the mostly one-sided conversation, explaining that Messina had a meeting upstairs. "Fist bump," said the boy. Their artificial fists clinked against each other. Messina left the room with a smile. Trevor Jenkins pulled the lapels of his suit jacket forward as Louis Messina stepped out into the hallway. Jenkins felt a sudden surge of nervousness but fought through it. "Mr. Messina?" The scientist jerked his head in Jenkins' direction. "I'm Trevor Jenkins," said the agent, striding forward. Tall and well-built, he was naturally imposing. The fact that he was black sometimes added to that aura, but it sometimes worked against him. He hoped it was neutral in this case, though racial prejudices were beyond his control. "I don't know if you remember me." "Of course, your daughter has an artificial knee," said Messina, surprising Jenkins by remembering him. It had been 2 years since they'd last spoken. "How is she?" She's fine, said Jenkins. "Every day we thank you." "We all do what we can." Messina started to turn away. "Actually, I came here on official business. Semi-official," added the agent. "You filed a complaint about your bank account. An ATM card." "Yes." "Your office said I would be able to catch you here," explained Jenkins. "You've caught the thieves?" "No, but—" Jenkins shook his head. "I thought when I saw your name that you were owed a real explanation." "I see." Jenkins glanced at Sister Rose, who'd just come out of the room. "Maybe we should discuss this somewhere a little more private?" "Mr. Jenkins," said Sister Rose, belatedly recognizing him. "How is your daughter?" "Very well, sister, thank you." "Business, Louis?" she asked. "It'll only take a minute," said Jenkins. "Maybe in the lounge, or better yet, downstairs?" Messina looked at the nun. "We'll always wait for you, Louis," said Sister Rose. "Go right ahead." Chapter 5. Boston, Tuesday. Gabor Tolevi walked out onto the platform of Boston South and glanced in the direction of the Amtrak train. Its departure had been delayed 40 minutes for unspecified reasons, not unusual for Amtrak. He hated trains. They reminded him of his early childhood in Europe, Ukraine especially, when his father took him on business trips. He loved his father but hated those trips. Far too poor for first class, let alone airplanes, they most often went common or fourth class, which meant jamming aboard the sleeping cars and staying there for the duration of a trip. These cars were traveling dormitories, where as many as 50 bunks might be partitioned in. Tolevi and his father would share a bed, which was one thing when Gabor was 3 and quite another at 6. They traveled together until Gabor was nearly 13, his father unable to find a suitable sitter after Gabor's mother died. A splurge might buy a Platzkart, or third-class ticket, which meant a real seat in another car, but that, too, they would have to share, generally as a tag team. The Russian trains were usually cleaner than the Ukrainian, though that was simply a matter of degree, and he'd been on a Russian train when a fat walrus of a man tried molesting him at age 9. The incident had changed Tolevy, but in his estimation, for the better. He had learned how to fight and stand up for himself, and if it was his father who slit the man's throat that night in revenge, it could just as well have been him with the knife. The Amtrak train was heading for New York City, a destination that Tolevy would have much preferred to have flown to. But he was taking the train, and this train in particular at the request of Yuri Johansen. Johansen wanted to talk to him, and Tolevy couldn't easily turn down such requests. Tolevy had met Johansen more than 20 years before, when both had been not only younger, but also borderline naive. Tolevy was a young officer in the Ukrainian army, looking to come to America, and not particularly concerned about how he got the money to do so. Johansen was a freshly minted CIA officer, whose responsibilities included helping people like Tolevy. Johansen had recruited Tolevy following a 3-month courtship. As these things went, it was rather quick, but it had proved immensely valuable over the years. The relationship was mutually beneficial. With minimal but strategic assistance from Johansen, Tolevy had exploited his connections in both the Ukraine and Russia to build a thriving import-export business, one that was generally, though not always, above board. American by birth, as well as a Ukrainian passport holder, he was now a property owner and a man of some means. The fact that he occasionally worked with the Russian mafia was both necessary and a source of endless opportunity, not just for him, but for Johansen, too. Johansen had moved up the ranks at the CIA. Even so, he continued to run Tolevy personally. Johansen had once explained to Tolevy that he kept up contact because he liked to keep a hand in. Tolevy doubted that was true. He suspected that the CIA officer used trips from the Washington area to Boston as a cover for something else, including a mistress. But he was used to Johansen, and in fact would have balked if he had been handed off to someone of lesser importance. Johansen liked using trains for contact. This was inexplicable to Tolevy. Perhaps it had to do with the CIA officer's ability to scan the tickets and ID passengers. Maybe he got some sort of agency discount. It did solve one problem. Tolevy had to be especially careful in Boston, as there were plenty of people around with connections to the Russian mob and, through them, to the intelligence services. Even a chance sighting of him next to a CIA agent would add complications to his life that he preferred not to deal with. The train was late. He walked back into the station building, circling around toward the eating area between Dunkin' Donuts and the Au Bon Pain. There were no seats, so Gabor satisfied himself with examining faces, trying to decide who in the small crowd might be following him. No one. No reason for paranoia. The train was finally called. Tolevy made his way on board, finding a seat in the first car. He took the window seat and left his jacket on the aisle seat, a precaution to ward off a neighbor. The train, though, was relatively empty, and as it turned out, he didn't have to wait long. Johansen got on at Route 128, the second stop after the station, a little less than 15 minutes after pulling out. "This seat taken?" asked the CIA officer. "Go ahead," said Tolevy roughly. He dropped his jacket onto his lap, repositioning his Kindle Fire atop it. Johansen pulled a laptop from his briefcase before sitting down. Neither man spoke. They never admitted to knowing each other or made any sign of camaraderie or even bare courtesy during these meetings. They communicated by typing on their devices, pretending to be talking to someone else. As always, Johansen started the conversation with an inane question. "You are flying?" Tolevy resisted the impulse to reply with something nasty. "Plane leaves tonight." "Are you stopping in Crimea?" "If all goes well." "Could you pick up a package?" "Not a good place." "You must try. We will compensate." Yes, Tolevy thought. You definitely will compensate. He typed, "I will need the rate applied for the Moscow errand." That was a one-time thing. This is more difficult than that. I will arrange it. I will do my best. That was the extent of their conversation. Johansson shut down the word processing program and pulled up the browser. He watched a movie until they reached Westerly, Rhode Island, where he got off. Always suspicious that Johansson might have left a trail, or even some sort of device to watch him, Tolevy waited until he reached New York and was in a cab to make the call. "Yes," said Yosef. It was a bare syllable, more a grunt than a word, but it immediately identified him beyond any doubt. "I'll be out of town for a few days. We have a shipment coming on the 9th. Taken care of." "Good. Anything else?" "Stratovich stopped by. He wants to talk to you," added Yosef. Stefan Stratovich was a low-level goon who worked with some of the mafia people, Marav Medved in particular. He obviously had been sent to bug him for either a favor or money. Probably money. Tolevy owed Medved a payment. A tax for the benefit of not being interfered with. "He was ranting about a robot," added Yosef. "A robot? You know Stratovich, always something." "Was that what he wanted?" "I don't think so." "Neither do I. Tell him I'll be back in a few days." "I did." "Let me know if anything comes up. I'll check in from Europe." "Right." Chapter 6. Boston, about the same time. According to Trevor Jenkins, Messina was just one of 100 people who had been victimized in a strain of identity theft involving ATM skimmers. "The theory is they used a skimmer," said the FBI agent. Messina listened patiently as the agent then explained what a skimmer was, a device that was placed on the ATM reading the pertinent information. "There was nothing like that there," said Messina when Jenkins finished. "They are quite clever," said the agent. He unfolded a sheaf of papers with photos demonstrating how the machines were placed over the ATM's card apparatus. They ranged from crude card readers with a keyboard to a far more sophisticated device that looked like a card slot with a fat lip. As soon as the PIN is keyed in, the thieves have all the information they need. "I don't recall seeing anything like these," said Messina. "I think I would have noticed." "Well, the ATMs seem to be the only link," said Jenkins apologetically. "There have been a rash of these at different banks." "The incident was one of half a dozen in the area over the past several weeks," explained the agent. "The thefts occurred within moments of each other, literally nanoseconds, as computer programs directed transfers over high-speed internet lines. The transfers would cascade across a number of accounts until finally disappearing somewhere in Eastern Europe, where tracing them became very difficult. The FBI had dealt with these sorts of devices for years and had a fairly good feel for what they looked like and were capable of. They also knew what sort of fraud pattern they generally corresponded to. Quick hits on a number of bank accounts that had only one thing in common, a withdrawal at the compromised ATM. Most skimmer operations were relatively primitive. In most cases, the skimmers had to be recovered for the data to be used. This was more sophisticated. The transfers happened instantly in small amounts that defeated normal security screening, and it involved transfers rather than cash. "We have a number of the ATMs under surveillance," added Jenkins. "We'll catch them eventually." "You're watching every ATM in the city?" "I wish." "Has your bank offered to make good on the money?" asked Jenkins. "They said they would." "Then you're ahead of the game. Many banks don't. Technically, they don't have to. If the PIN is used, they claim that you didn't keep it secure." "That's bull." "They can say anything they want, right?" The agent laughed nervously. "When I saw your name this morning on the list, I felt I had to tell you what was going on. 23 people were hit last night. They got about $10,000. Your account was actually one of the bigger ones." "Just my lucky day," Messina stood. "I'm sorry, but I really need to go see Sister Rose and her committee." "Of course. Jenkins took a business card from his pocket. "If I can help, if you have trouble getting your money back, just call. We can put pressure on the bank." "Thanks," said Messina. "I'm sorry that I can't be more positive," said Jenkins. "Give my best to your daughter. We think about you every day. You really changed her life." Chapter 7. Boston, the next day. If there was one way to get Louis Messina interested in something, it was by telling him it was impossible. And while Agent Jenkins hadn't used that word exactly, everything he had said about the ATM card thieves made it sound like catching them would be very difficult without some sort of lucky break. That was a challenge. Still, Messina never would have pursued the matter had the bank's manager not called him a short while later to tell him that the bank had reversed its decision to reimburse him. "Why?" Messina asked. "You must have used your PIN," said the manager apologetically. "The regional office told me that I have to follow the rules." "This is part of a skimmer operation," said Messina. "I've already spoken to the FBI. "I'm sorry, but there's no evidence that there was a skimmer. We checked the tapes, and there was no physical alteration at the machine." "Why would I have used an ATM to make a transfer?" said Messina, not even bothering to make it sound like a question, "and from that account?" "I can't explain that," said the bank manager. "If you look at the way that account is used—" "I've been all through it with my bank security VP," she said. "If they credit your account, they'll have to credit everyone's." "As they should." "You can take it up with regional," said the manager. "My hands are tied." "You realize I have other accounts with you?" "I told them that." "Several times." He hung up. Chelsea Goodman was standing at his door. She'd heard his side of the conversation. "The ATM theft?" she asked. "They think I did it." Messina suppressed a growl. The unfairness angered him. While he could easily afford the loss, the idea of being ripped off annoyed him beyond proportion. Part of Messina realized he should be spending his time on something more productive, but it was overwhelmed by a simmering rage and a desire for revenge, however irrational it might be. He was angry at the thieves, but nearly as mad at the bank. He had to struggle to maintain his outward calm. "Why don't you just hack into their system and see where the transfer went?" asked Chelsea. "If I do that, I might just as well reverse the transaction," said Messina. "That's a thought." "An illegal one." "It's your money." "Tell me how Peter did," he said, changing the subject. Though Messina cut her off, Chelsea's suggestion started a chain of thoughts that led him to call Jenkins later that day. Much later. It was a few minutes past midnight. "I have a proposition," he told the FBI agent. "I'd like to help you and your case." "Really?" "We'll do anything short of hacking into the banking system, though if you want us to—" "No, I wouldn't want—" "How can we help?" insisted Messina. You don't have the resources to watch every ATM, is that your problem?" asked Messina. Jenkins didn't answer. Messina finally realized he had woken him up. Not that it mattered. "The first thing we have to do is analyze the location of the ATMs that have been hit already," said Messina. "I can supply surveillance equipment to watch 100 units at a time. Analyze the theft patterns, and we'll stake out the likely ones. We can use a remote system. We'll train the computer coordinating it to alert you to suspicious activity. We can then track the suspect, and you take it from there." "Track them how?" "We have UAVs," said Messina. "Small ones." "Drones?" asked Jenkins. "Depending on the geographical spread, you should only need 6 or 7. "Well, Jenkins stuttered. "But—"
"What?"
"Well, for $5,000, you'd be going through a lot of trouble."
"You have dozens of cases like this?"
"Over 100.
"Do you want to solve this or not?"
"I'll have to talk to my boss."
2 of my people will be at your office at 9 a.m. tomorrow. I'll call them now.
Mr. Messina, it's after midnight.
They'll be at work. It's not a problem. What's the address?"
"Who were you talking to?" asked Jenkins' wife as he slipped his cell phone back onto the nightstand. "Mr. Messina."
"Louis Messina? Who helped Deirdre? Is he in trouble?"
"No, not exactly."
"Why is he calling this late?"
Jenkins pulled the covers up to his neck, then rolled toward his wife. "He wants to help an investigation I'm involved in."
"Couldn't it have waited?"
"Just be thankful I don't work for him," he said, closing his eyes. Chapter 8. Boston, 3 days later. 3 days later, Trevor Jenkins found himself sitting in the back of an FBI control van monitoring some 50 ATMs with the help of small video cameras installed on or near the machines. While Jenkins flipped back and forth between different feeds, the real work was being done by a monitoring program hosted on one of Smart Metal's servers down in Boston. The program not only singled out ATMs where there was activity, but also looked for images that corresponded to ATM skimmers, as well as tools and other assorted items deemed possibly suspicious, such as briefcases and large bags. There had been 5 alerts in the 3 hours since the system had gone live. All had been quickly ruled benign by the computer as well as Jenkins. He still didn't 100% trust the computer, garbage in, garbage out, as his supervisor had warned when he told him of the plan 2 days before, but it did make things easier to manage. According to the Smart Metal people, the program was an off-the-shelf security program with a few tweaks, none of which Jenkins understood, though it had been laboriously explained to him by one of the program's original authors, Chelsea Goodman. The vivacious 20-something had offered to sit with him and his team during the surveillance, in case there were bugs. Jenkins had turned her down, citing Bureau rules against civilians in the van, though in reality he was worried she would be too much of a distraction for his unmarried partners, Johnny Givens and David Robinson. "Bases loaded," said Givens, who was watching a game summary of the Red Sox and Tampa on his phone as they monitored the machines. "Looking good." Jenkins switched through the video feeds, settling on a bank drive-up 5 miles away. 3 cars were queued up, a long line for this particular machine. The Bureau had tried analyzing the various ATMs that had been targeted, but failed to come up with any useful data on why they had been picked. There was no discernible patterns, aside from the fact that they were all within 10 miles of downtown Boston. Inside, outside, drive up, walk up, it all seemed particularly random.
"Damn," said Givens softly. "Big Papi struck out, still no score."
"They always break your heart," said Robinson.
Though he'd lived in Boston for a few years, his baseball allegiances were still tied to his hometown, L.A., and the Dodgers.
"Anybody up for coffee?"
Givens asked.
"Me," said Robinson, "assuming I can't get a beer."
"No beer," said Jenkins. "I'll take one, too." Givens slipped into the cab unit of the van, checked the surroundings, then hopped out. They were parked near a grocery store that anchored a suburban mall. There was a Dunkin' Donuts at the far end.
"Think we'll catch him tonight?"
asked Robinson. "Real long shot," said Jenkins. "May not even be a skimmer."
"It has to be a skimmer," said Robinson.
"Yeah, but it bothers me that there's no marks on the machines, and no one's ever spotted one. You look at most skimmer cases, eventually someone figures it out."
"That's because the bad guys get greedy. Some of these are damn good."
"I guess." Givens returned a few minutes later with coffee and a box of donuts. The Sox had scored a run while he was gone, prodding him to formulate a theory that the team needed him to be walking so they could score. This, of course, drew guffaws from Robinson, and the two began trading even more bizarre theories about how the universe intersected with baseball. That was Givens' real asset on a surveillance team. He tended to lighten the mood. Givens had joined the Bureau after a brief stint in the Army, where he'd qualified as a ranger but not found a slot in the battalion.
a distinction that was lost on Jenkins, but apparently mattered a great deal to Givens.
"Time to rotate,"
said Robinson finally, glancing at his watch. They changed stations every hour to keep a fresh set of eyes on the monitors. "Don't break anything," Jenkins said, giving up his seat. He was just about to open the van door and get out when Robinson cursed.
"Spilled the coffee,"
said the agent. "It's not much," said Jenkins. "Just clean it up." About a quarter of the cup had sloshed onto the floor. A few drops were on the counter near the keyboard. Robinson carefully daubed them up with a napkin while Givens threw paper towels on the floor. The damage seemed contained until Robinson went to switch the feed. The keyboard didn't respond.
"It froze," said Robinson. "Damn it."
"Man, you have a bad aura," said Givens. "No wonder you like the Dodgers."
"Let me see."
Jenkins pushed back into the seat in front of the console. The displays had frozen, and nothing he tried could get them to unfreeze. "Maybe we should just reboot the system," said Givens, looking over his shoulder. "Hit Alt-Delete-Control."
"I don't think that's a good idea," said Robinson.
"The computer's a PC." Robinson shrugged.
"Your call, boss."
Not knowing what else to do, Jenkins decided it couldn't hurt. He was wrong, though. Instead of a frozen screen, the computer went completely blank. A hard reboot, turning it on and off, changed the color to blue.
"We're screwed," said Robinson. "Great going, Johnny."
"All right, time to call the cavalry," said Jenkins, looking for the paper with Chelsea Goodman's phone number. 5 miles away at the Smart Metal Building in downtown Boston, Chelsea was watching a video of RBT PJT-23A pick its way across the debris-strewn rail yard where it had been tested a few days ago. It got where it had to go, but its movements still weren't smooth enough for the scientist, for whom fluidity of motion was an indication of efficient programming. She was just about to re-examine some of the bot's decision tree when her cell phone began to vibrate. She took it from her pocket warily. Her ex-boyfriend had called several times over the past week, trying to talk things out. Tired of the emotional roller coaster he represented, she'd blocked his number. He'd gotten around this by using friend cells. Not recognizing the number, she reached her finger to the Ignore tab, then realized it was the FBI agent she'd been assigned to help. She hit the green button and held it to her ear. "This is Chelsea."
"I need help," said Jenkins without introducing himself. "The computer froze. I tried to reboot."
"No, you shouldn't do that."
"I know, now."
"Where are you? I'll get an Uber."
"I'll send someone to get you if you want," said Jenkins.
Chelsea spotted the blue Bureau Malibu 20 minutes later. The driver pulled over to the curb and flashed his FBI credentials. "I'm Johnny," he told her. "You're Chelsea?" "Yep." "You need tools?" "They're right here," said Chelsea, tapping the side of her head as she got into the car. The Red Sox game was on the radio. "What's the score?" 4-2. We're up." "Good." "You a Boston fan?" Johnny asked. "Now, but I grew up in San Diego." "Don't tell me you like the Padres. That's a Triple-A team." "Ouch." "At least you know something about baseball," said Johnny. "What's that supposed to mean?" "Nothing." "Which do you prefer?" asked Chelsea, deciding to needle him. "Defense-adjusted ERA or defense-neutral ERA?" The one advantage of defense-adjusted ERA is that it can give you an indirect idea of how good a team's defense really is, since it goes back to NRA. "I don't really get all that stat stuff," confessed Johnny. "So you're not really into baseball?" "No, it's just, there's more to baseball than statistics." "Like?" "Like hot dogs. What's baseball without hot dogs?" Chelsea laughed. "Hamburgers you can do without," said Johnny. He was just about to expound on his reasoning when the scanner mounted under the dash crackled with a call. "That's a robbery at an ATM," said Johnny. "It's about 10 blocks away." "Are we going?" "Yeah, definitely." Johnny pulled the car up behind a city police cruiser, angling it so the other vehicle could pull back if it needed to. He flashed on a scene from his childhood. The football field where the varsity team played was only a block and a half away. and he'd spent some of the best days of his youth there. On one particularly glorious afternoon, having completed 20 of 25 passes with 2 touchdowns and no interceptions, he'd run down this very street, shouting, "We're number 1," with a pack of friends. Faded glory now. "You stay in the car while I see what's going on," he told Chelsea. "Deal?" "All right." "They probably don't need us," he added. "But we're here, so you know." "Okay, fine." He was torn. Jenkins was waiting. On the other hand, maybe this was related. It involved an ATM. Outside the car, Johnny trotted toward the bank. He waved his creds at an approaching police officer. "I'm with the FBI. What's going on?" "2 suspects somewhere in that back alley, we think," said the officer. "Sergeant McCleary's in charge." "Where's he at?" "Up over there behind the car." McCleary's skeptical glare when Johnny introduced himself told him everything he needed to know. He wasn't needed or wanted. That wasn't atypical. Many local departments felt the Bureau interfered or at best tended to hog the glory when they were involved in a case. "We've been watching ATMs in the area for a case," Johnny explained. "We'd be interested in talking to your suspects." "Gotta catch them first," answered McCleary. "We have them in that alley, we think." "I may be able to get some backup," offered Johnny. "I have a couple of more cars on the way and a helicopter with infrared," said McCleary, warming a little. "I know this street pretty well," said Johnny. "I grew up around here. They could go over the roofs of those houses on Pierce and get out that way." "Yeah." "You have somebody there?" "Not yet." "I can drive around there for you." "All right. I'll have a car out there in 5 minutes, maybe less. I'll tell them to look for you." If there was one thing in the world Chelsea wasn't good at, it was waiting. The police radio made it even worse, tantalizing her with snippets of action that she couldn't be involved in. It was clear from the clipped communiques that the police believed they had their suspects trapped somewhere in the alley, but it was equally clear that they weren't sure how exactly to get them. The driver's side door suddenly opened. Surprised, she twisted around. It was Johnny. "Hang on," he said, pushing the car into reverse. "We're going around the corner to watch the buildings." Johnny slowed as he turned the corner. He scanned the street ahead, then glided into a parking spot across from the buildings. "They might come out that way," he said, half to himself, half to Chelsea. "Off the roofs." "Do you know this area?" "Definitely. There's a high school that way." "Your school?" "No. We wanted to steal the mascot one time. We got caught. Well, chased, actually. We ended up in that alley, and we got out climbing the building." "Really?" Johnny laughed. "Good times." "There's a car down the block with someone in it," said Chelsea. "Is that a cop?" "What car?" "Way down near the corner." "The pickup?" asked Johnny. "Yeah." "That's a truck. It's not a cop." "There's someone in the driver's seat." "You're sure?" Johnny strained to see. "Positive." "Stay here." Chelsea folded her arms across her chest, watching Johnny walk down the street. He reached his right hand behind his hip as he walked. He's got a gun there, she thought. Well, duh. He's an FBI agent. Until that moment, it all had been very theoretical, modifying the program, helping them test it and implement it, then coming out to help them. But now she realized it was something a lot more than a problem to be solved in a laboratory, more than a movie or a video game. He was really walking down the street, approaching a truck that might be involved in the case. Or maybe it was just a guy waiting for his wife, or catching a smoke, or... The truck jerked forward. Chelsea started to climb over the console to the driver's seat. Something flashed behind her. A police car had just turned onto the block. It took Johnny Givens a few seconds to realize the truck was moving. He started to raise the gun, then realized he had no idea whether the vehicle was involved. He raised his left hand instead. "Stop!" he yelled. "Police! Police!" The truck lurched in his direction, accelerating. As he jumped back, he saw something out of the corner of his eye. Then something hard smacked him in the buttocks, and he was dizzy, and everything was black. Chapter 9. Boston suburbs, 45 minutes later. Jenkins stared at the phone in disbelief. Why was he there?
Someone was robbed at the ATM. We went over to help.
What hospital?
Boston Med.
I'll be there as soon as I can. Jenkins hit the disconnect button and slumped back from the console. The van seemed to have shrunk in half, everything closing in.
What's going on? Asked Robinson.
Johnny was just run over by a truck and a cop car. They don't know if he's going to make it.
What?
We're closing down for the night. Shit. He spun the phone in his hand, still in disbelief. Finally, he clicked the map program up and queried the location of the hospital. The Trauma Center and Emergency Department at Boston Medical Center was one of the finest Level 1 trauma centers in the world. The acute care facility was studied as a model throughout the Northeast. It was a place where miracles occurred, but there were some things that no hospital, no doctor could do, no matter how skilled. And the face of the first surgeon Jenkins met told him that saving Johnny Given's life very well might be one of them.
We're talking very severe injuries, said the doctor. It's touch and go.
Jenkins bit his lips so hard he could taste blood in his mouth. It was better than the bile that had been rising from his stomach, and far less painful than the mental anguish turning every thought red. Against all logic, he felt responsible. He'd never lost a man, not at the FBI, nor the 2 police departments he'd worked at before joining the Bureau. God! I need to see him, he told the doctor.
Heavily sedated, but come on.
The physician led him down the hall past a computer station where patients were tracked. Spare equipment lined the walls below a large clock that ticked off seconds with a staccato beat. About halfway down the hall, they entered a room crowded with doctors, nurses, and other aides, all focused on a man who looked agonizingly small. Wires and tubes rose up from him, connecting to machines and displays that blinked with analytic precision, a sharp contrast to the hushed whispers of the people staring at the injured man. "No, you're going to have to get out," said one of the doctors through her mask.
"I'm his boss," stuttered Jenkins. "FBI."
"I'm sorry, we're doing what we can. Please." The surgeon who had let him in apologized and put his hand on Jenkins' arm.
"We're doing our best. His legs are gone."
"His legs?"
"Completely crushed. His spine, his lungs. I don't know that we'll save him."
Jenkins let himself be led out of the room. The voices seemed to get louder once he was in the hall.
"There was a woman with him," said the surgeon. "She's in that room over there."
Chelsea Goodman was sitting in a chair next to an empty bed, her cell phone in one hand and a styrofoam cup in the other.
"How is he?"
she asked, looking up.
I don't... I'm so sorry. I saw..."
She stopped. Tears slipped from the corners of her eyes. Jenkins wanted to comfort her, but had no idea what to say.
"Maybe we should pray," he told her finally.
"Okay. Tell me what to say." Chapter 10. Boston. Time unspecified. Lying helpless on the bed, Johnny tried to focus. Blue and red. Blue and red. What did any of it mean? Legs. Where are my legs? There. Arms? Present. Johnny's heart floated above his head. He could see it pumping, pumping, and pumping. It started to move slowly around the room. This is what it felt like to be alive, surrounded by pain and a world gone alien. Chapter 11. Boston, that same night. It occurred to Jenkins that he was closer to Johnny Givens than anyone else at the Bureau, which very possibly meant that Jenkins was the closest person to Johnny in the Northeast, and maybe the world. Johnny wasn't married or involved in a relationship. The girlfriend he'd broken up with had moved to Chicago some months before, something the young agent spent much time grousing about. He was an only child and had no relatives in Massachusetts or the Northeast for that matter. His mother was dead. His father was in Florida somewhere. He'd listed his father as his next of kin, but the number had been out of service for 6 months, according to the phone company. Jenkins wasn't sure what else he could do, aside from stalking up and down the hospital hallway, a reminder to the staff that he was here, damn it, and that someone cared and that they better do the best they could to save the kid's life. He was angry, and he was sad, and he was tired all at the same time, and when his wife, Joyce, called to ask where he was, he didn't even bother to guard his feelings, either from her or anyone nearby. "I'm in the hospital with Johnny Givens," he told her, his voice a notch too high. "I'm waiting. I don't know what they're doing. He was hit by a car." "Oh, God," said Joyce. "Are you all right?" "I wasn't even there. I sent him on an errand just to fetch someone, and he got... God, I don't know." "What hospital are you at?" Boston Med." Brigham was where his mother had died. "I'll be there in 10 minutes. "No, listen, Joyce. There's no—" Jenkins stopped, realizing she'd already hung up. Folding his arms, but still holding his phone in his hand, he walked outside the hospital, circling around in the area where the ambulances waited. It was moments like this, thankfully few and far between, that he wished he smoked. It would have given him an excuse to be here, where he was so obviously out of place. He thought of calling Joyce back and telling her not to come, claiming that he was on his way home. That would have been a very obvious lie, however, and he decided not to bother. He wanted her here, in fact. He glanced at his cell phone, mentally calculating how long it would actually take her, 20 minutes at least, then started patrolling up and down the sidewalk, trying to avoid the temptation of talking to himself. When he calculated 15 minutes had passed since Joyce hung up, he moved closer to the door, positioning himself so he could see her as she came up the driveway. Even though he was primed, it was Joyce who spotted him first, approaching from the other side of the street. He saw her as he turned back, just in time to open his arms to meet her hug. It lasted long enough that it would have embarrassed him under other circumstances. "Any word?" she asked, when finally he eased her back. "No." "It reminds you of James, right?" "Not really." The fleeting look of disappointment in her grimace told him Joyce hadn't been fooled, but she said nothing. His brother's death was still a difficult subject, even between them. "There was a girl with him," said Jenkins, eager to change the subject. "Girlfriend?" "No, She's helping us with the job. She works for Smart Metal, Mr. Messina's company. There was a problem with the computer. She's a techie, and I asked him to get her." "So it was a car accident?" Jenkins sighed, then explained the circumstances as he knew them. "It's not your fault," said Joyce. "I hope you're not blaming yourself, but I know you are." "I'm not." "Where's this young woman? Maybe she needs something." Chelsea was in the same chair where he'd left her. She seemed not to have breathed, let alone moved, in the time since Jenkins had left her. When Jenkins introduced his wife, Chelsea stared at him blankly. "They said you could go home," Jenkins told her. "Should we call someone?" Chelsea didn't answer. "Is your car at your office?" he asked. "My house is a few blocks away. I don't have a car." "You want me to drive you?" Jenkins volunteered. Chelsea rose without speaking. "I'll take her," said Joyce. "You stay here with Johnny." "Okay. All right with you, Chelsea?" "I can get Uber." "It'll be easier and quicker if I drive," said Joyce. Jenkins went back to his pacing, adding a loop inside near the nurse's station. The first few times he stopped and asked whoever was there how Johnny was doing. After that, he simply nodded and gave the best smile he could manage. He was just going out the door when his supervisor strode up. Jenkins was shocked. Perce Lambden was a tall black man who always dressed impeccably, often in a throwback three-piece suit. Tonight he had on a gray sweatshirt and faded, sagging jeans. His manner, though, was as imperious as ever.
"What's going on?" Lambden asked.
"Touch and go," said Jenkins. "I was just coming out for air." Inside, Lambden demanded to see the doctor in charge, even after the nursing supervisor explained that he was busy trying to save Given's life. When it finally became clear to the nurse that Lambden wasn't budging, she called a resident to talk to him. Jenkins knew that the doctor wasn't directly involved in the case, and he guessed that Lambden probably knew too, but the resident was the perfect audience, looking thoughtful and worried and respectful all at the same time. He assured both men that everything was being done for their agent. The head of surgery herself had been called in, and the trauma team was one of the best in the nation.
"Don't bullshit me," said Lambden. "Just get the job done."
"That's what we're trying to do."
"Good."
"Good." The resident clamped his lips together and nodded his head before retreating.
"Now how the hell did this happen?" Lambden asked Jenkins.
"Wrong place, wrong time," said Jenkins. He repeated what he knew about the incident. They thought the driver of the truck was the ATM thief or an accomplice, but he was still at large. If the police car hadn't sped down the block...
"I want the bastard who hit him caught," said Lambden.
"The cop car hit him and did most of the damage."
"The other one, the truck," said Lambden. "I want that bastard hung."
Chelsea pushed her head back against the headrest of Joyce Jenkins' car. No matter how tight she cinched the seat belt, it still felt loose. "Turn right on Beacon Street?" Joyce asked. "Yes." Chelsea couldn't remember telling her where she lived, but the GPS was open, moving an arrow along the map. "Are you from Boston?" Joyce asked. "San Diego. I came out for school. MIT, and then I stayed." "You're a computer scientist? There aren't too many women in that field." "No." "It's kind of funny to hear Trevor talk about computers," said Joyce. "He can barely get his phone to work. And forget about programming the TV." Chelsea didn't answer. "I imagine it must be hard for you to deal with all the men in your field," added Joyce after a few moments of silence. "Are there other women where you work?" "A few." Actually, just 24, including Messina's personal assistant. The male-to-female ratio in the technical fields was generally abysmal. "I work in an elementary school," said Joyce. "The girls seem more excited about math than the boys at that age, but they peter out." "Uh-huh. Hormones." "Huh?" "I think hormones mess a lot of us up. By the time we recover, we've missed our chance. Girls need encouragement when they show aptitude." "Was there a key to get you interested?" "I just was, in math and stuff." "Only child?" "How did you know?" "I just did." Joyce smiled at her. "I wish I had stopped him," Chelsea blurted. "It wasn't your fault, hon." "I know, but I wish—" Jenkins and his boss were joined by a comfort team, specialists who worked with the family when an agent went down. Jenkins didn't know them, but he knew their work. A similar team had met him when his brother was shot. The night passed slowly, like a crippled man crawling up a long staircase. Finally, the surgeon he had met hours earlier came out. Jenkins sprang to his feet and began walking toward him. His heart began pounding in his chest. He could feel his pulse in his neck, a hard roll on a snare drum. "He's still critical," said the doctor, holding his head. "We had to take both legs. The next 24 hours will be crucial. There's internal bleeding,
Did you know that he had a heart defect?
No, said Jenkins.
It's been stressed. There's a hole. I'm very sorry. He needs a transplant, and I don't know.
Of his legs?
No. The heart. Without it, and soon, very soon, he's gone.
Chapter 12. Boston, early the next morning. Chelsea didn't sleep. She tried, stripping off her pants and curling beneath the blanket, but the accident kept playing in her head. She kept seeing Johnny Given's face in that last moment when the car hit. As she thought about it now, logically, carefully, she didn't think that she had seen his face. She'd been too far away, hadn't she? And in the car, and there hadn't been much light. And yet she saw it in her mind clearly. She'd done nothing to stop it. After a while she gave up even pretending that she could sleep. She was sorry that she had left the hospital. How was he? Maybe dead by now. She opened her cell phone's list of calls and found the number for the FBI agent, Jenkins. "How is he?" she asked when he answered.
Chelsea?
"Is he out of surgery?" "You mean Johnny?" "Who else would I be talking about?" she demanded. "Damn... Is he... all right?" Jenkins' pause told her more than she wanted to know.
He's alive. Barely.
The FBI agent ran down a list of injuries that sounded like the index to a medical encyclopedia. Johnny Givens had already lost 2 legs. He needed a liver and a new heart. Those were the highlights. "You need to get him to a better hospital," blurted Chelsea.
Better care?
"We have... Lou has connections. He can help." "Mr. Messina has already done a lot for us. And..." "I'll call you back," she told him quickly. "I'll call you back."
Watched and unwatched. Flash forward. Messina stared at the FBI agent for a good 60 seconds, not believing at all what he had just been told.
"Mr. Jenkins," he said finally, "you're telling me in so many words that after all this work, you're not going to prosecute these bastards?"
The word bastards stuck in his mouth. It was very unlike Louis Messina to curse even mildly, even in private, but there was no other word to describe them.
"These men are responsible for crippling your agent, your friend,"
added Messina when Jenkins didn't answer.
"You're going to let them go."
"It wasn't actually them as far as we know. The thieves, it's different people, we think."
"You're still letting these people go."
That's not exactly what's happening here," said Jenkins. He had the face of a man who'd been punched in the stomach without warning and for no good reason. And yet Messina felt sure he must have expected some reaction from Messina along these lines. How could he not?
"Maybe you should explain what is happening then,"
said Messina. He rose from his desk chair, needing to exercise the adrenaline that was suddenly surging through his body.
"I'm afraid I can't go into the details," said Jenkins. His voice was shaking. There is another agency involved, and I know it doesn't make any sense."
"Well, make it make sense then. You want them to go without any justice?"
"No," said Jenkins quickly.
"No. I have to go. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry."
Real time. Chapter 13. Boston, Tuesday morning. Convinced by Chelsea to help save the FBI agent's life, Louis Messina approached the problem the way he approached any problem. All out. All of his resources were devoted to the young man. Not only did that mean all of Smart Metal's technical expertise and devices, it also meant all of Messina's considerable contacts. Grace Sisters Hospital and its experimental operating suite were put at Johnny Given's disposal, as were its doctors. Drugs that would speed his recovery, as well as sustain him through the heart operations, drugs that couldn't be bought at any price, were rushed to the hospital with the FDA's blessing. Sister Rose Marie saw personally to the young man's care, and even Father O'Gorman, one of the hospital's crusty chaplains, took an interest in the case. The latter was doubly unusual in that Johnny Givens was a confirmed Baptist. It was O'Gorman whom Chelsea met outside the ICU when she came to check on the man she'd helped so much to save. O'Gorman sighed and shook his head when he saw her. Chelsea was a Catholic, but to O'Gorman she represented the grievous future versus the blessed past. For, despite working in one of the world's most advanced medical centers, O'Gorman regarded technology as something close to the devil's plaything, if not worse. "Hello, Father," said Chelsea. O'Gorman shook his head and pointed at Chelsea's iPhone, which she was just turning off. "I hope you're not thinking of taking a selfie," grumbled the priest. "I'm just turning the ringer off." Chelsea slipped the phone into her pocket. "I'm surprised, Father." "What?" "That you actually know what a selfie is." "Vanity, young lady, is one of the 7 deadly sins. That I know. Book of Proverbs, chapter 6, verses 16 through 19, King Solomon. The phrase is a proud look. And as—" "How is that vanity?" interrupted Chelsea. "Just when I thought there was hope," grumbled the priest, stalking away. "It's vanity because it means to be too proud, which is when God trips us up," said Sister Rose, turning the corner. "But I don't think it's a sin you have to worry about, dear," she added kindly. "It's not wrong to be aware of the gifts God has bestowed on us, as long as we put them to their best use." "I try." "You're here for our patient." The nun was practically the only adult Chelsea knew in Boston whom she could regard eye to eye without raising her head. "Come." Chelsea followed her down the hall to an intensive care room. Johnny lay sandwiched in the high-tech bed, only his arms visible on the side. His body floated on a mattress of air currents, which bathed him top and bottom with medicated vapor designed to quickly heal his burned skin as well as lessen the pain. Tubes and wires ran from the top of this metal sandwich to an array of machines on both sides of the room. "We'll have him up by the end of the week," said Sister Rose. "That soon?" "He's responded well to the new heart, and we're using an experimental therapy. It is very promising, though it does rely on some nanocompounds. If he hadn't been close to death—" Chelsea did not work on the medical side of the company, and she knew very little about its prosthetics, let alone the more exotic and experimental devices like the artificial heart. But she was well aware of how important those devices were, as well as the huge advances they represented. The heart machine was a perfect example. Made of proprietary carbon strand fiber and micro-lattice nickel phosphorus, it weighed just under a pound. That was still a little heavier than Johnny's actual heart had weighed, but it was less than half what the leading fully artificial heart weighed. His new heart was only the headline. Some of his nerve damage had already been repaired by grafts that used a synthetic growth system. The doctor who had pioneered it described it as something like a cancer bath, a miniature tube inside which actual nerve cells were propagated to replace the damaged ones. And Johnny had already been measured for 2 artificial legs, which were being fashioned to his exact specifications. Sister Rose stopped Chelsea as she stepped closer to the bed. "This is as close as we should get," said the sister. Despite her diminutive size, her grip on Chelsea's arm was remarkably tight. A doctor had warned Chelsea never to arm wrestle the nun. "You never know what germs we carry." Chelsea glanced to the floor. Their toes were edging a red line. "I'm sorry, sister. I just wanted to see his face." "Still intact," said Sister Rose. "Barely a blemish. Tell me, is this interest more than professional?" "No, professional only." "A white lie is still a lie," said the sister tartly, "especially if you tell it to a nun." 2 hours later, Chelsea stood in front of a large glass screen in Smart Metal's No. 3 conference room, summarizing the situation for the group Messina had put together to help the FBI on the bank card fraud case. Jenkins, the FBI agent, sat at the far end of the table. Messina was next to him.
It wasn't a software problem at all that caused the computer in the FBI surveillance van to freeze, she told them. The operator hit a succession of keys as he tried to clean up the coffee he'd spilled. 2 of the keys were shorted, and to the program, this looked like a series of command inputs that overflowed the error buffer. In layman's terms, she added, noticing the perplexed look on Jenkins' face, the coffee fried the keyboard, so the computer hung. The program did not trap for that kind of error.
"No spilled coffee algorithm?" asked Terrence Sharp. Sharp was the head of the company's programming unit. He was trying to make a joke. As usual, his timing and tact were out of whack.
"I feel terrible about it," said Chelsea.
"We all do," said Sharp, "but the freeze had nothing to do with what happened to Agent Givens."
"No," agreed Jenkins. "Not at all."
"So, getting back to your situation here, your case," said Sharp. "Maybe it's not a skimmer."
"How else do they get the data off the ATMs?" asked Jenkins.
"Maybe the ATMs are a red herring. It's just a coincidence that there are transactions being made there with those accounts."
"I think it's way too much coincidence to rule them out."
Chelsea had spent much of the night studying ATM systems and bank security. Even before she started, she knew security on the terminals was a joke. The machine's security features, with 4-digit passwords and early DES encryption, might have been state-of-the-art when first introduced in the late 1960s, but they were now child's play to crack. Card skimmers could be built and programmed by preteens handy with a screwdriver and willing to spend a few hours searching on the Internet.
"Track the code from the banks," suggested Messina. "There must be a clue there."
"We've been working on that," said Jenkins. "But we've run into a number of technical problems and, frankly, a lack of cooperation from the banks and the processing houses in between."
"Mr. Sharp and his people will help you," said Messina. "In the meantime, we'll give you hardened laptops. No more worries about spilled anything. You'll use our equipment for your surveillance."
"Nobody is spilling coffee again," said Jenkins. "There will be no coffee in the van, period." "I just don't see this as a skimmer operation," said Sharp. "None have been found at any of the banks, and nobody takes cash from them. You should look in a different direction."
"I have a theory," said Chelsea. "I can't prove it yet, but maybe the coding is on the card." She suggested, this time solely in layman's terms, that the automated teller machines were being infected by a virus. There wasn't enough room on the card's magnetic strip for an actual virus, though. What she proposed was a little more clever. The card directed the machine to go to a bank account where the virus was actually stored. It downloaded instructions to the ATM, then erased itself after a certain period of time.
"Clever, but in that case all of the machines would have accessed the same account before they were attacked," suggested Jenkins. "And that sort of pattern would have jumped out at us."
"Not if they kept switching those accounts," said Chelsea. "Or, if they did use the same account, they could set it up so that it would only activate after a certain period of time or transactions."
"We'll have to look deeper at the pattern," conceded Jenkins.
"Then let's get it done," said Messina, standing to signal that the meeting was over.
Chapter 14. Boston, time unspecified.
Johnny Givens ran for all he was worth. He ran and he ran and he ran. His lungs banged at the side of his chest, but he still ran.
The night was deep black, so dark that the landscape had no features. He was in a field or a city or even the woods. It was impossible to tell. He saw only blackness. Then, ahead on the horizon, a bar of light. He ran toward it. It gradually grew as he approached, rising up at a slow pace. It was as if a curtain were being lifted, black giving way to pure white.
"Run! Run!"
Chapter 15. Boston, 2 days later, mid-morning. Chelsea stared out the window as her Uber driver pulled up across the street from a small one-story mall on Arsenal Street. It was the address Jenkins had given her for the FBI task force's technical crew. It looked like the backside of a 1950s gas station. She'd been expecting something a little more governmental. "We're here?" "This is the place," said the driver, reaching for the screen of the iPhone perched on the dashboard holder. "Thanks," said Chelsea. She got out of the car and rechecked the address against her phone's GPS. It wouldn't have been the first time Uber delivered her to the wrong address, but the address was right. She was 15 minutes early, and rather than going into the building, she began walking down the block, deciding to stretch her legs before going in. A small wave of paranoia hit her after a block. The neighborhood looked fine, working class but not particularly sketchy. And yet, she pushed her large bag tight against her ribs, lengthening her stride. Her father began talking to her, warning her to be careful. More specifically, "Keep your eyes about you, ballerina girl." Ballerina girl. He was the only one in the world who could say that to her and get away with it. Ballerina. Few people would call her that, since even fewer knew that side of her, that ancient ambition. Perhaps another dancer might spot the graceful way she moved, or catch a glimpse of her as she stretched, but there was no chance of a releve or a saut de basque in the street, let alone something more interesting and taxing. "The street," her father's voice told her. "Concentrate on the street, ballerina girl. Watch yourself. Eyes about you." Chelsea crossed the street to a residential section, passing a row of older houses separated from each other by narrow yards and driveways that looked as if they'd been shoehorned into place. Most of the houses had been divided into 2 and 3 apartments. Every second one seemed to have something associated with young children. Carriages or toys, a bicycle propped haphazardly against a fence. Crossing to Beacon Street, she realized her decision to take a walk was silly. Yes, she was early, but what if this was the wrong place? How long would it take to find the right one? Meanwhile, she couldn't shake the paranoia. Apprehension felt like a foggy cloud of steam clinging to her clothes, accumulating with every step. She suddenly became very aware of her skin color and guessed it was out of place here. It was absurd paranoia, she knew, and yet there it was, like a snake slithering up the side of her collar. Chelsea circled around, headed back toward the building. Though it was already mid-morning, traffic was light. Drivers sped along the street. The rush of wind as they passed gave another prod to her paranoia, but this time more understandable. Chelsea stopped directly across from the building, watching both ways and waiting until there were no cars in sight. Then she sprinted across, careful to lift her toes when she reached the curb on the other side. Her legs stiffened with the exertion. God, I'm so out of shape. I have to get back to running at least. Not even the glass door to the building indicated it was leased to the government, let alone belonged to the FBI. The press-on letters, slightly askew, announced BI Labs. Well, maybe that means Bureau of Investigation. Clever. Chelsea took hold of the large metal door handle and pulled. The door moved an inch or so, then clanged loudly as the deadbolt hit its stop. Chelsea belatedly noticed a placard near the handle. Oh. Feeling a little sheepish, Chelsea walked around the side and made her way down a dilapidated driveway. 2 strips of concrete flanked a center island of mud, gravel, and weeds, punctuated by the occasional sparkle of broken glass. The back lot was hardly more hospitable. Discarded wooden pallets were piled on one end, opposite a row of chained garbage cans and some very rusted metal drums. A solid metal door stood almost in the exact center of the structure, flanked by 2 barred windows whose glass had been replaced by plywood. The wood was so old the outer layer had peeled and warped. A few graffiti scrawls on the gray blocks looked nearly as old. A doorbell jutted from the concrete blocks next to the door, protruding on a pair of red wires. Chelsea pressed it. Nothing seemed to happen. She knocked on the door, but that seemed even more futile. She rang the bell again, then took a step back, scanning the yard. Convinced that she had gotten the address wrong, she was taking out her phone to call Jenkins when the back door popped open. A short man with a walrus mustache stuck his hand out to her.
"Miss Goodman, right?"
he said.
Yes?
"Dreyfus. Chief, Tech Section. Agent Jenkins is inside."
I wasn't sure I had the right place.
"We like to fly under the radar," said Dreyfus. "That and the government is cheap."
He laughed, then led the way through a hallway that connected to the front, where another steel door had been erected just inside the vestibule, in effect cutting off the FBI suite from the front. A computer station showed video covering both exterior doors and the sides of the building. Dreyfus had checked the feed before letting her in. Opposite the station was the entrance to an empty room about 20 by 30. They walked through it to a second room, a little bigger than the first. This was the team room, populated with metal desks and stiff-backed chairs. It had the feel of a startup company. Pizza boxes and half-full paper coffee cups were the main decorations, but the computers, all Dells, were primitive, and not just by Chelsea standards. Equipment cases and bags were piled against the wall along with coils of wire. Dreyfus introduced Jorge Flores, the tech working at one of the stations. Flores showed Chelsea the list of accounts that had been hit over the course of the past 6 weeks. It was an impressively long list, filling several computer screens, but it was also incomplete. A number of banks were balking at cooperating with the investigation. "But you're the FBI," said Chelsea. "Can't you just order them to help?"
"If we could do that, we might have solved the case by now," said Dreyfus. "But they seem to think we're part of the problem."
"As long as the case is limited to ATM machines," interrupted Jenkins, who'd come into the room while Chelsea was looking at the computer, "they'll treat it more as a nuisance than a major problem. It's a cost of doing business for them. Besides, they blame it on the customers or the processing houses. Anyone but themselves." "A hacker with this kind of access," said Chelsea, "could break into the entire bank, couldn't they?"
"Maybe yes, maybe not," said Dreyfus. "They may not be able to do more than issue commands for transfers on accounts they have credentials for."
"They're smart," interrupted Jenkins. "Go too big and they'll be hard to ignore. This way, they keep getting dribs and drabs, and over the long haul, it all adds up."
"Or maybe this is just the first phase," said Dreyfus. "Maybe they're planning to do more."
"We've studied the ATM machines and the way traffic is sent," she told them, reaching into her bag for a small USB flash drive, neatly packaged in a clear plastic case. "We have written a small app that will monitor the system and tell you when the data stream is larger than should be expected. It will pinpoint the location of the machine in the network. You can then follow the suspect."
"You're assuming there's no delay mechanism," said Dreyfus. "They may insert it and then nothing happens."
"Possibly. But the simplest way would be to send the commands immediately and then delay. The information has to be kept somewhere and the machines don't have enough memory. So, if we do this and it doesn't work, then you'll know it's the processing agents in the middle who are compromised."
"We don't think that's true," said Jenkins.
"Then good. It needs to be installed in the network."
"We can work on that," said Jenkins. "But it's going to take a while. Not everybody is going to cooperate."
Dreyfus shook his head.
"I can tell you right now, most won't. They don't want us messing with their networks, screwed up as they are."
"We thought of that," said Chelsea. She reached into the bag and took out another case, this one blue. Inside was a flash drive with a different program. "This program can do the same thing if it's inserted into an ATM machine. Even better, it can examine all the coding instantly. So, you'll be able to see if a program is being parked inside the ATM." Said Jenkins.
"Again, getting them to cooperate is going to be tough,"
said Dreyfus. "That's why we did this." Chelsea removed the last item from her bag. It looked like a paper-thin tongue depressor made of copper with a gummy black plastic lip. "What is this?" asked Jenkins, holding it between his fingers. "Wow. A high-tech card skimmer, right?" said Dreyfus. "That's right." Chelsea was pleased that the tech expert could figure it out, even if it was only an educated guess. Maybe there was hope for the FBI yet. All the electronics are imprinted in the tongue and the chip that's molded into the faceplate. It goes right inside the card reader. You'll never know it's there. We made a tool to insert it as well. "I'm not sure I'm understanding," said Jenkins. "This is a skimmer?" "It's more a monitor," said Chelsea. "It will communicate with another program and just send an alert. The network itself is never broken into." "Still, we'd need permission from the ATM owners, even if it's just a monitor," said Flores. "I'm going to have to think about it," said Jenkins. "I may have to run it by the top floor." "That'll be a no real quick," said Flores, "even before you go to the banks." Jenkins glanced at his watch. "I have a conference in a few minutes. Please excuse me." Jenkins knew it was a lame excuse, but he needed to think. Boy, did he want a cigarette. It had been 2 years since he'd smoked, the night of the operation that saved his daughter's life, as a matter of fact, but he still felt the urge at moments like this. Too often lately. He entered his office and shut the door behind him. The space was barely the size of an entry-level worker's cubicle, yet somehow it managed to look massive to him. The bare walls, the empty bookcase, and, most important, the clean desktop. Who ever heard of a clear desktop during an open investigation? Jenkins wheeled the desk chair out against the wall and sat down. The sole window in the room was a casement job, the sort installed in a basement, as if the builders really didn't want to let light in here. The banks that owned the ATM machines would cooperate, but only after each was harangued personally, and by that time these guys would be on to a different city, or maybe even a different country. What if the device was inserted by Chelsea? How would something like that play in court? It wouldn't. No way. The defense would argue that it was akin to a search without a warrant. Assuming they found out. Even if she did it and then did the monitoring and alerted the FBI to a crime? Maybe she'd be guilty of trespassing, but who would prosecute her? Not the bank whose money was saved, and not the FBI. "You could make some good money with this," said Dreyfus, turning the skimmer over in his hand. "The right place in Russia will pay over $1 million. And in Bitcoin. You won't have to worry about carrying it around." "Is that where you think these guys are from?" Chelsea asked. "Hard to say. They could be from anywhere. Czech Republic, Romania. Bosnia's pretty big with banking scams like this. Most of them are more primitive." "You've worked on a lot of cases like this?" "A few. This is the most interesting, though. Most are just tracking down people with skimmers. That's what we thought this was at first." "It makes it more interesting," said Flores, "but frustrating at the same time." "So you think you'll get permission to use this?" asked Chelsea, taking back the skimmer she'd invented. "Oh, it's not about permission," said Dreyfus. He glanced over his shoulder. "Jenks is deciding how far to push the envelope." "What do you mean?" "We go through channels. It'll be years before we get the okay. Getting permission from the Bureau is hard enough. The banks..." "So what then?" "Jenks will think of something." "Let me ask you a question," said Flores, standing up and stretching his legs. "How cooperative was the bank with your boss? Did they give him his money back?" "No," said Chelsea. "They said they would, and then they welched." "I'm going to guess what actually happened," said Flores. "The local branch was very cooperative. Then somebody above them reversed it, because there's no obvious sign of fraud. That's why he got involved. And it's not about the money, right? It's justice. Or revenge, however you want to slice it." "The same way it is for Jenks," said Dreyfus. "He was ripped off too?" asked Chelsea. "No, his brother," said Flores. "He didn't tell you?" "No." "His brother was killed while investigating a similar case a year ago," said Dreyfus. "He's convinced it's related." "Oh."
I don't think it was, added Dreyfus. The pattern is different. And there we found skimmers. But he's in it until the end now. Once he's onto something, he doesn't quit.
Jenkins was still feeling the urge to smoke as he walked back into the team room. He decided that was okay, though. Get through the afternoon without smoking, and he wouldn't be bothered like this for several weeks at least. It was like being vaccinated.
I have an idea, he told Chelsea. Your personnel will have to install the devices and then do the monitoring. Then tip us off. We can be all together, but you'd be the one at the monitor. You or whoever. So we'd be getting the information from you, as a concerned citizen.
The young woman's face blanked. She was a pretty girl, he realized for the first time. Very pretty. The glare of the overhead fluorescents shaded her skin so that it looked like the shade of a pale rose, accentuating her eyes. Those eyes narrowed slightly as he stared. She nodded. "Good," said Chelsea. "When do we start?"
"Tonight." Chapter 16. Crimea, occupied Ukraine, the same day. Gabor Talevi was not a big fan of Grozny Avia, a Russian-owned airline best known for its harrowing flights in and out of places like Chechnya. But Armenia, even Talevi wouldn't try Chechnya, was the only way to get into Crimea from the west without going to Russia, and Grozny Avia was the only airline, at the moment, connecting it to the recently annexed Free State of Russian-occupied Crimea. Getting to Armenia itself wasn't easy. Flights from Turkey had recently been canceled, and Talevi had to fly all the way to Dubai before connecting. Despite the labyrinthine route, both flights had been way overbooked. In danger of being bumped from the Grozny flight, Talevi had contemplated bribing the gate clerk, a not uncommon tactic. He'd ultimately decided against it, deciding it would demonstrate beyond doubt that he was either a spy or a smuggler, and it was always best to leave such issues in doubt. As it turned out, he had kept his seat. He received 2 large kinks in his neck and shoulder as a reward. Talevi exchanged scowls with the steward and left the aircraft, eyes straight ahead as he walked up the jetway. Even before the takeoff, flights were routinely monitored by the Russian intelligence agency known by its initials as SVRRF, and Talevi had no doubt that his arrival was noted by several other intelligence agencies as well. Hiding in plain sight was his only option, and one he was supremely good at. While he had access to phony passports and other IDs, he had left them home for this trip. It was generally safer to do so. Besides, one could find things of that nature in any country of the world. Talevi made his way through the terminal to the taxi stand, where a chaotic jumble of private cars and a few older vans crowded out the 2 licensed taxis that were trying to reach the queue. Talevi cut to the back of the mélange, knowing from experience that the easiest way to leave the airport was to find a private car that was just arriving. Using Ukrainian, he told the driver in a small, slightly battered Fiat that he was going to Pirov, a suburb a few miles south of the airport. The man suggested a price in rubles. €50, answered Talevi, switching to English and not only bumping the price in the man's favor, but offering a currency far surer and more valuable. It was also a test of sorts, which the driver passed, agreeing in broken English to provide best service quick trip. I don't care about the speed, said Talevi in Russian. Da, said the man. Yes, we go. He didn't pronounce the words well. Clearly it was a second language. Another test passed. Talevi settled back in his seat, observing the man and the car. When they were outside the confines of the airport, Talevi leaned forward and told the man in Ukrainian that he had changed his mind and wanted to go instead to Yalta on the southern coast. Yalta, said the man, feigning surprise, but not very well. For €200, said Talevi. The driver considered the offer, then began a long harangue about how difficult it would be for him to find gasoline for the trip back. Talevi let him talk uninterrupted. What do you think?
asked the man finally.
3?
200, said Talevi. €200 was an excellent price, and the man should have no problem finding fuel in Yalta.
Yes, okay, good price, said the driver.
Yalta was roughly an hour and a half away. The first half of the drive was a slog through the mountains. Talevi's fatigue was no match for the driver's recklessness, the small car spending so much time on the left side of the road that Talevi began to think the man had learned to drive in England. The second half of the journey paralleled the coast and was considerably calmer. But by then Talevi was not only wide awake, but also brooding on what he would do in Yalta. He had the driver take him directly to the Embankment, Yalta's fashionable tourist strip on the harbor. After paying the man off, Talevi went directly into Tak, a popular restaurant that had catered to wealthy Ukrainians from the west and north before liberation. The hostess looked first at the bag he was wheeling behind him, then at his jeans, which were fairly new, his sport coat, which was not, and lastly at his face. The puzzled frown she'd worn exploded into a smile. With a burst of laughter, she came out from behind the small podium and embraced him.
Cousin, what are you doing here?" she said, practically shouting.
I needed a rest. He hugged her for a long moment, then gently pushed her back. Anna, you are gaining weight.
What?
She twirled around as if looking in a mirror. No, I'm teasing. It was an old joke between them. Anna weighed 90 pounds, if that. Standing at 5'8" without heels, she looked like a toothpick.
Where is Drovok? He asked.
Where is he ever? In the back as always. Did he know you were coming and didn't tell?
No, it's a surprise for him as well. Shh, now, don't ruin it. Talevi left his suitcase near the register and went through the restaurant to the kitchen, wending his way past the prep station and the stoves to the alcove at the back, where Yorgei Drovok was hunched over a small table. He had 2 laptops open and a Microsoft Surface. He clutched a satellite phone to his ear. Talevi started to tiptoe, but Drovok looked up at the last moment, ruining the surprise.
Gabi!
Drovok jumped up to embrace his cousin, then went off to fetch a bottle of vodka. They spent a few minutes catching up on various acquaintances. Then, 2 drinks down, they got around to business, discussing how and when they would import several shipments of this same liquor. They also spoke of vodka, though most of the shipments included other items. Smuggled caviar and pickled fish were especially lucrative when going west. But the real money came the other way. The European embargo made smuggling food into Russia and its patsy state, Crimea, a very profitable activity. Drovok got a percentage for his work arranging the boats that brought the goods ashore. Lately, his share had been whittled down because the payoffs were increasing. Where once every 5th or 6th official had a handout, now it was every other. I can talk to my partners, but there are limits, said Talevi. They keep talking about Sevastopol, going in through there.
The bribes there are worse, and there would be no one for you to trust.
I don't take their side. I'm just saying.
Another vodka?
Just, then I go.
How's your daughter?
Asked his cousin when Talevi finished his drink.
Good, very good. I see the photos on Facebook. She looks more like her mother every day.
Yes. Talevi felt a sudden wave of emotion. He clasped his hands around his cousin quickly, then went back out into the kitchen, turning down the hall and grabbing a dark workman's coat before exiting into the alley at the back of the building. Walking quickly, he stepped out to the street, then crossed the road and went down a block before going toward the water. Talevi might or might not have been followed from the restaurant. It was simply safer to assume that he was, and he didn't want to be followed now. The Russians and the locals were well aware of the smuggling operations, or at least the part of it involving his cousin. If they weren't, there would have been no need for bribes. But there were other things he needed to do, and those required some measure of privacy. He achieved this in the following manner. After going down the block, he swung into an alley and doffed the workman's coat. He hopped over a fence onto the main street and 2 blocks away entered the Embankment Hotel through the front door. He slowed as he approached the registration desk, then veered quickly toward the restrooms in the side hall. Talevi put his hand up to the door, but instead of pushing in, he continued to walk, as if deciding to go somewhere else. At the end of the hall, he turned right into another hallway. The pool was here, as was a small gym. There were bathrooms between these two. He went into the men's, where, in the last stall, he removed his clothes and put on the swimming trunks that he had taken from the work coat. He bundled his clothes, carrying them with him as he went out to the pool and then the boardwalk outside, crossing the cement to a row of lockers. He put the clothes in and carried the key in his hand to the sea on the other side of the boardwalk. With a dash, he jumped in. 2 quick strokes and he dropped the key, 2 more strokes and he ducked beneath the surface, holding his breath until he was behind one of the boats tied to the nearby wharf. It would not have been impossible to follow Talevi from that point on, but it would not have been easy. And when he emerged from the water a half-hour later in the backyard of a Russian pensioner, he was reasonably sure no one had followed him. A half-hour on, driving the pensioner's car, the man had known his father, he set out for Kerch, another port town on the northeast coast. Some hours later he arrived in Kerch. After parking near the town center, he walked across the cement cobblestones in front of the Cathedral of Prophet St. John the Baptist, head bowed slightly as he passed, until he reached the nearby beach. There he found a bench in view of the sea and sat, waiting as the sun set behind him. Shadows danced across him, extending to the sand as the last few tourists walked to the inns and hotels farther up the street. Talevi remained, staring at the dark line of the jetty on his left, more park than wharf. A single ship was tied up there, a Russian corvette.
"A warm night,"
said a voice behind him in Russian. The heavy Ukrainian accent made it difficult to understand, and it took Talevi a moment to respond. "Warm is good," he replied.
"Can I sit?"
Though he had not yet seen the other man, Talevi raised his hand, gesturing that he had no problem. The man slipped around the other side of the bench, squatting on the edge of the slats. He was much younger than Talevi, barely out of his teens, and though his voice was even, he was obviously nervous. He jangled his feet around, kicking up a tiny vortex of sand and dust.
"You're Russian?"
asked the newcomer. My mother was. My father Ukrainian.
"Your Russian is very good."
My Ukrainian is better, said Talevi, demonstrating. I was looking for a good place to eat.
"There are many. You have the numbers?"
They were barely out of the authentication. The switch to Ukrainian had been meant to seal it, and here the boy wanted to be gone. Talevi considered. Was he merely scared, or was he part of a double-cross? Talevi was particularly vulnerable here, without a weapon or backup. It would be nothing for a group of thugs to appear, drag him a few hundred yards, and throw him in the water. But if it was a trap, why not just shoot him directly and be done with it? Why play games? To get the account numbers, of course.
"You have the numbers?"
asked the boy again. I'm hungry, said Talevi impulsively. He got to his feet and began walking. His contact hesitated before trotting after him. Talevi stayed near the water, working out how he might proceed. He was sure that he hadn't been followed, but that was all he could be sure of. It was very possible the young man had been, even if he wasn't working for the Russians. So hard to know. In the end, all Talevi could do was gamble on trust. But not yet. He veered right, walking up toward Yugniro, the solid-looking building on Sverdlov Street that housed the Oceanography and Fisheries Institute. 2 blocks farther, he found a small cafe and went inside. The young man followed. Talevi had only been to Kerch 2 or 3 times over the past few years, and he couldn't remember being in this particular cafe. It was nearly deserted, odd given the hour, though possibly not so strange since the Russian takeover. He asked for a table on the porch. The kid followed.
Do you think this is safe to spend so much time together?"
asked the young man when he sat. I wonder if they have beer, said Talevi. They did, and while the choices were limited to Russian, Talevi managed to find a Nightberg Shisha, a good stout. The kid said he wasn't thirsty. "Nothing, then?" Talevi asked. He shook his head. "How are things in the New Republic?" The boy frowned and shook his head. "Fair enough. The less I know about you, the better." "How do you go back?" Talevi asked. He had only been to the annexed parts of Ukraine twice since the takeover and was genuinely curious. "Through Russia. It's easier. I take the ferry. I have an hour." The beer came. The rest of the place remained empty. "I don't trust him," thought Talevi, "but realistically this does not look like a trap, and I cannot stay here all night." Still he hesitated, sipping the beer. "How old are you?" Talevi finally asked. "Old?" "Your age." "I'm 19. You go to school?" "I do many things. I'm not here to play around." The brief flash of anger reassured Talevi. He took a long sip of the beer, then slid back in the chair. "Here are the numbers. You're ready?" "Ready." "I will not repeat them."
"I don't expect you to."
The numbers were accounts in 2 banks to be used by the resistance, fighting the Russians and traitors near Donetsk. This was the only way they were transferred, person to person, with nothing in writing. The equivalent of $500,000 was in one bank, 3 times that amount in the other. How much of that would reach the resistance, Talevi could not know, nor did he want to. He was somewhat ambiguous about the conflict. He had relatives on both sides, after all. His prime interest was in the money he would receive from the CIA for delivering the information. The young man closed his eyes, memorizing the numbers. Then he rose. "You'll pay?" he asked Talevi. "Always. One way or the other." Chapter 17. Boston, the same day. Borya pedaled slowly toward the bank, watching the traffic with one eye and the curb with the other. It had been cloudy when she left home, threatening rain, but now the sun was out full blast, warming the air with a promise of spring. Buds were starting to peek out of the dead wood of the trees, and already the morning was warm enough that she didn't need the sweatshirt she'd bundled herself in. It was so warm, in fact, that she decided to stop and take it off a block from the bank. She rode up onto the sidewalk, hopping off the bike with a quick, practiced motion. The seat and pedals on the Shimano mountain bike were adjusted so her legs were at full extension, and a careless dismount could hurt. She pulled off her sweatshirt and tied it around her waist, smoothing it against her baggy khaki pants. She'd decided to skip school at the last minute and in fact was still not entirely comfortable with the decision. Her father was away, which made skipping school more problematic, not less. Any call home about her absence would go to voicemail, which she would intercept and return it, pretending to be her au pair, a college student who was a serious pain before leaving the family employ 2 years before. The woman who looked in on her in the evenings, never used the term babysitter, was a kindly old dolt who was easy to dodge. But her father had an unfortunate habit of calling the school when he was out of the country, ostensibly checking to see how she was doing. This made skipping more problematic, if not downright dangerous. Even though he wasn't Roman Catholic, her father had an unworldly, and to Borya's thinking, inexplicable respect for the nuns who ran the school. A cross word from them always brought swift retribution. Not that he would hit her. She couldn't remember that he had ever done so, even when she was 5 or 6 years old. But his lectures, these were old-school tirades, marathon sessions that varied in volume from hour to hour, and they did last hours. Guilt was a heavy component, as was the sainted memory of her beloved mother, God rest her soul, who would be invoked a minimum of 12 times. Borya hated this mother, not her real mother, whom she had only the vaguest memory of, but the sainted, beloved mother her father presented during these speeches. It was a joke, really. He'd indulged in a series of hoes for as long as she could remember. His various attempts at being discreet had grown pathetic over the years, and Boria was fairly certain that such a practice would have originated before her mom's death. How could you cheat on a person and venerate them at the same time? But he definitely venerated her now. The house was practically a shrine to her, with photos everywhere. There was a certain resemblance between mother and daughter, as visitors often remarked. Boria focused on the differences. Her own raven hair cut short and brushed back, tattoos on both her arms, baggy boy clothes in sharp contrast to the gowns and long skirts her mom wore in most of the photos. Boria chained her bike against the railing of the Starbucks where she'd stopped, then walked around the side to go into the store. She ordered a venti cappuccino, a 2-week-old habit, and gave the clerk a rewards card. He looked at it suspiciously. Boria's breath caught. The card was bogus, bought online for a fraction of its supposed value. Did he know it? Was he going to call the cops? She could get out of the shop easily enough, but it would mean leaving her bicycle behind. "Your strip's peeling off," said the clerk. "You should get another one." Boria's mouth was dry. "There's still money on it, and, it's really my dad's, so—" "I can transfer it if you want."
Sure."
The clerk tapped his fingers across the cash register, whizzing the card and a new one through the reader on the register. Boria felt frozen, worried that it was a trap. "$55.25 left," said the clerk, handing her the new card. "Your dad likes his coffee, huh?"
"Lattes," said Boria weakly.
Then she had an inspiration.
"Can I have the old card?"
"It's worthless now." He had it in his hand, flexing it.
"Yeah, but my dad, I have to show it to him."
"Control freak, huh?"
"Anal."
He handed it back to her. "Nothing on it now. It's voided out."
"Thanks."
Boria's chest didn't unclench until she was outside the store. Loading cards up with bogus money was a silly game, easily discovered if the chain security people put their minds to it. Disposing of the evidence was the best strategy. Transferring balances from card to card, that was something she'd never considered. Did that make it more or less likely she'd be caught? Boria hung the bike chain around her neck and walked the bike away, coffee in hand. The possibility of getting caught, the rush of having escaped, it was better than any drug, certainly better than the vodka she snuck from the liquor cabinet. She passed the bank. There was someone at the ATM just outside the lobby door. Good, thought Boria, spying a bench a short distance away. I'll drink the cappuccino while I'm waiting. It was only after chaining the bike and sitting down that she realized she had forgotten to put any sugar in. She decided she would drink it anyway, as a matter of discipline. I have to work on keeping my head straight, Boria told herself, taking a bitter sip. Panicking is the easiest way to get caught. Chapter 18. Cambridge, Massachusetts, 8 p.m. Chelsea dug into the suitcase and pulled out a case about the size of a cigar box. "These are small UAVs, or drones, that can stay aloft for 8 hours," she said. "We can use them to trail a suspect." "They look like birds," offered Jenkins from his spot by the truck. They were in the parking lot of an abandoned warehouse, a spot chosen not so much for its seclusion but for its almost perfect location, equidistant between 4 of the 5 ATMs they were going to watch. "That's the idea. We call them hums. It's short for hummingbirds, not my idea," Chelsea added quickly. "These can fly?" "Uh-huh, once I assemble them." Chelsea snapped a pair of wings onto the small mech, secured them, then walked a short distance from the van. "If it comes toward you, duck," she told them. It was a joke, but they had no way of knowing, which made it even funnier, to her at least. Chelsea tossed the UAV upward. Suddenly the wings flapped to life and the small robot began to fly in a circle around the lot. It was programmed to move in an ever-widening upward spiral until it reached 3,000 feet, where it would await commands from a transmitter Chelsea had also brought along. About half again as big as a hummingbird, the hums were propelled by their wings, which moved up and down at a rate that could approach 60 beats a second, depending on wind conditions. That was slower than a hummingbird, but not by much. The flying mech glided more than a bird would, reading the wind current and adjusting as necessary. It wasn't particularly fast. The theoretical limit was 20 knots, though in real-world tests the fastest it had achieved was 16. "It's not quick, so I don't think we can follow a car once it's out of the city," she told the 2 FBI agents as she walked over to them. "But we can get a good picture of the license plate." "That'll be enough," said Jenkins. Chelsea took another from the case. "We only need 4 to cover the entire area. They'll stay aloft for about 8 hours, depending on the wind. I do have to recover them. They're expensive." "Can I touch it?" Flores asked. "Of course." He extended his hand gingerly, as if the hum had been a real bird. "It's made out of a carbon fiber compound and a kind of glass," explained Chelsea. "It's stronger than it seems." Flores held it at arm's length while Chelsea explained some of its features. There was an infrared camera attached in the forward area, about where a bird's chin would be. This supplemented the guidance sensors located in the upper portion of the head. Unlike an autonomous robot like Peter, the hum relied on a remote control station to direct it. It couldn't make decisions on its own. The control unit had a pre-programmed mode for general maneuvers and unguided transport. In other words, it could be told to fly the hum to a specific point at a specific time, hover there for X minutes, then fly to another point. It would cover that on its own. It could also be told to look for certain events and sound an alert, a function of particular value here. Smart Metal had far more capable robots, but Chelsea had chosen these because they were readily available, and she was very familiar with the control unit. They were also commercial models. Losing one would not be a big deal, aside from the cost. Chelsea launched the others in quick succession, then took the control unit into the van and plugged it into the power strip that ran along the bench at the side. While it booted up, she went back to the company pickup truck and took out the antenna assembly, a pair of inside-out umbrellas and whip array that looked a little like the business end of an anorexic devil's pitchfork. Once they were attached to the roof of the van with the help of suction cups and clamps, Chelsea connected a thick cable to their mounts and ran it into the control unit. "I divided up the watch area into quadrants," she told Jenkins and Flores. "It covers the whole area under surveillance." "How do we fly them?" Flores asked, pointing at the controller. It looked like a bad marriage between a joystick and a laptop. The 17-inch screen was ultra-high def in sleek glass and pretty much looked like something you'd see on any high-end laptop. The keyboard, though, had 4 rows of unmarked rectangles running above the joystick, which was flanked by a set of keys arranged in number pad style. But these had symbols rather than numbers. And aside from an upside-down triangle and an infinity character, the markings bore no relation to anything found on a computer available at Best Buy. "They fly themselves, but you can give them verbal commands," explained Chelsea. Flores reached for the keyboard. "Don't touch," she said quickly. "It's active during the boot-up. Once this part of the screen goes green, then we're good. It will take voice commands." "I have to get the headset," Chelsea added. "Can I trust you to keep your hands off?" "We're good," said Jenkins. "No touching the entire time. This is all you." Jenkins settled onto the little bench at the front of the van while Flores checked in with the surveillance teams. All this whiz-bang high-tech stuff, his head felt like it was spinning. He had trouble working the cable remote. But this was the way of the future. If it didn't involve a computer screen, it wasn't real. As kids, Jenkins and his brother solved crimes every day, usually several times. Their obsession began with a board game, Clue, their mom had bought from a garage sale. At the precocious age of 7 and 8, respectively, the Jenkins brothers had become the Starsky and Hutch of Danbury, Connecticut. They solved the mystery of the missing cat, the misdelivered newspaper, and countless other crimes, big and small. And then both promptly forgot their obsession midway through high school. James found girls, Trevor found football. It was only after college that the younger Jenkins returned to the idea of becoming a detective, and it was in the most roundabout way. Joining the Army after a failed collegiate career, he was recruited to CID by a friend from Basic who was now a sergeant. CID, the Army Criminal Investigation Command, was the Army's investigative corps. The vast bulk of the unit's work, and certainly everything that Sergeant Trevor Jenkins was involved in, was extremely routine. His most exciting case was assisting an investigation into a string of barracks robberies. But the taste excited him, and he soon worked his way to police work, and from there to the FBI, with a brief stint in the Marshal Service in between. His brother, James, was a bored industrial psychologist when Trevor joined the Bureau. It didn't take long to rekindle his interest. When there was an opening in the behavioral science unit, James took all of 30 seconds to decide to apply. Making the switch to a field agent was more difficult, but a foregone conclusion. Now he was dead. Trevor Jenkins blamed himself inevitably. "We're good to go," Flores told him. "You want me to drop Miss Goodman off?" "She has to go alone," said Jenkins, snapping from his reverie. "We watch and move in if there's trouble." "Got it." Luddite he might be, but the video from the hums fascinated Jenkins. He'd expected that it would be moving. According to Chelsea, and from what he could see on the control screen, the tiny aircraft circled over a set point in what she called an orbit with a 500-meter radius. They were flying slowly at about 5 miles an hour, but still they were moving. So why didn't the image? Chelsea explained that the computer compensated, adjusting the data from the IR sensor in the nose so that the view was always fixed. This was easier for an operator to understand, she explained. More importantly, it provided a set of data quicker for the computer to manipulate. "Manipulate how?" asked Jenkins. "Scan it for significant objects," said Chelsea. "Movement, intensity. It's all a matter of math. Let's say we were using the sensor system to monitor an area for forest fires. We want to be able to discriminate between certain heat sources easily. It's a matrix, really. You want to be able to quickly convert the values, and you want to do everything as efficiently as possible. That's where we get into the architecture of the processing chip." "You lost me," said Jenkins. "It's an arbitrary image," said Chelsea. "A representation of what the computer is actually seeing." That didn't really help, but Jenkins nodded as if it did. He glanced at Robinson, who was sitting at the side of the van, arms folded, quietly staring at Chelsea as if he was trying to figure out how to ask her for a date. An hour passed. Customers came and went, sometimes in bunches, most often in ones and twos. Nothing suspicious occurred. Robinson began talking about baseball and advanced statistics. Chelsea seemed to know at least as much as he did about them, certainly more than Jenkins. "I'm going to stretch my legs," said Jenkins. "Anybody want anything?" "Is there a Starbucks near here?" asked Chelsea. "On every block," said Jenkins. "I'll come with you." "You have to watch the monitor." She took out her cell phone. "It'll beep if there's something up. I can pull up the image." Jenkins held the door open for her, feeling a little paternal, though he was a good 10 years too young to be her father. "They have a lot of Starbucks in San Diego?" he asked as they waited. "Every corner." "I've never been there." "It's a good place to visit. The weather's always nice." "So I hear." They got her coffee, a blonde latte, and one for Robinson, then started back for the van. "I'm sorry about Johnny," said Chelsea, "but there's hope at least." "Yeah." "Do you know who was in that truck?" "They have a few leads. It's a local matter." Jenkins tried to hide his frustration. While he didn't think the locals would do a bad job, he wanted to be on the case himself, but then he always felt that way. "I heard the truck was stolen," said Chelsea. "Yep." "It didn't seem to be connected to this." "I don't think so." They walked a half-block more without saying anything. Chelsea broke the silence. "Your daughter has one of our prosthetics." "That's right," said Jenkins. "Your wife mentioned it. Mr. Messina will really help Johnny." I'm sure he will.
Can he go back to work with you?
Probably not. In fact, it would be almost impossible for Johnny to return to the Bureau, at least in the sort of job he'd had, but that was something to worry about in the future. Right now, he just had to live. Jenkins stopped. They were a few feet from the van. He took a long sip from his coffee, thinking of the night when his daughter had been brought into the hospital. It had been a desperate night. He was sure they'd lost her. And then, when she'd recovered, seeing her without the leg the first time nearly undid him completely. He'd struggled to try and smile for her, even as tears had flowed down the sides of his face. His wife had been so much stronger.
"Your daughter's away at college?" asked Chelsea.
"Yeah, USC. She wants to go into film, be a director."
"Nice."
"I think she picked the school because it's on the other side of the country," chuckled Jenkins.
"It's a really good school for film."
"I think it's a tough business," he said, giving the answer he always gave. "But if it makes her happy."
Chelsea's phone beeped. "I think we got something," she said, reaching for the van door. The figure in the infrared was 5'8" and thin, dressed in jeans and a hooded sweatshirt. He'd taken something out of his backpack at the ATM, a walk-up on the outside of a bank building 3 miles away. The hum didn't have a good enough angle to see what he did with it, but his hands were free as he left the machine.
"Can you get a picture of his face?" Jenkins asked.
"I'm trying." Chelsea slid her fingers around the glass pad at the center of the control panel. She tapped twice, then pinched her fingers. The image changed. They were now looking from a feed focused ahead of the hum, as if seeing through its eyes. The figure was about 50 yards ahead of the hum, walking quickly. Chelsea directed the drone to circle forward, banking so that it would come around from the front, but before it reached him, the suspect ducked into an alley. As Chelsea urged the drone on, he emerged on a bicycle and began riding back in the direction of the ATM. He was fast, very fast. The little UAV couldn't keep up. The suspect turned left at the end of the block, then rode down a long hill. He was soon out of sight.
"It's all right," said Jenkins finally.
"I didn't think he'd use a bike," admitted Chelsea. "Or be so quick. I could have directed the others to help."
"It's fine. Let's go check the ATM. Robinson, you stay with the van."
Chelsea ordered the hum to orbit the area, watching in case the suspect came back.
"I want you to stay in the car while I check the place out," he told her as they drove. "Just in case."
"In case what?"
"If they're still around."
"The profile on these kinds of criminals is overwhelmingly nonviolent," said Chelsea.
"Where'd you hear that?"
"I did my homework."
"Even so."
"I can take care of myself," insisted Chelsea. Jenkins laughed. "What's so funny?" she said, more a challenge than a question. He glanced sideways as he drove. Her face was taut with anger, far out of proportion with the situation, or so he thought.
"I didn't mean it as an insult. I just, it's a question of common sense. Even I'm cautious."
"I was back in the car when Johnny got hit. If I'd been with him, he wouldn't have been."
"I doubt that. You would have been run over, too."
"I have to go to the bank machine," said Chelsea. "You said that's the way we'd work."
"Once we check it out, fine."
Chelsea waited anxiously while Jenkins walked around the ATM. Finally, he waved her over. She hopped out of the car, anxious to see what the suspect had planted. Her heart was pounding.
"It's clean," said Jenkins as she approached. "Nothing."
"Nothing?"
"Nope, nada."
"Damn."
"Can you tell if the ATM was used?" he asked.
"It didn't trip the monitoring software," she said. "So if it was used, there was nothing strange about it."
"We'll keep it under surveillance," said Jenkins. "But it doesn't look good."
He sounded as if he'd just lost $1 million bet.
Chapter 19. Crimea, same day.
After delivering the information to the resistance messenger in Kerch,
Tolevi headed back south, this time to a village in the center of the peninsula. He was visiting his mother-in-law. It wasn't a visit in the conventional sense. He wouldn't see her while he was there. This was best for both. Neither could stand to be in the other's presence for very long. The old lady blamed him for her daughter's death with a mother's logic. If he hadn't kept her in America, her baby would still be alive. Forgiveness was impossible. Tolevi naturally resented this and found it impossible not to berate her for the venomous stares she threw his way when they were together. Still, he felt the obligation, and he left pictures of her grandchild, along with several $100s worth of Russian rubles in an envelope just inside the door. He spent the night in the ramshackle barn behind the old woman's tiny house and left in the morning, traveling to Yalta at first light. There he returned the old man's car and spent the day in taverns and bars picking up gossip. At night, he rented a car and drove back to Simferopol, near the airport. He would have liked to check the northern border areas just to get a first-hand look at what was going on there, but that would have been asking for trouble, or at least complications. He had one more job to do. Despite the fact that he was helping the Ukrainian side, Tolevi was, in his mind at least, neutral on the matter of the civil war. He recognized the injustice of the Russian interference, despite their lies, but he also knew the rebels who had broken away had real grievances against Kiev and its government. Kiev's corruption and greed could not be easily dismissed, even if he himself benefited from such proclivities. The irony did not make it just, especially as he himself sought no justification. He spent the day before his evening flight wandering the city, once more listening and gathering light gossip. Immediately after the Russian invasion, a plebiscite had been held in Crimea. Over 90% of the voters were in favor of their new status as a sham independent state under Russian protection. The results, of course, were phony, but Tolevi had no doubt the result was in line with what the majority felt, if not quite so strongly or unanimously as the announced results suggested. Russia had a strong pull, historically, culturally, and business, always business. He himself was a businessman. He got to the airport 2 hours before his flight. Security had been increased since the Syrian incident, and he stood in line to have his briefcase hand-examined. It was more thorough than the checks at American and European airports where an X-ray sufficed. Here, each item was removed and inspected, but it was easier as well. If there was any trouble, Tolevi had no doubt he could buy his way out of it. The newspapers he'd purchased just before coming to the airport were of no interest to the inspectors, and as they were the only thing in his briefcase, he was passed through without comment. On his way to the gate, he stopped for a coffee. He bought it and sat at a table, stirring it slowly, waiting for his contact and the final task of his trip. He fussed with his briefcase, he'd checked his overnight bag to his final destination in the States, making sure the lock was set properly before leaning it against his leg on the floor. It was then that he spotted the man watching him several tables away. He was young, no more than 25, wearing jeans and dress shoes, but it was the bad haircut and quick glances away that were easy tip-offs. Tolevi played with his coffee. If one man was watching him, there were surely others. Where the Americans used tech gimmicks, the Russian spy services obsessed with human resources. It was not unusual for the SVR to use upward of 100 agents when tracking a subject of interest. There could not be nearly that number here. The terminal halls were fairly empty, and he would surely have spotted someone earlier. But he was sure he had attracted the man's attention. He's a baby, Tolevi thought, fresh out of training. Tolevi felt a little insulted. Surely he was worthy of being tracked by someone with more experience. Even if the surveillance team amounted to only one, unlikely, it would be difficult to lose the man in the airport. It simply wasn't that big a place, and in any event he had to eventually go to a gate. The SVR had access to the passenger lists and would know where he was headed. A last-minute change would be easily detected. Am I being paranoid? Surely, if they wanted me, they would just pick me up. They've done it before. I am, after all, on their payroll. But if they were following him here, Talevi started to have some doubts, seeing how inept the young man was with his glances, then they might be waiting for him to make his pickup. This way, they would have the incriminating evidence they wanted as well as his contact. Talevi got up and walked in the man's direction. He stared at him, daring him to meet his glare, but the man feigned interest in a woman a few seats away, never turning in Talevi's direction even as he passed directly in front of him. Talevi went into a souvenir shop, then continued down the hall to a small restaurant. He studied the menu, then went in, taking a seat at a table in the back. When the server came over, he ordered in Russian. The young man did not follow. Talevi's seat could not be seen from the hall. He scanned the small room, looking for others on the surveillance team, but there were no likely candidates. The safest thing to do, the smart thing, would have been to call off the pickup. He could go directly to the gate, board his plane when it was ready, and leave. The SVR might not let him leave, but when they searched him, there would be nothing incriminating. Not that the Russians ever needed evidence. Talevi eyed the kitchen, fantasizing a dramatic escape. It would work for James Bond, but not for him, unless he lucked into an Aston Martin on the apron. The young man with the bad haircut was nowhere to be seen when Talevi exited the restaurant, but that only stoked Talevi's paranoia. Now everyone he passed could be an agent. Anyone or no one. You're letting your imagination run wild. Talevi found the bookshop and went in. Casually lingering near the magazine rack, he checked his watch. 45 minutes to boarding, which was when the exchange was supposed to take place. He bought 2 magazines. A man, obviously Russian, watched him as he paid. The man was well built, in his 30s, the profile of an SVR supervisor, Talevi thought. No, most supervisors are older, with potbellies and poor grooming. Still, magazines in one hand, briefcase in another, Talevi made his way down the terminal hallway to a gate where a plane was just boarding for Moscow. Glancing over the crowd, he picked out a middle-aged man who did look, in fact, like an SVR supervisor, a dark jacket over black jeans with a badly wrinkled white shirt. Talevi slipped through the line, then brushed against him. The magazines fell from his hand. "Excuse me," said Talevi loudly. He handed him the magazines. "I'm sorry." "These are not mine," protested the man. Talevi was already walking briskly away. The man said something else, but Talevi couldn't hear. He saw a woman darting toward the gate. An agent? Or someone who had just heard the call to board? Talevi's heart was pounding. He crossed to the men's room, found the urinal at the far end, and put down his briefcase as he unzipped his pants. There were 3 other people in the restroom, all at the urinals. 4. An Asian-looking gentleman dressed in a business suit came in, pulling a wheeled carry-on and a briefcase identical to Talevi's. He chose the urinal next to his. Talevi fixed his pants, then left, quickly grabbing the briefcase from the floor. The other man's. Outside, his plane was being called. Talevi walked to the gate. The man with the bad haircut was near the gate, waiting. Talevi took out his ticket. He smiled at the man. The man frowned. Safe. I was just paranoid. He held the ticket for the gate attendant, who checked off his name on her clipboard, then waved him up the jetway. Talevi glanced at his ticket to check where his seat was. His hand was shaking. Relax, we're done here. Get aboard, Talevi! His name boomed in the tunnel. Talevi turned. The woman he had seen earlier was behind him, leading 2 tall, much younger men. SVR, all of them. Yes, he said. Let me see your briefcase. The woman's voice was just like a man's. Talevi hesitated. Why? Open it. Here, he told her, handing the briefcase over. She grabbed it and clicked open the clasp. The 2 men stopped behind her, stationing themselves to block off escape. Stuck here. Better to talk yourself out of it. Call Keisha, the hound. Get him to help. The handler would never take his call. He was on his own. The woman pulled out a newspaper, then passed her hand all around the interior of the briefcase. Except for the paper, it was empty.
You may go,
she said, handing it back.
A mistake.
No need to apologize, said Talevi. Have a good day. Chapter 20. Cambridge, nearing 9 p.m. The false alarm dampened everyone's spirits, but not their appetites.
I could smell that pizza 2 blocks away, said Jenkins as they returned to the van.
I figured you'd all be hungry, said Flores, who'd brought 2 pies. Mushrooms and plain. Chelsea shook off the offer.
You gotta be hungry, said Jenkins. Come on.
Not for pizza, she told them. Perfectly balanced food, said Robinson. Fat, carbs, protein, tomato sauce. Don't get any better than this. She rolled her eyes. Jenkins was right, she really should eat, but not pizza. She looked at the video console, which showed the ATM they had under surveillance. It was all on the FBI now. Nothing going on, said Flores. Only 2 people have used it all night.
We'll keep surveillance on all night, said Jenkins. But it doesn't look good.
At precisely 5 minutes to 6, Jenkins' second-in-command knocked on the door of the van, ready to begin the day shift. With him were 2 other FBI agents and a young smart metal employee, Jason Chi, who worked in the UAV division but had a strong background in AI. It took less than 3 minutes to brief them. Jenkins checked in with the surveillance teams, who were also being replaced, then walked Chelsea out to her pickup truck. "See you tomorrow night?" she asked.
"Absolutely."
Riding back to the task force headquarters, he checked his messages. His brother's wife had called twice during the night. Both times she'd tried to say something but couldn't get it out. Too tired to call her back, he told himself she'd probably be sleeping. He checked his official email quickly, then left for home. 2 hours after he arrived, Dreyfus woke him with a phone call.
"They struck overnight," said the tech supervisor. "I just got a call from Bank of America."
"Son of a bitch! Was it the machine we were watching?"
"No. And none of the ones we staked out," said Dreyfus. "But—"
"Yeah?"
"It was in the next batch on the list. We just missed it."
Jenkins collapsed back on the pillow, completely defeated. Chapter 21. Boston, later that day. So, as we know, the graph of a hyperbola goes nearly flat as you move from its center. This part is called the asymptote of the hyperbola, and we use these equations to graph. Boria watched the teacher slash his chalk across the blackboard, dust flying. She liked that. All of the other teachers used smartboards. Mr. Grayson was old school. She saw the graph before he drew it. 2 slight curves across the x-axis, one kissing the y-axis, the other a mirror image off to the right. You could flip it. Mr. Grayson continued spewing chalk, almost frenetic, as he explained the math behind the graphs and calculations. There was something about calculus that made even boring people like Mr. Grayson excited. Boria loved math. It was the only class she felt any emotion for, good or bad, but she had other things on her mind today, like collecting the money from last night's haul, the primary reason she'd come to school. The bell rang. Boria glanced at the board, quickly memorizing the homework assignment, then began filing out. "Boria, please," said Mr. Grayson, calling her just as she reached the door. She turned and walked back to the desk. Grayson was a tall, middle-aged man. He had a slight stoop and perpetually smelled of peppermint, which some students thought came from schnapps, but Boria knew came from the candies he chain-sucked between classes. Though not handsome like her father, he was not an ugly man, if one disregarded his overgrown nose hair. "Mint?" asked the teacher, reaching into his drawer for a bag of the candies.
"No, thank you."
"So, asymptotes, interesting equations, no?"
"Uh-huh."
Boria wondered why he had called her back. You know, you didn't show your work on your last quiz, he told her, still smiling. She shrugged.
It was too easy.
He frowned. They'd had this discussion several times. To Mr. Grayson, the steps were always more important than the actual result. Inevitably, he explained, you will reach a point where there will be a mistake, and solving it requires a precise review of steps, and your memory, no matter how good it may be, will fail. She didn't disagree. There certainly were situations where reviewing steps was absolutely necessary. That just didn't include the questions on most of his quizzes, or even the tests for that matter.
I'll try to remember, she said, taking a step to leave.
There was something else. Grayson had a habit of bunching his lips together when he explained a difficult concept in class. He did that now. Some of the teachers and the principal, it's been noted that you're not doing that well in some of your classes. English, for example.
ELA? We read stupid stuff.
What are you reading?
Catcher in the Rye. I really don't give a shit about Holden. He's kind of a jerk, you know what I mean?
Grayson frowned, but clearly he did know, she could tell. Well, be that as it may, he admitted, but still, you have not been in that class.
I have this autoimmune issue, she said. Sometimes it kicks up.
Yes, I've seen. Well, is there something else? Something up at home? I only ask because the principal, Sister Josephine, is concerned. Sister Josephine was always concerned about something. Unfortunately, her concern generally expressed itself in the form of detention.
We're good, said Boria.
I know your mother isn't with us anymore, said Grayson quickly. Very unfortunate. Boria smiled, nodded, then quickly left, knowing from experience that Grayson would have nothing else to say. Men especially were sweet when they thought about her being dead and all. A few minutes later, Boria entered study hall, where she got a pass to go to the library. After a few minutes pretending to work on a paper about the odious Catcher in the Rye, she opened another window in Microsoft Explorer, tapped a few keys to get past the school's rather pathetic nanny program, then entered the URL of a site that allowed her to roam the so-called black internet without being traced. Within moments, she was looking at a bank account in the Czech Republic. $18,000 exactly. Not bad for a knight's haul. The zeros intrigued her. Theoretically, there was nothing special in the fact that the digits aligned so perfectly, but they appealed to her sense of beauty nonetheless. She heard the footsteps just in time, completing a small transfer to the account she used for withdrawals before closing the screen. "Not copying, I hope," said the librarian, peering over her shoulder.
"I don't see why we have to read a book 50 years old," complained Boria, not even bothering to counter the implicit accusation of plagiarism.
"Do you?" "Cite your sources," said the woman, her voice not entirely pleasant.
"I know that."
"J.D. Salinger is a classic," said the librarian as she moved on. "And it's 70 years old. Nearly. Check your sources carefully." School over, Boria walked down the steps and turned the corner slowly, careful not to betray any sense of urgency to the teachers she knew would be monitoring her from inside. 3 blocks later, she continued to resist the urge to break into a trot, walking deliberately in the direction of her home. Mr. Grayson's talk was fresh in her mind. She knew the nuns were worried about her, which inevitably meant they would be talking to her father when he got back, even if he didn't call himself. That could mean many things, including a possible grounding. She'd have to prepare for the worst. $300 in cash, rather than the usual $2. The machine dispensed the money gladly. She smiled for the camera as the money came out. Her dad was due back for the weekend. Maybe one more sweep tomorrow night, then lay low for a while. She was getting bored of ATMs anyway. Chapter 22. Otopeni, Romania, near Bucharest, same day. By the time he reached Henri Coanda International Airport in Romania, Tolevi was exhausted. The adventure at the Crimea airport was the least of it. The flight to Armenia had been late and his connection missed. That left him to fly on Tarom Airlines, whose idea of first-class luxury was a worn leather seat in a 40-year-old Ilyushin Tu-18D. The four-engine Russian airliner was powered by noisy turboprops, and even though he sat toward the front of the aircraft, their drone bulldozed past his Bose noise-canceling headphones until his head felt like splitting apart. Released from the plane, he went straight to the restroom where he soaked his face in the sink. He caught a glimpse of himself as he swallowed 4 Tylenol for his headache. Tolevi looked like a Russian businessman, or maybe a member of the mafia. Gray suit jacket over a plaid shirt, new leather briefcase hanging from a strap. His black hair had a few strands of gray. Had those been there before he left the States? He slicked them down before heading to the food court. Tolevi's CIA contact was milling around near the popsicle-shaped pop art sculpture by the escalator. Tolevi was surprised. Ordinarily, a low-level officer, usually fresh from the farm, met him. Instead, it was Yuri Johansson himself. That couldn't be good. Tolevi went to the Burger King kiosk and bought a Whopper along with fries and a shake, then found an empty table. Ordinarily, his contact would wait, confirm his identity, then follow him to the restroom, where they would make the exchange. But Johansson came straight over and asked if he could sit. Another very bad sign. Tolevi gestured for him to sit. He played it as if he didn't know the man, not sure what to expect.
"We heard what happened at the airport," said the CIA officer. "We're glad you made it."
"I'll bet."
"Did you get it?" added Johansson.
Tolevi glanced up at him.
"When exactly have I failed?" he said in Russian.
Johansson smiled. His Russian was very good, but he stuck to English.
"We're very appreciative. There'll be a bonus."
"The man I met in Kerch," said Tolevi. "Very young. The movement, I don't know how long they can last." He'd debated whether to mention it, deciding he better in case something went wrong.
"The Loyalists are clearly losing ground if they're scraping the bottom of the barrel," he explained, "and that is bad for my business as well. Bad all around."
"I see." Johansson seemed neither concerned nor surprised, but then he never did. So how had he heard about the problem at the airport? Perhaps the man with the bad haircut worked for him rather than the Russians. Tolevi bit into the hamburger. It didn't quite taste like a burger he'd have back in the States. Then again, he rarely, if ever, ate at a fast food restaurant. That was only something he did as part of the recognition routine. Maybe a way for the CIA to torture him, he thought.
"We have something critical coming up we were wondering if you could handle," said Johansson. "We need to get somebody out."
"That's not my usual line," said Tolevi.
"You've done it before."
"That was a one-time deal," said Tolevi, picking up a French fry. "I've been thinking about getting out of the business completely."
"Can you afford that? The rent on your townhouse is very high. Your car lease, the summer house in Maine, and you owe quite a bit of money to your friends, I understand."
"Easily paid," lied Tolevi. He was, in fact, quite a bit in the hole of late. Several deals had not worked out, costing him his principal.
"And then there's college tuition soon."
The reference to his daughter was subtle, but not subtle enough. It was more like something the Russian FGB would say.
"That's not a threat," said Johansson quickly. "I'm just saying compensation will be very good for this. And then maybe that will be the time for a sabbatical. When it's done."
"What exactly are we talking about?"
"In a few days."
Johansson rose, then reached across and took the briefcase Tolevi had put on the seat.
"Go home and rest. Have a good flight."
Chapter 23. Boston, the next day.
"I'm in a room with an aquarium. I'm in an aquarium. Who are these people talking? Why are the lights on? Johnny Givens opened his eyes. He wasn't exactly sure where he was. No, he knew he was in a hospital. How he knew that, though, he couldn't say. A woman was standing over him. She was smiling. A nurse. She wore a paisley blue top and white pants. A man stood next to her, older, gray hair. He was frowning. "Doc," he muttered. "I'm not your doctor. My name is Louis Messina. I'm responsible for your being here." "You found me?" The nurse choked back a laugh. "No, I had you moved here. You needed a new heart." "What?" "Dr. Gleason will be in soon to explain," said the nurse. "Can I have some water?" Johnny asked. The nurse left to fetch it. Messina stared at him, his face stone. "You've lost your legs. Both of them," Messina told him. "We're preparing prosthetics." "What? My legs? They're here. I feel them." Johnny started to push himself up, but a black wave hit him and slammed his head back to the pillow. "They're not," said Messina coldly. "It's phantom pain. They've done a lot of work on you. They're going to do more. The sooner you can start rehabilitation, the better." "What the hell are you talking about?" asked Johnny. "The heart is designed to last 10 years. By then, either you'll be a candidate for a human one or we'll have a better model. I suspect both. It'll be your choice." "What?" "We've given you drugs to speed your recovery. Normally it takes weeks to get stumps. In my day it was months, many months. The drugs will make it happen overnight, literally. Without them you would have died. There are side effects," Messina added, "but we'll get into that when you're well." "Who the hell are you?" "I'm sorry you were hurt," said Messina. He turned to leave. "Wait," demanded Johnny. "My legs." "You won't miss them." "What the hell are you saying? How would you know?" Messina removed his sport jacket, then slowly rolled up the right-hand sleeve of his sweater. He reached his left hand up to his shoulder below the shirt. Then he removed the arm and held it toward Johnny. The black wave returned. Johnny felt as if he was going to faint. Messina left without saying another word. Chapter 24. Boston, the next day. Boria threw herself back on the bed, rolling against the $20 bills she'd sorted into neat piles perpendicular to her pillows. Her home stash amounted to just over $1,000, including money from her birthday, her godmother's semi-monthly presents, and her dad's allowance. It was literally more cash than she knew what to do with. It didn't count her secret money, or even the bills hidden in an envelope taped to the back of the dresser. $257 she had saved from her last enterprise, helping Gordon Heller dispose of 2 stolen TVs last year. She shouldn't have done that. 3 years older than her, Gordon had practically hypnotized her at the time, though now she couldn't begin to imagine why. He was smelly and not very bright, though obviously smart enough to find someone else to deflect blame when doing something illegal. 2 days after she told him she wasn't going to give him a BJ, as he called it, he started going out with Cynthia Grice, and that was that. Jerk. But what was she going to do with all this money? A new computer. Her MSI was starting to seem a little slow, even though it was only 6 months old. Trombone Hacker D had been bragging on Asus lately. Maybe she'd check it out. She didn't have enough money for that. She wasn't going to touch the money she'd already hidden in the Austrian bank, the vast bulk of her gleanings from the ATMs. There was a reason to do one more round, then close down. Okay. A goal. Boria rolled back off the bed, gathered the money back into 4 separate piles, and hid it away in various places in her room. Then she grabbed a sweatshirt, checked her hair, and went down to get her bike.
When she'd started, the ATM enterprise had been a challenge and a lark, a goof, a little bit of fun and excitement. It didn't hurt anyone, not like Gordon's thefts. The banks made good from what she heard. She had started by looking into skimmers, then realized that the card machine her father had locked in his office safe gave her possibilities far beyond what a skimmer gang might have. Figuring out how to get the safe open was harder than the coding. Not really, but the coding wasn't all that hard to do with the help of a little research on the internet. But the excitement had worn off. It was time to try something else. What exactly? Boria pondered the possibilities as she unchained her bike from beneath the back porch. Tolevi leaned forward in the back seat as the sedan pulled up the street near his house. As always, he felt a slight touch of nostalgia, remembering how his wife would always be waiting when he returned. That was more than a decade ago, several lifetimes, and a different continent. As he reached for the door, a figure darted from the driveway of the neighbor's house one door down. It mounted a bicycle, smoothly gliding down the street. Was that his daughter, Boria? It certainly looked like her. Slim build, pressing down toward the handlebars exactly the way she rode. The rider passed under a lamppost near the corner. He or she was wearing a gray hoodie. None of this was exactly verification, but he was sure it was Boria. And he was also sure it was past 8 p.m., which was her absolute curfew when he was out of town. What the hell was she up to? "Indulge me," Tolevi told the driver. "See if you can follow that girl on the bike, the one who just turned. I want to see where she's going." "But it's my daughter," said Tolevi sharply. "I want to see where she's going. She's breaking curfew." "I don't know, sir." Tolevi leaned forward and dropped a $100 bill on the front seat of the limo. "I have boys myself," said the driver, putting the car in gear. "Much safer." Chapter 25. FBI Surveillance Van, Cambridge, same time. "The problem with the Sox is that they can't get consistent pitching," said Flores. "And they traded away Trey Ball. He was a phenom." "Would have been a phenom, maybe," said Jenkins. Chelsea tuned the men out as they continued to argue gently about baseball. She checked the gear. They were tapped into 12 teller machines tonight and would be able to cover another 24 by the end of the week. If they hacked into the ATM clearinghouses, something like bus depots for bank transactions, they could cover them all, but even Messina thought that was a bit too far. For now, anyway. Jenkins would definitely veto it. Chelsea could tell that he was having second thoughts about what they were doing, even though it had been his idea. He had a line in his head that he wasn't going to cross, though he wasn't very good at explaining exactly where it was. They had 8 UAVs in the air tonight, each doing what the flight engineers called an orbit around their designated airspace. The orbits, slightly elliptical patterns, were designed by the computer for maximum coverage. Chelsea toggled from hum to hum, looking at the infrared feeds. The people walking each starred in a movie she'd come in halfway through and would leave before it ended. She was a strange kind of voyeur, watching them as if she were sailing above them, an angel from heaven looking for the soul she'd been sent to find. Or the devil, maybe. The system blurted an alert. ATM-4, unusual activity detected. ATM-4. The UAV in that area tucked its wing and sped in the direction of the machine, a mere 3 blocks away. "I have something," said Chelsea. Chapter 26. Boston, same time. By the time his daughter turned onto Warren Street in Watertown, Tolevi had decided that he had seen quite enough. He couldn't imagine why she was riding so far from home. Or, to be more precise, he didn't want to imagine. He shut out all possibilities, boyfriends, drugs, worse, and did his best to clamp down on his simmering anger. As they neared Boston Children's Hospital, Tolevi wondered if perhaps Boria was visiting a young friend, While that wouldn't be completely acceptable, she was still out of the house past her assigned curfew, it would still be far better than any of the other possibilities. But she rode past, stopping at a bank machine down the street. To buy drugs? "Let me out," Talevi told the driver. "And wait. Come on, come on!" The driver pulled across a driveway. Talevi leapt from the car and ran to the ATM. His daughter was just grabbing her bike. "Boria! Boria!" he yelled.
Daddy?
Startled, the girl dropped her bike on the ground. "What are you doing here?" Talevi demanded. He felt his hands trembling. The idea of his daughter as a drug addict or worse was unnerving.
Daddy, what are you doing here?
"I just came home. Why are you out? What are you doing?"
Nothing. I was...
Her voice trailed off. "What's in your hand?"
Nothing.
Talevi leaned forward and snatched his daughter's hand. She tried to jerk it away. Though he was surprised at her strength, in the end the young teenager was no match for him. A bank card fluttered from her hand to the pavement. "What money did you take?" he demanded.
You hurt me, Daddy.
"No tears, girl. That won't work with me." He was lying. Already his daughter's distress was having its effect. His anger weakened. Boria was too precious for Talevi to be completely unaffected. But this was for her own good. "Where's the money?"
I didn't take money.
"Empty your pockets." He expected defiance, but instead Boria put her hands into her front pockets and turned them inside out. Her cell phone was in her back pocket. She showed it to him, slipping her hand in the other to show it was empty. "Whose card is this?" he shouted. He glanced at it. "It's not mine." No answer, just averted eyes. "What's the PIN number?" he demanded, holding up the card.
I'm going home.
"Get in the car," he demanded.
I'm going home.
She picked up her bike and hopped on. Talevi started to grab her, then decided to let her go. He turned back to the machine and put the card in. He hesitated for a moment, his mind blanking as he tried to recall her birth date. It was the most logical PIN. September 10th. 910. 0910? He hit the keys. That didn't work. Maybe 9010? Or was it just the year she was born? As he started to punch the numbers, a car sped down the street, hit the brakes hard. The screech filled Talevi with a dread he hadn't felt since the doctor walked toward him in the hospital the night his wife died. "Boria! Oh no!" Two men jumped from the car. All he could think of was that they had hit her. It took a few seconds for him to realize that wasn't the case at all. By then, each man was on a knee, aiming a Glock 40 pistol at his chest. "What is this?" "Hands up!" shouted one of the men. Talevi slowly spread his hands. The men were between 5 and 7 meters away, too far for him to try knocking away the weapons. Had his daughter set him up? Impossible. Who was behind this? Medved? Sergei? One of the men was black, and the Russian mob never used blacks. "Keep your hands up," said the closer man. "Are you robbing me? I have no money," said Talevi. "I'll give you this bank card. That's all I have." "Toss it down." Talevi's mind jumped to a calmer place. He would talk himself out of this, get close enough to grab one of the guns and then kill them both. Or just give them his wallet, the cost of doing business. And of seeing his daughter again. "Boria, I didn't mean to yell at you, baby. It's just you frustrate me sometimes. What were you doing out past curfew?" "Step back to the machine," said the man closest to him. "It's just business," said Talevi. "No need for excitement." "Turn around and face the wall," said the man. His partner rose and scooped up the ATM card. "I don't think that's a good idea. You get the money, I get away and forget who you are. I'm sure that's a great deal for all of us." "We're not robbing you, asshole," growled the man who had retrieved the bank card. "We're with the FBI, and you're under arrest." Chapter 27. Boston, 20 minutes later. Borea fought back tears as she raced the last block to the house. She was angry with her father and angry with herself. Why had he come back early? Didn't he trust her? Why had she insisted on going out one more time? Where was the sense in that? What was she going to tell him? He had the card. Of course, accessing the account wouldn't tell him anything, certainly not what she was up to. There was $37 and change in the account. He'd ask where she got it. That wouldn't be the only question he'd ask, or the hardest. How did you set this account up? You're not 18. A friend? Which friend? James? James who? God. She would never be able to bluff her way through. The account had been set up entirely online. She could tell him that. Just leave out the details. I set the account up myself online. Why? 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 Because I wanted to see if I could do it. Dumb answer. That was practically admitting that she had hacked in. But she didn't hack in. And she had set up the account online. And lied in doing so, of course, but still the original setup was legit. What followed wasn't. Everything that followed. Should she tell him everything? Oh, God, no, he'll have a conniption. Conniption. One of her teachers used that word. It was a good word. It fit. Borea let her bike drop on the back walkway and ran up the stairs. She'd beaten her father home. Maybe she could pretend she was sleeping. Chapter 28. Boston, a half-hour later. They took the suspect to the FBI field office at 1 Central Plaza, walking him in through the back and up to a suite of interrogation rooms. The Bureau had assigned an interrogator, Jill Hightower, to the task force. She met Jenkins as they walked in, standing back against the wall as the agents and suspect passed. Letting the others go ahead, Jenkins led her to the small office down the hall. "He's the guy?" asked Hightower. "Looks like it." "He talk?" "Said nothing." "Ask for a lawyer?" "No." Hightower seemed skeptical, but let it pass. "A little older than I expected. Better dressed." "Yeah." Jenkins thought that, too. He'd expected someone in their 20s, a gopher. This guy looked much farther up the food chain, and he was smart enough to keep quiet. "Did he have ID?" "Passport and driver's license." Jenkins showed her the passport. "We're checking it out. There are no local warrants, for what that's worth." "I hate it when they don't fit the profile," said Hightower. "We going in together, or do you want to hang back?" "Let's do it together." "You better get some coffee first. Your eyes are slits." Back at the van in Cambridge, Chelsea watched as the hum circled above the black Lexus it had followed from the bank ATM. The driver had gone inside the nearby convenience market. "Surveillance team is about 5 minutes away," said Flores. "Any change?" "Still inside. Oh, wait, here he comes." The driver came out with a large coffee in one hand and a six-pack of something in the other. He went to the rear of the car and popped the trunk. "Coffee for now, beer later," said Chelsea. "He'd be in the same place if he skipped both." "He's not drinking the coffee," said Flores, looking over her shoulder. "Watch." The driver dumped the coffee out onto the pavement. He had put 2 cups together, one inside the other. He switched them so that he had a clean cup on top, then he opened one of the beers and poured it in. "At least it's a light beer," said Flores. "Can you get him for DWI?" Chelsea asked. "Have to call the locals." "Not worth it. Here are our guys. They'll handle it." Chelsea watched as 2 FBI agents walked over to the Uber car. They had already run the plate and found out who the driver was, an Iranian Christian who had come to the U.S. a decade and a half before. They didn't expect trouble, and they didn't get it. The man got out of the car without resisting, and after a few moments of conversation, walked meekly back to the agent's vehicle. By then, 4 other FBI agents had moved in to secure his car. It would be searched and possibly impounded depending on how cooperative the driver was. With the driver in custody, Flores visibly relaxed, joking with the surveillance agents and checking baseball scores on his phone. Chelsea flipped back through the hum video screens, first checking on the two FBI agents watching the ATM, who were waiting for a technical crew and the bank manager to arrive so they could remove it. After that, she flipped over to the other UAV feeds. Their placid scenes were almost shocking to her. How could things anywhere else be calm when there was so much excitement elsewhere? It was exciting even just sitting here in the van. More exciting than watching a robot she'd programmed run through its paces. Or rescuing someone? That had been different somehow. More immediate, or more dire, or more... That was different because it happened so quickly, and she was inside it. This was quick, too, or had been, but she was more distanced, more able to make decisions. But both experiences were more like dancing than math, more like a sport, adrenaline racing, and she liked that. It was a part of her that hadn't been used in several years. "You gonna join us when we wrap up?" Flores asked. "Don't we have to keep watching?" Chelsea asked. "Nah, they have it under control now. We'll just wrap it all up." "What are you going to do?" "Go home, I guess." "Hell no, we have to celebrate." "Ike's." "Where's that?" "Downtown, it's great." "Is it open this late?" "For us." Tolevy sat ramrod straight in the chair in the FBI interview room, staring at the two-way mirror across from him. Did they really think he didn't know he was being watched? Did anyone not know? The door swung open. The man the others had been deferring to walked in, followed by a short, slightly overweight woman. Neither was dressed particularly well. The man's suit was crumpled at the shoulders, a clear sign that he had bought it at a JCPenney or some similar outlet. The woman's slacks were a size too big, her jacket the opposite. "So, Mr. Tolevy," the man pulled out the chair opposite him. The woman sat down next to him. "You live in Boston?" Who was going to play good cop, Tolevy wondered. Probably the woman. "You have my passport," said Tolevy. "Were you planning to go somewhere?" asked the man, who hadn't introduced himself. "I just got back." "And you went to the cash machine rather than going home?" "I wanted to make sure I still had money in the account." "No withdrawal?" asked the woman. They hadn't told her they'd looked in his wallet. Or maybe she was just playing dumb. "I don't think we've been introduced," he told her. "Jill Hightower. I'm a senior agent." Tolevy turned to Jenkins. "And you?" "Jenkins, agent in charge." "Well, Jenkins, agent in charge, why am I here?" "I think you know." "No, really, I don't. And I believe you're under some sort of obligation to tell me." "Do you understand your Miranda rights?" asked the woman. "Let's go over them again." Jenkins studied the suspect as Hightower went through the pro forma warnings. She was right about him. He was very much more polished than what they had expected. But his background fit. American of Ukrainian and Russian descent. Russian mob, had to be. "You want a lawyer?" Hightower asked when she was done. "Not unless I need one," said Tolevy. "Oh, you definitely need one," said Jenkins. "And a good one." "Why is that?" "What were you doing on Warren Street?" "I think you already know I was at the ATM." "How did you get there?" The question took Tolevy by surprise. Why were they asking about the ATM? Surely they were here for something else. Did they know he had dealings with the SVR? Were they upset about that? But if that was the case, why hadn't Johansson mentioned it, or simply taken him to Bucharest? It could have been easily arranged. The key now was to stay calm until he figured out what the game was. "I had a car drive me to the ATM," said Tolevy. "What's the big deal?" "Who drove you?" asked Jenkins. He said it so quickly that Tolevy suspected he already knew the answer. There was no sense lying anyway. The one thing he wanted to do, however, was leave his daughter out of it. He didn't need the FBI, if these guys were really FBI, not CIA pretenders, scaring the crap out of her. Though that was tempting in a way. Whatever the hell she was up to, maybe a little tough love would straighten her out. No, foolish. They would harm her. Best to leave her out. And yet he wasn't sure exactly how he could do that. Lie, and they'd use that to pressure him somehow. An Uber car picked me up at the airport. They just started doing that, he added. I find it useful. Usually a little cheaper than a service. And you went straight to the bank machine? No, I was going home and then decided to go there. Why? Why do we do anything? He turned and looked at the woman. She had a sympathetic smile, but of course that was an act. You have to watch the sweet ones. You stopped at home, then went to get money? She asked. We almost stopped. Then, I changed my mind. Aren't there more convenient ATMs? Asked Hightower. Why are you so interested in my banking? A strategy started to crystallize. Talevi would push them a bit. If they were FBI, they would be looking for a payoff. That would be proof he was working with the Russian spy agency. They could look for that all they wanted. And ultimately, if, or rather when, he went back to the CIA, he would easily explain that. The only way to get access in Crimea was to deal with them. It was impossible not to. Surely Johansson knew that, even if he didn't know the extent. Tell us about how you skim the ATM machines, said Jenkins. Excuse me? Asked Talevi, taken off guard by the question. It seemed a non sequitur, out of left field. Your scam on the ATM machines, Jenkins smirked. Tell us about it. Talevi glanced at Hightower. She had a slightly distressed look on her face. He guessed that meant that the other agent had gone off script. But what the hell did that question mean? I don't know what you're saying, Talevi told them. Skim? How? Don't bullshit me, said Jenkins. Who do you work for? Or do they work for you? You've lost me, said Talevi. Explain what you're talking about. Jenkins reached into his jacket pocket and took out a baggie. Inside was the bank card Talevi had taken from his daughter. What's this? An ATM card. What about the coding on it? Did they think he was passing information with a bank card? No. This was some sort of ruse or plan to get into his house and unlock his safe, where he had the machine he used to make false IDs, including the credit and bank cards. Keeping it there hadn't seemed like that big a risk. He wanted to be able to move quickly in case there was trouble, and the CIA knew he used phony identities, so the machine wasn't particularly incriminating. But they were obviously going to use it as if it were. Time to call their bluff. I know nothing about coding, said Talevi. I believe I'm entitled to a phone call, am I not? Chapter 29. Boston, a half hour later. Flores and the others had to secure the van and check in back at the task force headquarters, so Chelsea went alone to the bar, a place on Tremont Street. She'd never been there before, not unusual since she was hardly a partier. She'd expected a fairly rowdy place given the way Flores and the others had talked about it, a sports bar maybe, or a place the Dropkick Murphys would call a second home. But Ike's was far more upscale than that, lounge-like, the sort of place you might find on the roof of an upscale hotel, except it was in the basement, and the images that were being projected on the fake windows at the side were just that, images piped directly from video cameras on the roof. The music was cool jazz, late 1950s to early 60s vintage, a very sophisticated vibe that Chelsea never would have associated with the bureau guys she'd met, and certainly not with Flores. But they were all there, a dozen of them, all in their late 20s or early 30s. 2 were women, which she hadn't realized from the radio transmissions. Only one was black, a tall football player type who said he came from Nebraska when they were introduced, then shyly moved away, talking first to the man he'd partnered with, then to the bartender and waitress at the far end. Most of the agents were not from the Boston area. They had volunteered from different offices across the country, expressing a variety of reasons. Boredom, said one outright. The others laughed, though Chelsea guessed they were only surprised at his candor. Dreyfus, the head of the tech team, came in about 45 minutes after the others. Chelsea was just finishing her beer and was thinking of leaving. He convinced her to stay, asking about where she'd gone to school, what her majors had been. "And how did you end up at the FBI?" she asked him.
I was in the Army as an E5, which is a sergeant, and I was repairing combat networks. A lot of wires," he laughed. "I left a year after the Gulf War, got my BS at RIT, and here I am, in Miami."
"This doesn't look like Miami," said Chelsea.
"Shh, don't tell him," said Flores.
"Let him figure it out on his own."
"I'm assigned to Miami, although I don't think I've spent more than a week there in the last 2 years.
He took a long sip of his drink, a Dewar's on the rocks, then pushed it toward the bartender for a refill.
"I got out of Rochester because of the snow. They assigned me to Tulsa first. Took me almost 4 years to get to Miami, and now look where I am."
"Where the action is, baby," said Flores. He slid his empty beer bottle onto the bar. He was a little tipsy, but then so was Chelsea. Not used to drinking, the beer had started to go to her head. It didn't help that she had not eaten dinner. They ordered some wings. Chelsea had another beer. Somehow she found herself talking to Flores about baseball. Mostly she listened, watching his eyes. They were very blue. "I always thought blue eyes went with blonde hair," she blurted.
"Huh?"
"Your eyes. They're blue."
"All my life."
They moved to a table. Another beer appeared in front of her, then another. She felt warm and a little sleepy, as if there were a fire at the far end of the room.
"What do you think?" Flores asked, putting his hand on hers. "Time to go?"
"Where's your apartment?" she asked, surprising herself. Chapter 30. Boston, roughly the same time.
"This is his bag,"
said Jenkins, pointing to the suitcase that had been recovered from the Uber driver. "Can we look inside?" asked Hightower.
"Not according to the U.S. Attorney's Office, not without a warrant, or his permission."
"But you've already looked, right?" Jenkins didn't answer. He was starting to like Hightower. A lot. The office he had borrowed was small, used by 2 lower-echelon agents. He would have to give it up in a few hours when they came in for work. After that, he'd have to camp out upstairs in one of the empty interrogation rooms. Or maybe a closet. He didn't want to bring Levy to his own headquarters. If the guy was a master hacker, he'd learn too much about the operation just seeing it. If. Doubt had started to creep in. Levy had some sort of sketchy connection to the Russian mob, but it wasn't at all clear. The phone call he had made was not to an attorney, or a known mafia connection for that matter, but to a Virginia-area cell phone. The message he had left, Jenkins had been close enough to inadvertently hear, gave nothing away. "I'm being questioned by the FBI in Boston. I have no idea why." The number belonged to a prepaid cell phone, apparently purchased for cash. That certainly fit with a mafia or underground connection, but it didn't give Jenkins any real information to work with. The U.S. attorney wasn't sure they had enough to go on yet for a warrant, and because she was so cautious, anal might be a better word, Jenkins couldn't even examine the ATM without a warrant. They might be able to get one, but only by laying out a lot of their theory of the case in court, which would give Levy or anyone else involved a map on how to clean up the evidence, not to mention that he would be opening himself up to potential Fourth Amendment complications, which would throw out everything they'd found. So, he needed really, Levy to voluntarily let them examine it. And once he did that, then by extension they could look at all of its transactions, because what else did looking at the card mean? He'd win without a warrant, and without any worries about using the information in court, let alone tipping their hand or telling the world where they got their information. Always a dance. "Did you check on Amsterdam?" Hightower asked. "The hotel he claimed he stayed in?"
"They said he checked out yesterday, which matches his story. They wouldn't give out any other information."
In fact, Jenkins had only gotten that much through subterfuge, claiming to be a friend trying to track him down. The hotel's night manager had rebuffed the FBI's formal request, telling Jenkins' assistant that the request would have to come through channels and be made during the day. "Just an overnight bag to do business in Europe?" asked Hightower. "I don't know. I think I'd take more luggage than that." "Thin," said Jenkins. "You have anything else?" Jenkins shrugged. "Let's play that angle and ask if we can examine the card. Then Dreyfus can analyze it." Tolevy focused his attention on his hands, staring at his fingers as if he had never seen them before. It was a technique he had learned in college from an alleged mind master, a sort of discipline guru who claimed to have wormed eternal wisdom from a Zen master in Tibet. The man was later unmasked as a fraud, something Tolevy had suspected from the speed at which he bedded female devotees, but the technique itself was a good one. Focus your thoughts so they do not stray, a good strategy in many situations. His knuckles seemed particularly large and wrinkled. That was where age showed, in the hands. Even the hands of a man such as Tolevy, whose last stint of heavy physical labor dated to a construction job in his early 20s, bore the marks of time. Breaks as well as wrinkles. A torn ligament. Even now, stiffness that would surely grow as time moved on. The door to the interrogation room opened and Tolevy's interrogators re-entered. Tolevy thought of the airport in Crimea and what might have happened if the SVR agents had understood what to look for, the flash drive embedded in the handle. But these two were even more clueless. Perhaps. It could easily be an act. Don't underestimate your enemy. "So, Mr. Tolevy, you're Russian?" asked Jenkins. "I'm an American, as you can see from my passport." "But you're of Russian extraction." "And Ukrainian," added Tolevy. "What's your background?" Hightower ignored the question. "Did you visit Russia?" asked Hightower. "I told you my entire itinerary," answered Tolevy, trying to puzzle out where they were going with their questions. "A week in the Netherlands," said Hightower. "Nice." "You've been?" Tolevy asked. "Yes, as a matter of fact, I rode my bike there." Tolevy remained silent. She didn't look like the bike-riding type or a person who exercised fairly regularly at all. "There are a lot of things to see in the Netherlands," continued the female agent. "And places to go." "You smoke pot?" asked Jenkins. "Do I look like someone who smokes pot?" "What does that look like these days?" said Hightower. "I think just about everyone does." "I do not." Tolevy wondered if they were going to set him up, plant marijuana in his bag, and hold him on a bogus charge. But wouldn't they have done that at customs? Nothing about this was making sense. What exactly were they up to, and where the hell was Johansson? Maybe behind the glass, gauging his responses. Tolevy lowered his gaze, looking at his hands again. "You didn't take much clothes for a week's stay," said Hightower. "You're detaining me because I didn't pack an extra pair of underwear?" "Why did you stop at that ATM?" Jenkins' voice was sharp. He was back to playing bad cop. "Why does anyone stop at an ATM?" asked Tolevy. "Tell me about that card," said Jenkins. "It's a bank card." "What's special about your card?" "Nothing." "Would you mind if I had it analyzed?" "Go ahead." "Thank you." There was a knock at the door. "Come in," said Hightower. One of the agents poked his head inside the room. "Mr. Jenkins, you're wanted on the phone." Jenkins paused inside the observation room to watch Tolevy before picking up the phone. He was a cool one, unshakable. But it figured that a mafia member would be like that. They had no conscience, which made it easy for them to lie. Still, staring at Tolevy through the two-way mirror, he picked up the handset. "Jenkins." "Agent Jenkins? This is Yuri Johansson. I'm with the agency." "What agency?" asked Jenkins. He'd thought it was a call from one of his people back at the Watertown site. "Central Intelligence Agency, Mr. Jenkins. I understand you're questioning a Gabor Tolevy." "That's right," said Jenkins. What exactly has he done? Jenkins hesitated. Was this really a CIA agent on the line? He thought of tracing the call, but there was no one else in the room he could ask to initiate it, and the phone set didn't include a caller ID screen. "I'm not understanding why it would be your business," said Jenkins. "The agency is very interested in everything Mr. Tolevi does," said Johansson matter-of-factly. "So, what has he done?" He's part of an investigation." "I gathered that. Into what exactly?" Surely this must be a member of Tolevi's mafia clan posing as a spy to try and get him off. That was a good thing. He could get this asshole, too. Surely he'd be easier to break than Tolevi, who right now was staring blankly at the mirror. "I'm not going to discuss this over the phone," said Jenkins. "If you want to come down and talk about it in person, I'd be happy to share what I can." "I'm afraid it would be difficult for me to do that. I'm in Europe at the moment." "Well, I guess that's that then." Jenkins hung up. Chapter 31. Boston, 2 hours later. Boria woke with a start, disoriented. The sheet and blankets had tied themselves around her so tightly that her right arm was numb. She stared up at the ceiling of her bedroom, trying to regain her sense of where she was. The tiny LED on the power button of her laptop was blinking next to her, half obscured by the edge of the covers. Her father must not be home if the laptop was still here. He always turned it off and put it on the desk, generally with a murmured lecture about how expensive it would be to fix when it fell off the bed as she slept. Not home yet? Boria raised her head to look at the clock. It was a little past 3. What was he doing? Whatever it was, it represented only a temporary reprieve, the calm before the storm, as her ELA teacher said when discussing Moby Dick. That made her father the whale. But he was more like Captain Ahab, relentless. Not cruel, though he would definitely yell when he got home. The account. She had to kill the account. Boria unraveled the covers. Was her father home already? No lights were on in the hallway. He habitually turned them off, but hadn't she done that when she got home, part of the ruse to pretend she was sleeping? "Daddy?" she heard herself say. "Papa?" No answer. Don't push it. Boria retrieved her laptop and typed in the password. She hated to kill the account, but there was no other choice. Besides, it was time to move on to the next thing. Maybe she'd write her own video game, something she'd never tried. Or maybe hack an airplane control system. She'd read that it could be done. Boria typed furiously, her fingers pounding the plastic keys of the laptop. Finally, she stopped and stared at the screen where a cursor blinked in the open program box. There was a long delay between when a command was given and when it was acknowledged as executed, due to the need to traffic the commands through a set of anonymous servers. Executed. A sudden shiver ran through her. It was cold in the house. Where was her father? "Daddy?" she said again, this time louder, though she sensed there would be no answer. "Daddy, where are you?" Chapter 32. Boston, around the same time.
Backward and forward every which way you can think of, and a few I'm sure you can't. There is no special coding on that ATM card. Zilch. It is no different than any other bank card, including mine.
Jenkins pushed the receiver closer to his ear.
What are you saying, Dreyfus? We got the wrong guy? I'm saying there's nothing on this bank card that makes it different than any other bank card. But Chelsea Goodman showed you the string of extra commands. There's nothing special on the card.
How can that be?
Well, maybe the theory was wrong.
Can you access the account? Asked Jenkins.
Well, technically I need a warrant.
Forget about that. Just access it.
Boss,
we have a card used in the commission of a crime. We're investigating the crime.
The ATM owner hasn't reported any unusual activity. There is no complaint.
There's no crime. I can't. Just take a look at the account. Boss, really. I need a warrant. Otherwise, I'm hacking into an account. Even if I find something, until there's a complaint. Where are you now? Asked Jenkins. Our lab. Wait there for me. I'll be over in 10 minutes. But, Trev, you want coffee? I'll stop at Dunkin' on the way over. Jenkins hung up without even bothering to hear the answer. He looked through the mirror into the interview room. Talevi was still sitting there, staring at the table. Every so often he flexed his fingers, but otherwise he was a stone Buddha, without emotion or movement. "So what are we doing?" asked Hightower. She was leaning against the wall next to the door, eyes drooping. "I'm going to try to figure out a way to access his account," said Jenkins. "How?" "Maybe he'll do it for us. He's cooperating, kind of." "Maybe because he knows there's nothing there." He was so close. It was just a matter of time before he came up with something he could use as leverage to break him. If they could only get the goddamn search warrant. "He told me I could examine the card," said Jenkins. "That means I can see if it works." "You didn't ask specifically if you could look at the account." "I don't think I have to." More importantly, thought Jenkins, he hadn't been told he couldn't. "I'll look at the account, then go from there." "I'll be back in a half hour or so," he told Hightower. "You want something?" "We can't hold him forever." "We're not going to." "He has a kid." "I realize that, but he left her here in the country, right? She's what, 17? "I think 15. They'd used a commercial credit rating database to look up Talevi's personal details, and they'd filled out more of the information with a simple Google search. The information was not definitive, but a girl with the same last name had been pictured in the newspaper the year before, after being elected to the Honor Society as a freshman. Boria Talevi. "We could be accused of endangering the welfare of a child," added Hightower. "Come on," said Jenkins. "That's not going to happen. I'll be back." He stalked from the room, determined to break Talevi, break this case. And when he did that, when he finally got the scumbag Buddha in there to talk, he was going to find the bastard who had killed his brother. Jenkins was nearly to the front hall when his cell phone rang. He pulled it from his pocket and saw that the number belonged to Paul Smith, his boss in D.C. He'd want an update. Jenkins considered putting it off. He had nothing to tell him, but maybe he could suggest a shortcut to getting the warrant. The warrant would make everything else much easier. "This is Jenkins," he said, sliding the answer bar on the touch screen. "What's the status of your suspect?" barked Smith. He wasn't happy. "We're still working on him." "What evidence do you have?" "He was at the ATM when the card was used." "Okay. And the card is definitely tied to the scam?" "We think so, yes." "Think so?" Jenkins didn't answer. "It's just a matter of time now." "Release him," said Smith. "What?" "You have nothing to tie him to your case. That's what you're telling me." "How can you hold him?" "I'm just questioning him. He's suspect. And he's cooperating. Voluntarily." "What's his crime? Using an ATM machine?" "There was an unusual string of... there was a code in the transaction request that was unusual." "That ties him to the ATM scans." Did that code say, 'Give us all your money'?" Smith was even more sarcastic than usual. "Let him go." "But he's a CIA asset and an important one. He's a thief. You have no proof. You just told me. You don't even have anything to use a warrant. He could get up and walk out and you can't stop him. Some guy calls and claims to be CIA. That's got to be one of his people pretending. It's a hoax. These guys are A1 hackers, these Russians. The deputy director of the CIA called Lon personally a half hour ago to say release this guy. You think that's a hoax?" Lon was Lon Phillips, the executive deputy director for intelligence, 2 levels above Jenkins' boss. "That's got to be phony," said Jenkins. "Believe me, it's not."
You're telling me the CIA is robbing banks? I'm telling you to release him. Now. I think we need to consider— We don't need to consider anything. What was this company Smart Metal's role? Smart Metal? Don't play more games with me, Trev. I know you involved a local company called Smart Metal. They make robots, right? What did they have to do with this? They were robbed, and they were just trying to find their money. You didn't have them hacking into accounts, did you? Hell no. Jenkins hesitated, trying to organize his response. It was barely a moment, but it was more than enough of a hint for Smith to jump to conclusions. Unfortunately. They are out, not to be involved, said Smith. You are way out of line. Way out of line. I did nothing illegal. They did not hack into accounts. We're not having this conversation. Take care of things. The line died before Jenkins could respond, which maybe was the best for all concerned. Chapter 33. Boston, roughly the same time. What was the sense of sleeping with someone if you couldn't remember it? Chelsea slipped from the bed and tiptoed from the room, snagging her clothes along the way. Her head was pounding, her legs were stiff, and her mouth felt gummed up. Ballerina girl, what are you doing with your life? She waved her hand, trying to physically block her father's voice from her head. But really, it was a hell of a good question. Why had she gone home with Flores? If her head hadn't been pounding already, Chelsea would have pounded it a few times against the wall just to knock some sense into it. She wasn't a prude, but this was absolutely not her style. Hookups with strangers were so far out of character that she was sure she wouldn't recognize herself if she looked in a mirror. Fortunately, there were no mirrors in the small kitchen where she stopped to get dressed. Pots and dishes were piled in the sink, and the garbage pail without a top was overflowing. Typical guy place. How many times have I told you— Shh, Daddy, please. I know you're right, she whispered. Chelsea needed to use the bathroom, but as she went to it, she heard Flores starting to stir down the hall. She decided she could hold it for a while and trotted to the front door, jamming on her shoes so quickly that she didn't quite get the heel of her right foot all the way in. No matter. She paused at the door long enough to make sure her wallet and keys were still in her bag. They were, then made her getaway. It was not yet light out. That was fortunate. Chelsea walked for a block, her head clearing before she managed to get her bearings. Miraculously, she was 6 blocks from her apartment. Maybe that wasn't such a good thing, she thought as she crossed the street. They were close enough that bumping into each other was inevitable. Then again, even with the arrest, they'd probably have to clean up odds and ends on the project. Flores had alluded to that last night. Several times. How drunk had he been? Maybe so drunk he wouldn't remember her being there? 0 chance of that. And surely he'd been more sober than she was. Oh, well, she thought to herself, angling toward a Starbucks that looked open. There were worse things in life than doing an FBI agent. Surely there were. She just couldn't think of them at the moment. Chapter 34. Grace Sisters Hospital, Boston, 2 hours later. Johnny Givens struggled to lift his head. "Are you getting out of bed or what?" demanded the woman. "Yeah. I'm trying." "Try harder." He sat upright. Blood rushed from his head and he felt dizzy. "Who are you?" he asked. "Your therapist." "Right." "The wheelchair is ready." "I still have an IV." "Take it with you." "How?" The therapist reached up and unhooked the bag of fluid, then dropped it in his lap. "My legs," said Johnny. "I don't know." "You don't have legs. Use your arms." He edged toward the side of the bed. "I have to look in on another patient," said the therapist. "I'll be back." She walked from the room. Johnny took a deep breath, then pushed himself toward the chair parked next to the bed. His arms felt stiff, foreign. It was incredibly difficult to move. Was this for real? Did the bitch even know he hadn't been out of bed since he got here? Damn. He flattened the palms of his hands against the mattress and slid a few more inches. Why the hell am I being tortured like this? Outside at the nurse's station, Louis Messina stood with folded arms, watching the monitor playing the video from Johnny Given's room. He could see the sweat rolling down the crippled man's temple. "You're really making him work," Messina told the therapist. "He's going to work a lot harder than this." Messina nodded. "I have a meeting. I'll look in on him tomorrow." Chapter 35. FBI Boston Field Office. Around the same time. "So we just release him?" Hightower held her palms up. "Yeah." Jenkins leaned back in the chair. "I guess." "What does he do for the CIA?" Jenkins shook his head. "You know—" Hightower's voice trailed off. She put her forefinger to her right temple and rubbed in a circular motion as if she were turning a wheel there. "I wasn't sure about this guy when you brought him in, but now there has to be some connection with the mob. It makes sense." "Yeah." "You have a name? You can flesh out his background? Get to work on that." Jenkins gave her a sardonic smile, but kept himself from telling her that he knew how to do his job. It had been a long night for her as well. It wasn't bad enough that the CIA had ordered Jenkins to let his only suspect go. His boss's decision to forbid him to use Messina was even worse, and he wasn't going to be able to explain it fully to Messina either. "Hey, my boss thinks I was using you to do illegal hacking. We didn't go that far, no way. I was on the right side of the line. I think, but now we have to play by my boss's rules." "Well, to some extent, but I can't get you into trouble, so hasta la vista." Right, that would be some conversation. "When are you going to tell him he's free to go?" asked Hightower. "Would you do it?" "Me?" "I'm not sure I can trust myself not to hit him," Jenkins confessed, "or pound the wall on his way out." Told he could go, Levy walked out of the interrogation room and down the hall to the lavatory, moving as deliberately as he could. He guessed that they would still be observing him. This release might even be a trick. Standing in front of the men's room mirror, he tried to smooth the wrinkles from his jacket. He combed his hair straight back, patting the sides. He was due for a cut. "I look like I have 2 black eyes." More than likely, Johansson had gotten him released, though it was possible this whole thing was part of an elaborate plot to pressure him into doing whatever job the CIA officer was pushing. Whatever that was. It had to be big for Johansson to meet him in person, and not even on a train. Levy's thoughts turned to his daughter. She'd be getting up soon to go to school. He needed to get home and talk to her before then, find out what the hell she was doing. Had she stolen an ATM card? He didn't want to jump to conclusions, but there seemed to be no other logical explanation. What was the punishment for that? Grounding for a year? What if she just found the card? Or told him that? What would he say? She'd broken curfew, so the card was irrelevant. That definitely earned her a punishment, a stricter curfew, and, better, loss of computer privileges, except for homework. That was the Achilles heel, homework. The teachers assigned every damn thing on the internet. You'd think they never heard of libraries, let alone pencils and paper. Levy continued to brood on what to do about Boria as he collected his suitcase and left the building. The real solution here was to hire a full-time live-in babysitter. The nanny he was using to check on her was clearly ineffectual. And what would a new babysitter do? Put her in chains? Maybe that was the best way. The suitcase bumped along after him as he strode toward the front hall.
Talevi stopped and examined it. One of the wheels was chipped. I ought to send these idiots a bill. Once, 10 years before, Stefan Stratovich had blown off a speeding ticket in Florida, figuring that by the time the police caught up with him, he would be out of the state, immune to anything they could do. And he was, until 2 years later when he was stopped at a routine DWI checkpoint in Illinois. He'd passed the breathalyzer test easily. Stratovich touched alcohol only on his birthday, but then was detained on a warrant check. The Florida court where his ticket was answerable had filed a bench warrant when he failed to show. That experience weighed on him now, pushing him to settle the speeding ticket he'd gotten the day before with a quick visit to city court. He was hoping he could plea bargain the damn thing in person that morning. If that didn't work, then he'd pay the damn thing and be done with it. He couldn't afford to take any chances. One of his uncles could probably get him out of it, but he was already deeply in debt and he didn't need to add another favor to the 15 grand. Stratovich quickened his pace as he neared the FBI building, which happened to be on his way. If he was paranoid about speeding tickets, he was absolutely on alert when it came to the bureau. Yet it held a certain fascination. You had to know the enemy if you were going to conquer him. He had just decided to cross the street when he saw the door to the building open. A man was framed in the light behind him. Gabor Talevi. Talevi? Stratovich froze. He couldn't imagine what Talevi might be doing there. Before he could decide whether to approach him or not, a black Uber car drove up and stopped a few yards from the building. Talevi, it absolutely had to be him, pulling a suitcase and carrying a briefcase, stepped out into the street, asked the driver a question, then jumped in the back. Stratovich stepped back into the shadows, shielding his face as the car passed. He caught a bit of the passenger's profile, enough to confirm, at least in his mind, that it was in fact Talevi, though he couldn't for the life of him imagine why Talevi would be talking to the FBI. His uncle might. Perhaps this might be worth shaving a little interest off the debt. Legwork. Flash forward. Johnny Givens walked into Louis Messina's office, powered by pride, adrenaline, and a dollop of nervousness. "Mr. Givens," said Messina cheerfully, rising from his desk to meet him halfway. "So good to see you." Johnny extended his hand. The two men shook. It's amazing to think I'm touching a fake hand, thought Johnny, as artificial as my legs. "I'm told you're making excellent progress," said Messina. "Thank you for your help," said Johnny. "You've put the effort in. It's all you." Messina smiled broadly. He was an interesting man, a genius surely, and a rich one, yet he was real, humble in many ways. He didn't talk down to Johnny as many people did, nor did he offer BS pep talks. "Things are moving ahead?" asked Messina. "Yes. I didn't come to thank you. I came to ask for a job." "A job? Aren't you're still with the FBI?" "The Bureau isn't going to let me go back to the field. I'm on, a furlough, unpaid." "I see." "I'd like to be part of your security unit," said Johnny. "I've been thinking about your organization, the things you guys are into. You can use people like me." "You've only been out of the hospital for a few weeks." "Nearly a month." A long furrow appeared on Messina's forehead. Johnny's exaggeration was a silly lie. "I'm not a scientist," said Johnny. He had rehearsed a long speech, but now, faced with giving it in person, he faltered. He'd intended to list his assets as an investigator, wanted to point out how Smart Metal really needed someone like him who could spot trouble, maybe check over security flaws, be involved. But the words wouldn't come. His mouth had suddenly dried up. His tongue stuck to the bottom of his mouth. "We may be able to find a place," said Messina, "but only after your rehabilitation is over.
I know what you're doing. You're pursuing this investigation into the mafia and the bank scams. I can be part of that.
Even in Johnny's ears, his voice sounded an octave too high, tinny, almost pleading. Definitely pleading.
None of that concerns you, said Messina, suddenly cold. You go and complete your rehabilitation. Take care of yourself. The recovery period is at least a year. The drugs that have gotten you to this point,
I'm ready to work now.
Come back when rehabilitation is over, said Messina. Then we'll sit down with my HR people and figure out where you'll fit in. Assuming you don't want to stay with the government.
Anger suddenly welled inside Johnny. Why the hell did he lose his legs? And his heart?
I'm afraid I have a full slate of appointments today, said Messina, abruptly going back to his desk. Several people are waiting to talk to me.
Listen, Johnny trembled. I need a job.
Damn it to hell, don't you dismiss me too. I will help, said Messina. When your rehab is complete. When the doctors say it's complete.
Johnny stood in the middle of the office, unable to move. This had not gone the way he thought it would.
I can do a lot, he said weakly. I can help.
I'm sure. And you will.
Messina looked past him to the door, which had been left open. Johnny turned and saw Chelsea Goodman and 2 other Smart Metal employees in the doorway staring.
You're making a mistake, he told Messina.
The scientist said nothing. Depression, sadness, a sense of utter futility chased away the optimism Johnny had felt only a few moments before. Johnny knew that he owed Messina a great deal, probably even his life. But he wanted to yell at him, demand to be taken seriously. He was ready to work. Messina wasn't blowing him off, yet it felt like he was. Don't project, he told himself. Don't turn him into the source of all evil. Keep your head up. Don't beg and don't betray yourself, or him. You owe him a lot.
I'll be back,
Johnny said finally, managing to turn and walk slowly out of the office. Real Time. Chapter 36. Boston, the next day.
Best to face the music quickly.
Chelsea was on her way to the FBI task force's debrief session, knowing she would see Flores there, when her cell phone rang. It was Messina.
Yeah, boss. What's up?
What happened last night? He asked.
We got someone.
She briefly summarized what had happened.
I'm on my way over to debrief with the task force. I'm not sure whether they're going to need us anymore.
Jenkins just came in here and told me they've ended their operation and we're out, Messina told her. What's going on?
They ended it?
Agent Jenkins interrupted my breakfast meeting to tell me, said her boss. Why did they close it down?
I don't know.
Find out. Get our equipment back.
Messina hung up. Chelsea knew from his tone that this was far from the end of things. She also knew that she had better come back to the office with at least some explanation, plausible or not. She arrived at the task force office a few minutes later, not knowing what to expect. No one answered when she buzzed at the back door. She was just taking out her cell phone to call Jenkins when the door opened. It was Flores. Awkward. He waved her in, then followed her into the team room. It was empty.
Aren't we meeting to debrief?
She asked.
Jenkins called about an hour ago to tell everyone to take the day off. He shrugged. I guess he knew we all had hangovers.
What's going on? Asked Chelsea.
Have a seat.
Chelsea pulled one of the chairs away from its workstation and sat down. She'd taken a long shower at her apartment. Between that, a handful of Tylenol, and 2 cans of ginger ale, she felt almost refreshed. Flores, on the other hand, looked like Chelsea had felt a few hours before.
The guy is hooked into the CIA somehow, said Flores. They said cease and desist.
The CIA?
It's total bullshit. He's mafia, Russian mob. Take a look. Flores led her over to one of the workstations.
You're not seeing this, he announced, dropping his voice to a whisper as he tapped a few keys. A long text document appeared. Chelsea was nearly halfway through when she realized that it was referring not to the suspect, whose name she remembered as Gabor Tolevi, but someone named Medved. This is the guy? No, this is a guy we think he may work for, or with, or something. Medved is mafia. Where the CIA comes in, I have no idea. Flores leaned close to scroll down the screen. He smelled like Dove soap and cheap shampoo. At least he'd showered. This is a reference to a photo here, which shows them together. He tapped the screen and a picture of two men appeared. The faces were in the shadow. Chelsea couldn't tell if either was the man at the ATM last night. Tolevi's on the right, said Flores. He's got some sort of import thing going on. Goes to both sides of Ukraine. Maybe legal? I'd bet not. I see. He was uncomfortably close. She slid to the side and got up. The CIA gave you this? She asked. Nah, this is our stuff. The Boston PD has some minor stuff on Medved and his associates. You never get a good picture of these guys, of what they do, unless you get informers. But they're pretty tight around here, as tight as the Sicilians were in the 30s and 40s. Chelsea spotted the coffee carafe and decided she wanted a cup. It was a good excuse to put more distance between them. Flores followed her across the room. I guess I'm unclear what's going on, she said, sipping the coffee. It was pretty bitter, despite being weak. Are you guys stopping the operation? Was this guy involved? I don't know. They couldn't find anything that would definitely link him to the theft. What? We saw the string, the extra coding. You saw it, we didn't, said Flores. When they looked at the card, there wasn't anything special on it. You looked at the card? He said we could. Did you check the account? We need a warrant to do that. Give me the number. I can't, he said, glancing at the workstation. Chelsea didn't need more of a hint. She walked back to the computer. There were several windows open. She moused around until she found a list that showed data inquiries from the compromised machine. Rather than copying them, she sent the page to the printer. Getting up to retrieve them, she bumped into Flores. He reached to her. For a second, she thought he was going to hug her, and she worried what she would say, but he only held his palm out as if to stop her from falling. I'm fine, she said, slipping past. You don't remember last night, do you? Flores asked, as she retrieved the list. Some. You fell asleep on the bed. You took off your jeans and boom, you were out. I don't usually drink. I collapsed next to you. We didn't do anything. Chelsea searched his face, not sure if he was telling the whole truth, not sure whether she wanted to ask for more details. He seemed to be trying to smile, but he could only turn up one half of his mouth. He seemed apologetic. Because they hadn't managed to do anything? I just wanted you to know. Flores fumbled with his hands, rubbing them together as if washing. Finally, he jabbed them beneath his arms, squeezing his chest. I wouldn't take advantage of you. I like you. I like you too, Flores. Later, back in the lab at Smart Metal, she wondered to herself if she should have kissed him then. Chapter 37. Boston, that afternoon. By the time Tolevi got home, Boria had left for school. As angry as he was too exhausted and jet-lagged to go to her school and confront her. He rationalized that little would be gained by pulling her out of class. It was far more sensible to wait until she came home. Still unsure exactly how he would punish her, or even how to find out exactly what she was involved in, he sat down on the couch and flipped on the television. Within moments he was asleep. Given an unexpected reprieve, Boria spent the school day attending all of her classes, uncharacteristically participating in each one, even in a discussion of Catcher in the Rye, where her teacher complimented her definition of alienation. While her opinion of the book had not changed, dreck, she was now aware of a certain parallel between the main character and her own life. Hers was more interesting, and she was smarter. But Holden Caulfield did at least have the right impulses, even if his inventor couldn't express them properly. Caulfield's escape to New York had a certain appeal, given her father's likely attitude at her breaking curfew and using a found ATM card, the explanation she had settled on, but ultimately she decided to go home. She knew from experience that his anger would be short-lived. She also knew or guessed that he would be unable to figure out what she was up to, and as long as she supplied a halfway decent story to explain it, the repercussions would be limited. I found the ATM card on the way home and decided to see if it worked. A simple story, impossible to refute. She worked on the narrative as she walked home, imagining it unfolding as an interrogation. Where did you find it? On the sidewalk. You didn't look for the owner? I asked a man I saw. He shook his head. Where was this? Around the corner. No, that was too close. Someone might have seen her, or rather, not seen her. A block from school in the gutter. It was wet. Good touch. Why did you go out after curfew? I had to do my homework first. He'd like that answer. Maybe he wouldn't believe it. She could offer to have him call her teachers, who'd all remember how bright she'd been today. Curfew was going to be the sticker. She couldn't get away from the basic fact that she had been out late, so she was going to be in trouble for that no matter what else. She could say she was sorry about that right away. I throw myself on the mercy of the court and I fall on my sword. He'd ask where she got such expressions. She could mention Catcher in the Rye, even though they weren't in there that she recalled. He'd accuse her of changing the subject. She'd say she was simply answering questions. 1,000 variations occurred to her as she neared her home. She needed more time to rehearse. She turned quickly up the block, planning to circle until she felt ready. Tolevi leapt from the couch, caught by surprise. Easy, said Yuri Johansson. Slow down. Johansson stood in front of him in the living room. 2 men, both in black pinstriped suits, stood behind him. Both looked as if they could headline a heavyweight boxing match, even in formal wear. Johansson himself was dressed in tan khakis and a pullover sweater, casual. Tolevi shook his head, trying to wake up. He'd been in the middle of a dream. His wife was in it, alive. They were in a building somewhere, running, lost. He couldn't remember the details. What's this ATM scam you're running? Asked Johansson mildly. What ATM scam? Asked Tolevi. The FBI has you fingered for a bank scam. That's why they picked you up. Luckily for you, I intervened. It wasn't easy. I had to get the deputy director involved. Johansson turned to one of the suits. Go make him some coffee. Why are you here? Tolevi asked. Because you were in trouble. Johansson shook his head, smiling. You are being a naughtier boy than we thought. I don't like games, said Tolevi. He thought of the pistol hidden below the end table and the other behind the dresser in the bedroom. It was impossible to reach either and beyond foolish to use them. Yet something about the idea of shooting Johansson appealed to him in a way it never had before. Kill all of them and be done with it. Then what? Escape to Mexico with Boria. Or Russia. Or Kiev. Neither would do. And whatever you are doing with the banks, said Johansson, his tone once more businesslike, that is over. I'm not doing anything with the banks. Your mob connections. It's time for you to ease them off, to the extent you can without destroying your contacts. I'm not part of the family, you know that. But they are very useful. Find another way to get things done. Why are you giving me orders? Asked Tolevi. That's not how I work. Have some coffee, said Johansson, nodding at the suit who was approaching with a cup. You take it black, yes? Boria trotted up the stairs, ready to deal with her father. She pushed through the outside door and walked quickly through the hall. The building had once housed 2 apartments. When it was remodeled, the exterior stairs to the second floor were retained, along with the opening to the first floor near the rear of the hall. Boria swung her key from its string on her pocket, then saw that the door was ajar. A sure sign her father was home and awake. Oh, well. She pushed inside, taking 2 steps across the foyer before spotting the 2 men in business suits, gaping at her near the open dining area on the other side of the living room. Her father and another man, older with white hair, were sitting at the table. She didn't recognize any of them, aside from her father. The man with the white hair turned and looked at her. "You must be Boria," he said cheerfully. "Hello." "We're busy," snapped her father. "Go do your homework." "I get a snack," she said, taken off guard by his tone. "Later." Boria put her head down and headed quickly through the living room to the back hall. Why were the men here? Were they police? They must have discovered her ATM scan. She cursed herself for letting it go on too long. Gluttony. That was the worst sin. The nuns told her that all the time. Why hadn't she listened? They were humorless old farts, but they did know certain things. Things that could at least get you out of trouble or steer you away from it. She'd damned herself by being too cocky, too confident. She didn't need the money. She'd barely spent any of it. She'd done it for the thrill, and what was that now? Now that they were going to send her to jail. Boria closed her door carefully and threw herself on the bed completely in despair. She would never get out of this. They would drive her to jail, lock her up until she was an old woman. My life is over. She rolled over to her back, staring at the ceiling and trying to hear what the men were saying below. Their voices were too low and muffled to make anything out. Reluctantly, she got up and crept to the door. Still unable to make any sense of the muffled voices, she cracked the door open and put her ear into the opening, holding her breath as she listened. "We need you there by the end of the week," said one of the men, the white-haired geezer guy. "That's all you tell me?" That was definitely her father. He was speaking sharply, his tone even harder than he used when the nuns called about a test she had blown off. The white-haired guy said something too muffled to make out. Then her father again. "I can't leave my daughter." "Find a way." They weren't talking about ATMs and the banks. They weren't here about her at all. Boria's mood rocketed. She pressed her ear against the open space, leaning out, curious now. Careful. Curiosity killed the cat. "Use this phone to contact me tomorrow," said the white-haired guy. Chairs scraped. Footsteps. Boria pushed the door closed and tiptoed over to the bed, trying to be quiet. "If they come in, I'll pretend to be asleep." As soon as Johansen and his goons were gone, Tolevi went to the kitchen and retrieved a bottle of vodka from below the sink. He poured 3 fingers' worth into a tumbler and downed it all. He refilled it, this time about 2 fingers' worth, and once more drained the glass. Then he splashed about a finger's worth in and went to sit down on the couch. "You have a name for the contact? He is the brother of the man we want, and he owns a shop. You'll get an address. That's enough." "No, it's not." "If I tell you now, you're a liability, even to yourself." "Is he wanted by the Russian or the rebels?" "Both." "How do I get him out?" "Use your skills. I'm confident. Why do you need him out?" "He has information we need." "Really, Gabby, you don't need to know anything else. Just get it done." Tolevi might be a smuggler by trade and an occasional spy, but he was not a killer, let alone the sort of action hero who could dig through the weeds and come out with a prize. That's what they needed here. Waltz out of Donetsk with some sort of CIA prize? Surely the rebels and the Russians would object, violently. Tolevi had killed before, but that was when he was young, and they deserved it. Then it was kill or be killed, and such decisions were not really decisions, were they? The species had evolved to make that very decision, to take that action. kill or be killed. Going into a place specifically to seek danger, that wasn't him. Profit, yes, and sometimes that involved risk. You could balance that as an equation. It was math. X risk equals Y profit. But this was a little more complicated. Risk to X power equals profit. He could make the visit pay. That would be a good idea as a cover in any event. But beyond that, was finding some forlorn CIA contact something he wanted to do? Did he have a choice? "Daddy?" "Hey, sugar baby." Tolevi put down the glass and went to his daughter. She clutched him tightly, her fists grabbing the back of his shirt. She was getting big, reminding him more and more of her mother, God rest her soul. "Who were those men?" "Business people." "For work?" "Yeah. Something I need to do. It means more traveling." "Are you going to do it?" "I'm afraid I have to." Tolevi wasn't sure how much his daughter truly knew about his business arrangements, and naturally he kept any hint that he was working for the CIA from her. On the other hand, an array of characters had visited the house over the years, and she'd met even more at various parties father and daughter attended. Boria even knew a number of mobsters' sons and daughters. Though they never spoke about that part of his life, he suspected she had at least an inkling of his connections. It occurred to him that he should discuss that at some point. But not now. "I don't like it when you go," said Boria. "I don't like to leave you either. But you have school." "The lessons are so boring. They're a waste." "And what were you doing out last night?" asked Tolevi. "Why were you out after curfew?" "I found an ATM card," she said. She'd held on to him all this time. Now she let go and sat on the chair across from the couch. He hadn't realized how warm she was until she let go. He almost shivered. Maybe she had a fever? "Where did you find this card?" "I found it near the school. I wanted to try it." "So you rode your bike all the way across town?" Boria's expression seemed to say, "Where else would I have gone?" She had a way of doing that, turning a perfectly natural question around as if it were the most bizarre thing in the world to ask. "Where exactly did you find it?" "On the sidewalk, near school." "You know it was stolen?" "It was?" "That's what the police say. It could have gotten you in a lot of trouble." "Oh." "You rode your bike pretty far in the dark," Tolevi said, deciding to drop the business about the card. It was only natural that she would try to use it. He couldn't fault her for that. "It wasn't that far." "It was after curfew." "I know I broke curfew." She shook her head. "I know you're going to punish me. I deserve it." Even though Tolevi knew this was a tactic designed to win leniency, he couldn't help but feel somewhat proud of her for taking responsibility. She really was a good daughter, brilliantly smart, responsible, able to take care of herself. She didn't go running all over town with druggies, and she wasn't throwing herself at boys. She studied, got excellent grades. All the nuns said she could get into MIT. It was just a question of what she wanted as a major. Probably some computer thing. He'd really prefer a doctor, but she had to follow her own muse. "I am going to punish you," said Tolevi. "We'll figure out the punishment together." "Do you have the card?" "Of course not. Why?" "I just wondered." "Do you know whose card it was?" She shook her head solemnly. Tolevi searched for something to say. He didn't think she'd stolen it herself. Boria wasn't like that. But it was just possible one of her friends had. That Susan Abbenfinch, or whatever her name was. She was a little sneak. And the boyfriend last year. He was headed for the penitentiary. Though if Tolevi saw him around Boria again, he'd save the state a lot of expense. "What's my punishment?" asked Boria. Tolevi felt a pang of sorrow. Her voice sounded so much like her mother's. "What do you suggest?" he asked. "No television for a month?" "That may be too severe," said Tolevi, already weakening. 2 weeks. But I won't do it again, I promise." And not while I'm away, especially. I worry about you." Boria jumped up from the chair and hugged him again, pushing her face against his chest. She was going to be some heartbreaker, this girl, worse than her mother. "You haven't called me sugar baby in a long time," she told him. "I always think it." "I love you, Papa." "I love you too." He pushed her gently from his chest. "Now, don't take advantage of that." "I won't." "Ha! I'm going to call Mrs. Jordan and see if she can stay with you while I'm gone. In the house. So she's here all the time. Do you have much homework?" "Just science." "Do it. Then we'll go out for pizza." "I'd rather sushi." "Sushi, then. Go." More and more like her mother every day, Talevi thought as he looked for Mrs. Jordan's number in his phone's index. Chapter 38. Boston, around the same time. Jenkins had no intention of giving up the case. If anything, the fact that the CIA had reached out to pressure him made him all the more determined. But he had to be careful now, more careful than he'd been. Putting Mr. Messina off was the first step. Staking out Talevi's home was the second. The three men who came down the stairs looked a little too polished for mob types, at least not of the Russian variety. The shorter guy might be. He was older, casually dressed, and while he didn't look particularly Russian, he had the swagger Jenkins associated with a street hood. The other two, though, they might be bodyguard or enforcer types, except for their ties. In Jenkins' experience, Russian mobsters never wore ties except in court. They preferred open collars beneath their suits. He took all their pictures anyway. With no backup, he wasn't in a position to follow them, but he did want to at least get a license plate. He slipped his car into gear and waited for them to get almost to the end of the block before he pulled out. They turned the corner. Jenkins accelerated, not wanting to lose them. As he came around the corner, a white panel truck cut into his lane. Jenkins hit the brakes so hard, the car veered to the right, just missing a Volkswagen parked near the corner. "Son of a bitch!" he shouted. He laid on the horn, cursing. Then another car hit him from behind, pushing his vehicle into the VW. Jenkins pounded the steering wheel and went to grab the door handle. Instead, he found himself being lifted through the already open door. Before he could react, he was thrown against the hood of his car. His jacket and arms were pulled behind him, and his gun holster twisted back. As two men, each much larger than himself, pinned him against the car, another removed his wallet and his pistol. "Let him go." Jenkins shook himself free as he was let up off the car. He turned and saw the man with the white hair who'd come out of the apartment holding his wallet and service pistol. He was grinning. "Special agent in charge, huh?" The man flipped the wallet to him but held on to the gun. "You have to be more alert in Boston, even down here." "What's it to you?" "Just some friendly advice." The man flicked the magazine latch on the pistol, dropping the box to the ground. Then he cleared the chamber, making sure the weapon was empty. "The streets can be pretty mean. I know you have a pistol on your leg," he added. "Reaching for it wouldn't be the smartest thing you've ever done." "I'm going to nail you," said Jenkins. The man laughed. "You don't even know who I am. Let me give you another piece of advice. Don't poke your nose into places where it doesn't belong. The next person who sees it may not be as considerate as I am." He tossed the gun into Jenkins' chest so quickly that the FBI agent didn't have time to grab it. It bounced through his hands and fell to the ground. "I'd get the car fixed if I were you," added the man as he started away. "Boston police love to give out tickets for broken taillights." Chapter 39. Grace Sisters Rehab Center, Boston, later that day. Johnny Givens took a deep breath, then pushed himself forward on the parallel bars. The legs, newly fitted, felt unsteady. That was the strange thing. They felt unsteady. He really did feel them, even though they were carbon fiber and fancy plastic and wires and circuits, not skin, not blood, not bones or nerves. Fake legs. But he could feel them. Partly this was his brain making things up. His mind was substituting what it knew for the sensations that were tickling the nerve endings in the stumps. But there were real sensations. That was the marvel of the legs Messina and his people had invented for him. They were real legs. Almost. "Keep going, Mr. Givens," said Dr. Gleason. Gleason was the doctor in charge of his health, the head of a large team of surgeons and other specialists, therapists, scientists, engineers, nurses, and probably a dishwasher or two. Despite his other responsibilities, Gleason spent at least an hour every afternoon with Johnny. The physical therapist spent 3 hours each morning and 4 in the afternoons. Every moment sucked. Johnny called her Gestapo bitch. Not to her face. She looked like she could put him through the wall if he did. "Use your legs to walk," she commanded from the far end of the bars. "Move!" "Easy," said Gleason. "I don't want his heart overtaxed." "He's barely at 60 beats a minute. I've seen 9-year-olds work harder than this." Gestapo bitch shook her head in disgust. "Move, Givens, move! And put your weight on your legs. They're not going to break." Givens put more weight on his left foot, pushing forward. He was a little kid learning to walk again. Was he ever going to really walk again? "You're doing really well, Johnny," said Dr. Gleason. "Keep going." Johnny felt his hips swinging as he maneuvered down the bars. That was good. He was supposed to use his whole body. Sweat poured down the sides of his face, down his back, across his neck. It flowed from every pore in his torso, from his arms, from his hands. Gestapo bitch might think that he was barely working, but he knew better. He could feel the mechanical heart beating away. It was interesting, though. It did increase its rate, but not nearly as much as a real heart would. It was very steady, measured, as if it knew better than the rest of his body what he needed. As Johnny reached the end of the parallel bars, the sweat from his hands made his palms slippery. He decided to stop and wipe his hands on his shirt, needing to dry them. Steadying himself on his left side, he took his right hand off the bar and ran it down his right rib cage, the driest part of his t-shirt. As he started to switch sides, his left hand slipped. He quickly shoved his right hand toward the bar, but his momentum pitched him to the side. He tried grabbing the bar, but it was too late. He unceremoniously toppled backward to the floor. "Son of a bitch! I am never going to do this. Never. Why the hell did God screw me like this? Why is he such a bastard?" "Are you all right, Johnny?" asked Dr. Gleason, starting over. "He's okay," scolded Gestapo bitch. "Get up and go back. You don't stop until you get to the end. You stop, you do it again." Johnny didn't move. "Do you need help?" asked Gleason. "He doesn't need help," snapped Gestapo bitch. "Damn you, bitch." Johnny reached up to the bar. Gestapo bitch loomed over him and smacked his hand away. "Push yourself up with your legs. Use them or lose them." "They're not my legs," he told her. "They sure as hell are. Push yourself up with your legs." "I hate you." "Good. Now push yourself up with your legs and stop being a crybaby." "I'm going to kick your ass when I'm better." Gestapo bitch leaned in until her face was an inch from his. "I'm waiting for the day, sissy breath." She straightened. "Now get on your feet." Chapter 40. Boston, that same day. Louis Messina was not used to giving up, much less being told to give up. There was simply no way that he was not going to pursue the ATM thieves. On the contrary, it was now his #1 priority. But Messina being Messina, the issue was not simply one of revenge, let alone getting his money back. It had provoked a wide range of thoughts about computer security, national security, and even politics. Petty thievery was one thing. Being able to infiltrate and manipulate the banking system, quite another. The FBI's sudden decision to drop the case suggested many things to Messina, not least of which was the possibility that the government could secretly manipulate the banking system for its own purposes. Even if that wasn't what was going on here, more evidence would be needed on that score. The potential surely existed. Messina had always taken Internet security very seriously. That was a necessity at a firm where IT was critical to its operations. Chinese and Russian hackers, almost surely state-sponsored, constantly tried to break into Smart Metal's systems. And they were only the more notorious. Just in the past week, hackers from several Western European countries had tried to breach the company's email systems. Most of Smart Metal's work was done on internal systems that would not allow any outside access, from trusted sources or not, but even that system had to be constantly monitored for potential breaches. Still, Messina had never viewed computer security as a potential business area. He'd been under the impression that there were already plenty of other businesses in that field, but maybe that wasn't true. If the banking system could be so easily compromised, then surely there was room for innovation. And innovation was what they did. For a profit, of course. So he had both altruistic and business reasons for pursuing the matter, as he walked into No. 2 conference room to meet with Chelsea and his head of security to discuss it.
"The FBI has dropped out. We're pursuing this on our own," he told them as he walked into the room.
It was 10:40. 5 minutes before the time he had specified for the meeting, but both Chelsea and Bozzoni had worked at Smart Metal long enough to know they were expected early.
"What do we know?" "We know that sticking our nose into police matters is in general a very bad idea," said Bozzoni.
Messina smiled. It was exactly because of remarks like that, speaking his mind even though it was not what Messina wanted to hear, that he valued Bozzoni. Not that he was necessarily swayed by this advice, but the reality check was useful.
"What else do we know?"
Messina asked.
"That most likely we're looking at a gang with connections to Eastern Europe," said Bozzoni. "Most likely suspects, and that the CIA is involved."
Messina followed Bozzoni's gaze over to Chelsea. No. 2 conference room was small, arranged somewhat like a living room with a sofa facing a ring of 3 chairs and a love seat. There were side tables next to the chairs and at the ends of the couches. It was the only room in the entire building, aside from the restrooms, that did not have hardwired computers. It was something of an oasis. Chelsea and Bozzoni were sitting on opposite ends of the couch, looking slightly uncomfortable. Messina sat in the leather chair at the center of the circle, as was his wont. "That's what one of the task force members told me," said Chelsea. "The FBI backed off because of that." "All the more reason for us to pursue it," thought Messina. "I've been thinking about the situation a lot," continued Chelsea. "If it's not on the card, then the command string must come from the accessed account somehow. It nests in the ATM machine for a limited amount of time, then self-erases."
"Not at the processing points?" asked Messina.
"Well, the FBI looked there, so presumably no. Anyway, if I could examine the account that was accessed when that string was sent, it might tell me a great deal."
"Do it,"
said Messina. "With the bank's permission or without?" Messina waved his hand.
"However you need to."
Bozzoni cleared his throat.
"You know, breaking into accounts, whatever the purpose, it's pretty much an illegal act."
"Is it?" asked Messina. He was not speaking theoretically. As he understood the law, stealing something from a bank account was definitely illegal. Manipulating something in the account was almost surely illegal, but looking at something in an account, that wasn't covered.
"You bet it's illegal," said Bozzoni.
"We're not doing anything to the account," said Messina. "I can get a legal opinion if you want."
Bozzoni shook his head. "It's possible the FBI already has the data," said Chelsea.
"Talk to them," said Messina.
"But they don't want our help," said Chelsea.
"Maybe national security is involved," said Bozzoni. "We don't know."
"How would that be?"
asked Messina. "I don't know. But if the CIA is involved, there may be a lot of things we just don't know."
So let's find them out, said Messina. A long moment passed. The idea of attacking the account seems pretty sophisticated, but on the other hand, they don't take much money, said Chelsea, interrupting the silence. I would think if a gang was involved, they'd go for a big kill. I agree with that, said Bazzoni. Maybe that's just what they're planning. Messina slid forward on the chair. Maybe the FBI has actually already solved this, and they're just waiting for that hit, said Bazzoni. Then they strike. It's possible the CIA is actually helping them. I didn't get that impression, said Chelsea. Let's stop dealing in the dark, said Messina, springing to his feet. By the end of the day, I want to know what resources we need, what people, whatever it takes to pursue this. Chelsea, come up with a plan. Messina was already out the door before either Chelsea or Bazzoni got up. Okay, said Chelsea. Listen, I don't think this is a good idea at all, said the security chief. Bad, bad, bad. I kinda got that. If you are doing anything even borderline illegal, I don't want to know about it. And for the record, I don't think you should do it either. Chelsea nodded. I don't think you should do anything illegal, repeated Bazzoni. Nothing. I heard you. Is the FBI really out, or is that a smokescreen to get us to stop being interested? I'm not sure. Ask your boyfriend, said Bazzoni. My boyfriend? Chelsea felt her face warm. Don't you have some sort of connection there? Was he just being a bit of a wise-ass, or had he somehow seen her? Or had someone else seen her and told him? If you hear anything of use from your police friends, Chelsea told him, let me know. Chapter 41. Boston, later that night. Talevi was just getting into his car at the parking garage 2 blocks from his house when a large man in a dark suit approached from the shadows. This was not entirely unexpected. If it had been, Talevi would have stepped on the gas and run him down. Actually, he was sorely tempted to do just that now, even though he knew the man well. Or, more accurately, because he knew the man quite well. Instead, he held his temper and rolled his window down. What are you doing, Stratovich? Looking for you. Medved wants to talk to you. What a coincidence. I want to talk to him. Stratovich snorted. He didn't believe him, though it was in fact true. Get in, Talevi told him. That's not how this works. I drive you. I'm not getting out of my car. You can get in, or you can follow. Your choice. Stratovich thought about it for a moment, then went around to the passenger side. Once again, Talevi suppressed the urge to hit the gas. Nice car, said Stratovich as he closed the door. New? 6 months. You could have used this to pay your debt. I need a car. In truth, though expensive, the Mercedes E63S wouldn't come close, and it was leased. Talevi played with a bit of its twin-turbo V8 power as he raced the light. The big brakes worked pretty well, too. They kept him from crashing into the side of a Nissan Altima that pulled out in front of him just ahead of the intersection. Geez, take it easy, croaked Stratovich. Talevi grinned. I will if you put the pistol away. It's in my pocket. Then take your hand out of your pocket. You are likely to blow your nuts off and mess up the leather. Talevi drove at an easier pace for the next half hour, skirting the airport and heading north along Route 1A, heading for a bar Medved owned not far from the Boston Yacht Club. How he had managed to get the zoning changed to permit the conversion of 2 former family homes to commercial was a mystery only to those naive enough to believe in the Tooth Fairy. The Russian mafia was not particularly large in the Boston area, at least not when compared to places like New York and L.A., but what it lacked in absolute size it made up for in connections, with both the legitimate power structures and the illegal underground, still largely dominated by the Irish and the Italians, respectively. Marov Medved was not the top Russian in the local network. Not only did Talevi not know who the chief was,
The Pa Khan had no business contact with anyone below his generals. But Medved's exact position was murky as well. Maybe he was a general, or maybe he was just a colonel. Tolevy couldn't tell. And obviously he would never ask. Like many other Russian mafia organizations around the world, activities in Boston were decentralized and malleable. Your position often depended as much on your ability to bully and persuade as it did on the size of your army and the number of your guns. Tolevy had to deal with Medved because he needed his dock connections to unload his items without problems. From that arrangement, others flowed. Tolevy cut him percentages of certain deals that were of interest, and sometimes carried messages back to Russian and other Eastern European countries for him. He'd also borrowed a fair sum, which had come due with interest, undoubtedly the subject of tonight's meeting. Medved welcomed Tolevy with a bear hug when he walked into the club. One reason was that, business aside, he seemed to like Tolevy, who was easy to talk to and smarter than most of the goons Medved surrounded himself with. The other was that he liked to personally make sure his visitors were unarmed.
"Beautiful night,"
said Medved. He nodded to Stratovich, who went off to sulk by the bar.
"Nice and warm. Should we sit outside?"
"Fine with me." Tolevy followed him outside. They chatted in Russian for a while, Medved asking about his daughter, Tolevy inquiring about the health of Medved's mother, who had recently had a heart attack.
"You were in Russia last week?"
"No," said Tolevy. "Crimea."
"That's Russia. Now,"
Medved raised his glass.
"Putin, he is a bold one, no?"
Tolevy shrugged. "Obama's a pansy. Anyone could have taken it."
"What were you doing in Crimea?"
"For one thing, seeing my mother-in-law."
"Your mother-in-law?" Medved laughed. "And she didn't shoot you?"
"She would if she could. I had some other business. When the arrangements are finalized, of course, we'll make the appropriate requests."
"Very good."
Medved reached across the table for the vodka bottle. Tolevy caught the strong scent of sweat. It was not a warm night. There was no reason for Medved to sweat as if he'd been out running a marathon. Medved filled Tolevy's glass, then his own.
"So, what did your friends want?" Medved asked.
Tolevy heard the door opening behind him and immediately went on his guard. He shifted his weight in the chair, calculating what he would do if grabbed from behind. If it was Stratovich, kick him in the shin. The bone there had been broken barely a year before and was still tender. Anyone else, though? "Which friends do you mean?" asked Tolevy. "My cousin?"
"Your friends at Center Plaza."
Medved slapped his glass on the table. "As if that's going to intimidate me, you fat frog." "The FBI?"
"So, Stratovich was right."
"Like a broken clock," said Tolevy. "They seem to think I'm a spy."
"Are you?"
"Not as far as I know." Tolevy pushed his glass forward, staring into Medved's eyes. After a few moments, Medved frowned, then refilled both glasses. "They followed me there from the airport," Tolevy told him. "They made some sort of bullshit excuse. You know something about it?"
"I know that you don't want to talk to the FBI under any circumstances."
"No shit." That was the moment, Tolevy thought, when Medved would signal whoever was behind Tolevy. He waited, trying to keep his muscles as relaxed as possible. He'd need to push into whoever attacked, catching them off guard before he kicked for the groin. Would it work? Probably not, but it was better than simply giving up.
"Why are they following you?" Medved asked.
"I'm wondering the same thing," said Tolevy. "They followed me to the ATM and accused me of being involved in some sort of scam they didn't explain. Maybe you can find out why. You have contacts."
"Why did they release you?"
"I called a friend." Tolevy had to be careful not to give too much away about that. Mentioning that he worked with the CIA would be even worse than the FBI. "An attorney. I have rights." Medved smirked. They were asking about ATM cards, something I don't deal with, added Tulevi quickly. Is that something I should be worrying about? Medved shrugged, which convinced Tulevi that he had an ATM scam operating. Great. But why did they come after me? A subject for another time. Medved will tell you nothing you can trust. In any event, said Tulevi, I assume they were looking to make me into some sort of spy, but they failed. Medved studied his drink. You owe me a lot of money. I'm about to conclude a deal that will pay you in full. With the FBI's help? You think I've lost my head? I think you need money. I do need money. You know I'm good for it. I've owed you more in the past. I always pay. You see, Gabor? This is why we are friends. Medved downed his drink and poured another. Because we understand each other. We're family. But debts must be paid. And talking to the FBI, to the Ferrani Javor, that would be something my friends would not like, and I would not like. Tulevi's Russian was not perfect, but Medved's was worse. Still, the meaning federal devils was pretty clear. I can't stop them from harassing me. I think this whole business is them thinking I'm a spy. So, if you have influence... I think this is a personal matter for you, said Medved lightly. Fine. I do need your help. I need some travel documents to go to Donetsk. Why there? You want your money, right? You can talk to Demyan. Medved shrugged. But make it clear it is not my business. Unless there is a profit, Medved smiled. Tulevi downed the rest of the vodka, then got up to leave. By the end of the month, but no more, warned Medved. And talking to the Americans, never a good idea. I'm not so foolish, said Tulevi. Chapter 42. Watertown, the next morning. The bank refuses to cooperate without a warrant, Dreyfus told Jenkins. We're not looking at that account, or any other without the paper. They did say there's been no reported theft in any of their accounts during the past 48 hours. None? No. Dreyfus shook his head. We must have scared him into shutting down. Or laying low. It's not that they're being uncooperative, said Dreyfus. They're just sticking to procedure, covering their asses. How's Johnny? He's doing a lot better. Without his legs? He's got, prosthetics. Like the Blade Runner things? No, they look like real legs. I've been meaning to go over there. Jenkins understood. He'd had to force himself this last visit. It was tough seeing Johnny, even if the doctors said he was recovering at a remarkable pace. We have to figure out a way to get this guy, Jenkins said. For Johnny. Sure. The look on Dreyfus's face suggested just the opposite of what his response implied. The incident that had claimed Johnny's legs was not connected. Boston PD had already made an arrest. And his brother James? This isn't a personal thing. This isn't a personal thing, and you have no evidence tying them together. I'll get it, goddammit. I'll get it. Boss? Dreyfus had a concerned look on his face. Just thinking, confessed Jenkins. We can't get a subpoena? Not without saying who it's aimed at, Jenkins thought, and that will kill it, even assuming they could get it, which was a stretch. We need more evidence, said Jenkins. We have to just keep plugging away. We'll dig into this Tulevi character, see who his connections are, what he does with the mob, everything. Something will come up. He's got a kid, said Dreyfus, raising her himself. His wife died of cancer when she was like 3 or something.
That's nice. I'll nominate him for Father of the Year, right after we put him in jail. The information that Tolevy had a daughter, and Jenkins' flip remark, haunted him later in the day. Not because he didn't think a father could be a criminal. There were plenty of examples of that. What bothered him was the fact that he kept thinking of different ways he might use the girl to get information on her father. And even for him, that ought to be out of bounds. Jenkins had worked for the Bureau for some 16 years. Like just about every other newly minted agent, he'd started out as a strict by-the-book guy. Unstintingly self-righteous, so much so that if he could go back in time and confront his younger self, he would slap him across the face, then throttle some sense into him. Experience had erased both the self-righteousness and his approach to solving crimes. But that was not to say that he believed that the end justified the means. If he had long ago stopped being an Eliot Ness wannabe, still he believed in observing the broad rules of justice and procedure. He wouldn't plant evidence, for example, and he wouldn't harass children. Yet, since he took this case, since his brother died, reality had appeared starker than ever. The guys in the white suits were losing the fight to the guys in the black suits. Why? Because they had to follow procedures that made no sense. The best among them, his brother, Johnny Givens, followed their impulses to do good. Where did that leave them? Dead or crippled. And yet, if there were no rules, where did that leave anyone? Where did that leave society? There were too few people like Messina, altruistic do-gooders who acted generously, righteously, under any circumstances. I need to solve this case somehow, Jenkins told himself. I'll talk to the girl, but I'll be careful about it. Chapter 43. Boston, that morning. Tolevy had told Medved about the trip not only because he needed travel documents, but also because he figured that it would be far easier to get in and out of the Donetsk area if the Russian Secret Services thought he was helping the rebel government, which meant that he had to contact someone he knew in Moscow, and word of that would inevitably filter back. It was even possible that Medved would start the information chain himself, since scoring points with the various services was always useful. Tolevy had nothing against helping the rebels at the same time he was hurting them, especially if this brought a little extra profit. As it was, the sum Johansson promised would barely cover what he owed Medved. Making a little money on the side was only prudent business. Smuggling guns into the contested area would have been foolish and barely profitable. Not only were the Russians already supplying plenty, but the rebels had raided Ukrainian armories and had enough guns and ammunition to supply a force several times their own. What they didn't have was medicine and related supplies. Even aspirin would get a pretty good markup. A truckload of baby diapers would double or triple its investment. In theory, of course, shipping such items into the contested area of Donetsk was strictly regulated, if not forbidden. But Tolevy knew he could work around that. The question was, how? He wouldn't bring the items now, of course. Instead, he would make arrangements with buyers and shippers, setting things in motion. It was a bit like the opening sequence in a chess game. You thought some 20 moves ahead, preparing the board for the final onslaught. He pondered the details and pitfalls as he drove to Quincy to see Demyan Kasakovits for the paperwork he needed to enter Russia. Kasakovits was a Pole who worked out of an electronics distribution ship not far from Quincy's business district. Ostensibly the distributor's bookkeeper, he had the thick glasses and meticulous manner of a careful forger. His documents were known to be top-rate, and among other things he had supplied Tolevy with the title to his last car, which he had traded in as a down payment on the AMG's lease. Short and round, Kasakovits was a friendly man, the sort who always had some sort of sweets on his desk and could be counted on for an off-color joke or two before getting down to business. Today, however, was different.
When Talevi went into the back where his office was, a tall, thin man hovered behind him, staring with unblinking eyes at Talevi as he greeted the forger. Kosakovits answered with a low grunt, and Talevi told him he would come back. "No, I have the package for you," said Kosakovits, still not smiling.
"Where is it?" asked Talevi. "First, tell me about these robots," said the other man.
"What robots?" Kosakovits got up, clearly not wanting to be included in the conversation. "I am going for a cigarette." Talevi folded his arms and waited until they were alone.
"What exactly is it you want?" "Stratovich told you about a robot and sent you a video."
"Stratovich," Talevi shook his head. "He's a dunce."
"He erased the video, but he sent you a copy."
Talevi took out his phone and checked the messages. "Looks like I erased it too."
"Show me."
"I don't think so." He wasn't lying exactly. Once read, the file would no longer appear on his phone, though it was easily recovered from the server, but he was reluctant to hand over his phone.
"You are going to Russia. You need friends there."
"I have friends there."
"Give me your phone."
"I need it."
"Let me make sure that you don't have the video."
Talevi handed it over. "Do you own this robot or what?"
"No, we want it. Can you get it?"
Now that was a business proposition if ever Talevi had heard one. Unfortunately, he was already busy. "Maybe when I get back. I'll need more details. You have my documents?" The man stared at him for a few moments more, then pointed to a large manila envelope on the corner of the desktop.
"When you return, we will talk."
Talevi rolled his eyes and reached for the envelope. The tall man grabbed his hands just as his fingers touched it.
"You live a dangerous life, Gabor Talevi," said the man. "Do not cross us."
Ordinarily, Talevi would have acted on impulse, breaking the man's grip and then teaching him that there were limits to what he might stand for. But there was so much venom in the man's voice, and his grip was so strong, that Talevi decided to be cautious. "I wouldn't dream of it," he said. "Now let me go before I break your nose." A smile flickered across the man's face as if he would like to see Talevi try, but he released him all the same. Chapter 44. Boston, roughly the same time. Finding the account from the inquiry string that her program had captured was not difficult once Chelsea understood the protocol. What was baffling, though, was the fact that the account didn't seem to exist. To make sure she understood the protocol and was therefore getting everything right, she canvassed the cafeteria for anyone who had an account at the same bank. She recorded a query with the card. That morning, Messina had leased an ATM machine for the lobby for research as well as his employees' convenience, then replayed everything with the account information. Nothing. Nada. The account didn't exist, which a bank manager confirmed for her in person when she went to inquire about it, asking about a check supposedly written on it. It had to have been erased. There were ways to get the information back. Looking at backup files would be the easiest, but she'd need the bank's cooperation, and if they weren't going to cooperate with the FBI, they surely wouldn't work with her. She didn't bother asking. Not sure what to do next, she went back to the lab and replayed the drone footage. It had taken the drone about 90 seconds to get over the site after receiving the command, which wasn't all that much time, but it was certainly after the card had been used. So why was the suspect facing in the direction of the ATM when the drone arrived? At the time, they thought it was because he'd heard the boy on the bike behind him, but the more she considered it, the more Chelsea wondered. She went back to the drone's video and zoomed in, looking at the scratchy images from the distance. The earliest image showed the suspect on the sidewalk alone, walking toward the ATM. It wasn't until several frames later that the bike appeared. Maybe nothing. Or maybe they had gotten the wrong person. The person on the bike was a girl. The drone had gotten a decent facial image, good enough to use for a search. The computer system went to work, testing the image against a series of commercial identity databases, starting with anyone ever charged with a crime in Massachusetts. Police mugshots had recently been declared public information. After the criminal databases turned up nothing, it began trolling through Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, paging through a mountain of selfies. But it wasn't until a full 5 minutes had passed, an eternity considering the computer resources Chelsea had at her command, that it found a hit on a picture that had appeared in a school newsletter the year before. The girl's name was Boria Tolevi, Gabor Tolevi's daughter. Chelsea replayed the drone's image, looking at the confrontation between the two. There was no sound, but it was clear that the two were having an argument. What about, Chelsea wondered. But it wasn't hard to guess. Chapter 45. Grace Sisters Hospital, Boston, same time. Time for a run. Johnny Givens stood at the end of the field, surveying the track. It was an old cinder and dirt affair, exactly a quarter mile, dating from the days that the grounds had belonged to a Catholic school. Never quite abandoned, it had recently been adopted by a local track club whose members had smoothed out a decade's worth of ruts and retopped it with extremely fine gravel, donated by an area mining operation. It was even, but hardly perfect, but that was fine as far as Johnny was concerned. He could run here without being bothered, and there would even be less shock to his stumps than on a real track. Stumps. He was just getting used to the word. "You don't really think you're going to be able to run this?" snarled Gestapo bitch. She'd seen him in the hall and followed him out. "I'll walk it if I have to," he told her. "Are you trying to prove something?" she retorted. "You're barely off the IV." Damn straight he was trying to prove something. Johnny took a breath, then leaned forward. Suddenly he was running. Not very fast or very steadily, but with Gestapo bitch watching him, he sure as hell wasn't giving up. The doctors were feeding him with some serious medicine, steroid concoctions, and a shelf full of vitamins. He was their guinea pig, but that was fine by him. His heart pounded as he took the first turn. The weight on the side of his head grew. His arms weren't keeping up with his legs. The left one gave way. Johnny collapsed to the ground face first. Damn. Damn. Why does God hate me? Why is he doing this to me? Why? Johnny pounded the ground. Tears rolled down his face. Why? I told you, snickered Gestapo bitch. He slipped again, getting up. Tiny stones were embedded in the palms of his hands. The front of his shirt was covered with dirt. Run. Run. Unsteady, he took a step to find his balance, then began running again. More a trot, but he had to move. Why is God doing this to me? Chapter 46. Boston, later that afternoon. Nice bike. Boria looked across at a short black woman. She had her own bike, a Trek Silk, with custom red fade paint on a gray frame. So's yours, Boria said, tightening the strap on her backpack. She tried to puzzle out who the woman was. Not a mom, more an older sister type. What are you doing? Asked the woman. Riding home. Want some company? Weird. Free country. I guess. I'm Chelsea Goodman, the woman stuck out her hand. You a lesbian? Asked Boria. No, Chelsea laughed. Why? Boria shrugged. I have a question for you, said Chelsea, sliding her bike parallel to Boria's. What do you know about ATMs? Boria stabbed at the bike pedal, launching into a sprint. She charged down the block, wind whipping back her hair. She sped across the intersection, barely dodging a turning car, then crossed back and turned the corner. She looked up. Chelsea was pedaling alongside. Nice bike, she said again. You change gears a little too much. You can pedal a little longer before shifting for better speed. Boria put her head down and pedaled furiously. Her legs were starting to tire, and as she felt the burn growing in the top of her thighs, she realized she would never be able to outrun the woman, who was still alongside her.
"You're an old suck. You should be tired."
Boria dropped to her usual pace. She thought of leading the woman across the city, but decided she'd have a hard time losing her. Besides, her father had given her strict orders to check in with him from the house phone when she got home. She narrowed her eyes as she rode the last block and a half to the house, practicing the glare she would greet the woman's inevitable questions with. She felt as if she was putting on a costume, becoming someone else, a superhero tough girl impervious to attack. Pedaling around to the back, Boria hopped off the bike as she glided toward the back porch. She picked up the bike in one motion and carried it up the steps without stopping. The front wheel was still spinning when she began wrapping the chain through the frame to secure it. "You're still here?" she said nonchalantly, as if noticing for the first time that Chelsea was parked at the base of the steps. "You never answered my question," said Chelsea. "What do you know about ATMs?" "They give you money?" Boria turned to go inside, deciding it would be easiest simply to avoid talking to the woman. But Chelsea was quick and prepared. She hopped off her bike and was at the door in a flash, pushing it closed as Boria reached her hand in with the key. "Are you a cop?" asked Boria. "No, I'm not a cop." "Why are you here?" "I know what you did." "I'm interested," added Chelsea. "In what?" "In how you did it. You're good with computers. I'll bet you're great in math, too, and also bored in school." "Maybe." Boria sensed, knew, that the woman was just pretending to be nice so she could get what she wanted. Still, the attention was flattering. "If you show me how you did it, I'll show you some cool stuff," offered Chelsea. "Computer, robots, and other cool stuff." "Yeah, right, like you're going to offer me candy next," snapped Boria. "You're going to break the door." "I work for a pretty interesting company," she said. "We need more smart people to work there, women especially." "You're hurting me." Boria faked tears. It was a lousy try, but it worked. The woman let go of the door. "See ya," said Boria, slipping in the key and unlocking the door. She expected Chelsea would try to stop her, but she didn't. Boria squeezed past her and fled into the house. Chelsea stood on the back porch for a moment, considering what to do. She sensed that she had aroused the girl's curiosity, but at the same time had somehow made a misstep, either coming on too strong or not being enticing enough. I should have mentioned money. That's probably what motivated her in the first place. Money? Here? Unlikely. Should have been clearer about not being a cop. Threatened to turn her in if she didn't come with me. That's kidnapping. She stood on the porch for a few moments until she was convinced that Boria wasn't coming back out. Then she went down to her bike. But she wasn't going home. She walked around to the front and went up on the stoop. She rang the bell. When there was no answer, she sat down on the steps. One of the teachers had told her a little bit about Boria when she was waiting. Most of it she could have guessed. Smart girl, somewhat rebellious, good at math. The fact that she had lost her mother when she was young and that her father hadn't remarried, that was unexpected. If not for that, the girl would have been very similar to her. Maybe. Had Chelsea been that rebellious? "You were a handful," she heard her father say. She laughed. Maybe I was. Boria locked the door and raced upstairs, checking to make sure she hadn't missed her father's call. No calls. She ran to her room and woke her computer from sleep mode. She checked Facebook and her email, then looked quickly at her father's account. If school or the police were trying to contact him, she wanted to know. A lot of spam, nothing official. She'd just backed out of the account when the phone rang. She grabbed it without looking at the caller ID, then belatedly realized it might be the police. She held it to her ear, listening. "Boria, what are you doing?" demanded her father. "Talk." "I'm about to do my homework," she said.
I just got home.
How much homework do you have?
Not much, she answered without thinking.
The truth was she had done it all in school already, at least the homework that she cared to do, but an ambiguous answer gave her room to maneuver. I'm on my way home. Do we need milk?
Let me check.
As she trotted down the stairs, she noticed the woman sitting on the steps at the front of the house. That's no good. How do I get rid of her?
Yeah, I guess, we do need milk, Boria told her father after picking up the downstairs phone.
Anything else?
Wait.
Boria walked to the refrigerator and opened it. It was well stocked, and in fact, there was a nearly full gallon of milk right in the front.
No, nothing. Snacks, maybe.
You don't need any more potato chips. They'll give you zits. I'll be home in a bit. He hung up. Boria put the phone down and went back to the refrigerator for the milk. She drained the jug into the sink, leaving only a finger's worth at the bottom, then ran the water to remove any trace. The woman was still there. This was not going to do. Her father was already past the ATM situation. A question or two from this Chelsea, and she was back in trouble big time. The phone upstairs began playing a message that it was off the hook. Boria trotted up and turned it off, then traded her uniform skirt and blouse for jeans and a sweatshirt. Still there. What happens when Dad comes home? Boria had to get rid of her somehow. She stood at the top of the steps, hoping for an answer. Nothing occurred to her. There was something near the door. She slipped down quietly and picked up a business card. Smart Metal. AI, Bots et al. Chelsea Goodman, Chief AI Engineer. Not a cop. Okay. What was Smart Metal? AI and bots. Artificial intelligence and robots? Huh? Boria put the card on the table, then paced back and forth, trying to decide what to do. The doorbell rang. She turned. It was Chelsea. Open it or not? She undid the latch and yanked the door open.
What do you want?
Boria demanded. I want you to come with me and see my lab. I want to give you a tour.
Then what?
Then nothing.
You'll leave me alone?
Yes.
I'm not going in a car.
I don't have a car. Boria peered out to the street. The woman was alone.
You'll let me go home when we're done?
Absolutely.
I have to be home because my dad will have a shit fit.
Of course.
You're not lying? You're not the cops?
I'm not the cops. I know what you did. Chelsea's voice became a little less sweet. I'm interested in it, but I'm not turning you in. I would love to know how you did it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
That's fine. Come on, let's go.
Wait. I need to tell my father where I'm going, said Boria, who was already thinking of an excuse. The library or a friend's, nothing related to this woman.
I'll wait out here. Chapter 47. Boston, a few moments later. Jenkins slowed the car as he approached Tolevi's house. There was someone out front with a bike waiting by the driveway, back to him. A girl, but not Boria. There was Boria, coming up the driveway with her own bicycle. She hopped on. The other girl started riding as well. Is that Chelsea Goodman? Jenkins got a good side view as he passed. It was Chelsea. What the hell was she doing with Boria? He turned at the next corner, then accelerated away. He had to think about this. Chapter 48. Boston, 20 minutes later. Chelsea took a step back, watching Boria as she stared in awe at the tiny flying machine. She had told the airborne bot to fly into the 3D maze and retrieve a tulip. The UAV was now wending its way around a string of plexiglass baffles, buzzing up and down as it looked for its target. It passed a decoy lily, then a bunch of daisies, and finally hovered above the tulip. It circled twice, measuring the stem, then dove down and plucked the flower near its base. Moments later, it hovered above Boria's hand, waiting for her to take its prize. "It's for you," prompted Chelsea. "Wow." "Bot B, go home and close down," commanded Chelsea. The small aircraft climbed a few feet, then zipped across the lab to the bench where its nest, or launching pad, was kept, plopped down on the pad, and promptly shut itself off. "Is this some kind of trick?" asked Boria. Chelsea laughed. "No, but sometimes it does seem like magic. Come here, I'll show you the coding." She walked over to a 60-inch computer screen powered by a workstation at the side of the room. Chelsea tapped the command key and had it display one of the subroutines the onboard computer used to pick out the flower by comparing it to its onboard records. As impressive as the demonstration was to the uninitiated, the bot had actually done nothing that wasn't being demonstrated in the MIT robotics lab 3 or 4 years before. The truly innovative thing was its size and autonomy. The processors used a carbon nanotube architecture, licensed from IBM for experimental purposes only, that made the small aircraft's brain as powerful as a 1990s-era mainframe. The nanotubes replaced silicon, allowing the transistors on the chip, essentially the on-off switches that made everything work, to be about a 20th the size of the smallest possible in silicon, roughly 7 nanometers. They were thinner than strands of DNA. Boria gaped at the coding. It was a proprietary language, presented here without notes and explanations. "It's not C++, said the girl. "But this sets up an array, right?" She pointed to the screen. "Very good," said Chelsea. She tapped the keyboard. The screen began scrolling quickly. "I just want you to see how long this is." "Wow," said Boria, as the characters rolled off the screen. "This is just one subroutine. There were 5,632 involved in that test we just ran." "Really?" "When we started, there were almost twice that many. We had to find a way to tighten it up. We're still working on that." "How long did it take you to write this?" Chelsea laughed. "I'd love to take credit for writing the whole thing," she said, "but I had a lot of help." "How many people?" "I can't tell you that." It was, in fact, proprietary information, as were the tools they had used to help construct it. But I can say that it wasn't just people. Automated tools are very important. They're like computer writing assistants. "I've heard of that," said Boria. "Smart Metal is a pretty cool place, huh?" "It's all right." "Hungry? We can get something to eat. There's a cafe upstairs." "I should go home," said Boria. "My dad will be wondering where I am." "No soda?" Chelsea asked. "We have Coke, root beer." "Do you have potato chips?" "We do. Come on." Boria followed her to the elevator. The doors in the hallway were to other labs, where different scientists and engineers were working. A few wore white cleanroom-style suits, but most were dressed in jeans and casual shirts. There were computers and sensors and wires everywhere. When they'd come in, Chelsea had walked Boria through a display area of artificial limbs. It was like a museum exhibit, starting with peg legs and moving up to a sleek arm and hand with thin metal tubes and wires, which, Chelsea told Boria, connected to a person's nervous system. She wanted one. Not that she would trade her actual arm for it, though.
"Who's this?"
asked a short, white-haired man as they stepped off the elevator on the top floor. "Mr. Messina, this is a friend of mine, Boria." Chelsea put her hand on Boria's back and pushed her gently toward Messina. "She's a high school student. She's very good at math."
Boria stuck out her hand. Messina shook it.
He had a firm handshake, though not quite as crushing as her father's.
"Keep studying," he said as he let go.
Then he stepped around her and entered the elevator, frowning until the doors closed. "He's a bit of a sourpuss," said Boria.
"He owns the company," said Chelsea.
"A lot of the things you're looking at, he invented."
"Really?"
"Yep. He's pretty much a genius."
Chelsea got the girls some chips and a soda, then led her out to the terrace.
It was a beautiful early spring day, nearly 80 degrees. The large windows at the side were open, letting in the gentle breeze. Boria had clearly been impressed, but that was all. Chelsea had imagined that the visit would open her up. She'd ask a few questions and find out everything there was to know about the ATM scam, like had her father put her up to it? Was she involved? Had she even done the coding, possibly with the help of some scripts off the internet? Just how precocious was this girl? But Boria hadn't opened up. And sitting down at the table overlooking the harbor and skyline, Chelsea felt as if she was back in middle school trying to make friends with one of the cool girls. That had never gone well.
"Have you thought about college?" asked Chelsea.
As soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted them. They were something a parent would say. "No."
"College is a good thing. God, I'm hopeless."
"Uh-huh." Boria ripped open the bag of chips with her teeth and began eating. Don't ask her about a boyfriend or anything else about school.
What then?
"So, what did you do with the ATM card?" There was nothing else to talk about, Chelsea decided. She might as well just cut to the quick.
"The ATM card?"
"The other night. One of my drones, a hum, saw you at the machine." Boria shrugged. "I know you have a way of stealing money from the accounts. I'm not going to turn you in. I just want to see how you do it. It's pretty clever." Chelsea's mind flailed, trying to come up with some strategy that would work. "Did you write it in C++?
"You have to use coding that the bank systems understand," said Boria.
"And how'd you learn that?"
"The machine at the bank uses one language, then it gets translated."
"You don't know that?"
"I don't know anything," fudged Chelsea. "I don't work on those systems."
"Did you have to revise the program every time you hit a different bank?" "I have to go." Boria jumped to her feet.
"It's at the intermediary," said Chelsea,
finally realizing that she had been mistaken about how the thefts were arranged. The code in the bank account that was queried went there, which then issued other commands. Otherwise, it'd be too cumbersome. "I have to go. My father is going to be looking for me."
"Sure," said Chelsea as nonchalantly as she could.
"Come on, I'll get you a ride." "I have my bike."
"Sure you don't want to ride?"
"No."
"When do you want to come back?"
Chelsea asked as they waited for the elevator.
"Come back?" "You haven't seen half of the awesome stuff we have. There's plenty more."
"I don't know." Boria said nothing until they got to the lobby. Chelsea walked her to the security desk where they retrieved her phone.
"You're not coming with me, are you?"
asked Boria. She seemed worried.
"I have to work."
"Okay."
"Here," said Chelsea, holding up her phone.
"Here's my number. Text me when you want to come back." Reluctantly, Boria pressed the key combination to allow the phones to exchange information. "Any time," said Chelsea at the door to the lobby. She watched Boria spring to her bike, chained at the rack in the vestibule. She mounted it and rode it through the door, clearly impatient to be gone.
"That was our thief?" Messina stared at Chelsea from behind his desk.
"Apparently. I'm not sure whether her father put her up to it or not."
Said Messina.
Finding out a teenaged girl was responsible for a string of thefts that had the FBI twisted in knots, that wasn't exactly what he'd thought they would find. On the other hand, if a kid could do this, then the field was wide open for improvements. "We should think about taking her on as an intern," suggested Chelsea.
"What? Reward a hacker?"
"She's 15. She's smart enough to figure this out, maybe with some help, maybe a lot of help, but still, she's got potential.
The kind of person who ought to be working with us." Messina pressed his lips together. No way was he hiring the girl under any circumstances, even if she wasn't a thief, and even if her father wasn't part of the Russian mob. "I was wrong about how it works," said Chelsea. "She gave me a hint. I have to work on it."
"Commercial applications?"
asked Messina. "I think so. If you want to branch out into banking systems and security."
"Keep working on it,"
he said, turning back to his computer. Chapter 49. Boston, a half-hour later. Needing to perfect an excuse for her father, Boria stopped briefly at Mary Lang's house on the way home. Mary, an awkward, wallflowery kid at school, was overjoyed to see her, eagerly inviting Boria in and asking if she wanted to stay for dinner. Boria ignored both invitations, asking instead about a social studies assignment she had finished at school. Lang ran and got the handout with the question, copying it out for her in a neat script. Handing her the paper, she offered to help with it. Boria managed a polite smile, then told her that she had to get home. "Did my dad call your house?" she asked, stepping back from the door. Mary shook her head. "If he does, I was here all afternoon, right?" "Oh, yes." A bright smile broke out on Mary's face. She practically salivated at the idea of being in on a conspiracy. "The whole afternoon, doing social studies." "Not the whole afternoon," coached Boria. "Just from like 3 until now." "Until now. Gotta go. See you tomorrow," said Mary Lang. "Oh, yeah." Boria flew home on her bike, confident that her cover story would stand any scrutiny her father threw at it. Skidding to a stop behind the back porch, she hoisted the bike on her shoulder and hustled up the steps, chaining it quickly and heading inside, barely catching her breath. Her father was standing in the kitchen. "What is smart metal?" he asked. The question drained the blood from her head. How had he found out where she had gone? He must really be a spy, she thought. He must have put a bug in my clothes. Her father held a business card out to her. "Smart metal?" he asked again. "Chelsea Goodman?" "Oh," Boria struggled to come up with an explanation. She had completely forgotten about the card. It must have been in the front hall. She's my friend's older sister. They do computer stuff. And robots." That wasn't enough explanation. Boria struggled to find the line between just enough information to satisfy him and not enough to get her into trouble. Part of her wanted to tell him about the place. It had been the coolest thing she'd ever seen, awesome beyond awesome. But opening that door would expose her to many more questions. They want to hire more girls to be in, like STEM stuff," said Boria, switching in information from a school assembly they'd had a few weeks back. STEM was big, especially for girls. Study your math. But finally, an assembly had proved good for something. "What's STEM?" asked her dad. "STEM, you know, like science, technology, engineering, and mom." "Mom? I mean math." The unintentional slip caught them both by surprise. Boria felt as if she had lost all the air in her chest. Her father looked the other way. I don't know why I said that." She felt tears starting to well in her eyes. "It's okay, baby," said her father softly. His eyes were heavy as well. Tolevi worked silently in the kitchen, making his daughter's favorite dinner, soft tacos with extra cheese. Technically, it was only her third or fourth favorite. Pizza was number 1, and her Aunt Tricia's pot roast was number 2, but it was the only one of her favorites that he could actually cook himself. Boria didn't know her mother's cooking. If she did, those would surely be her favorites. Tolevi pushed his sadness away, concentrating on the meat cooking in the pan. He stirred it around, working it until no pink remained. He drained the oil into the sink, then put the pan back on the stove and began adding sauce and spices. "I need to ask about this friend's sister," he thought as he stirred. "Get us off the topic of missing Mom." "Boria, set the table," he called.
Already done." He turned around, surprised to find his daughter already at the table. He wondered if she had somehow heard what he was thinking. "Good day at school?" he asked, getting the taco shells out of the warming tray. "Okay day." "A lot of homework?" "I'm on it. I told you I did most of it." "You did?" He didn't quite succeed in making that sound like a statement rather than a question. They ate in silence, Tolevi dreading the fact that he had to tell her that Mrs. Jordan had bailed on him, and he was substituting a former au pair, Mary Martiak. Boria hated Martiak, and he wasn't particularly fond of her himself, but she was the best he could do on short notice. "Can I be excused?" Boria asked, her plate clean. "I have to travel again." "You told me." "I'm going to be gone for a week. Maybe more, I don't know. The business, there are a lot of loose ends." "It may be less time," he said, trying to sound optimistic. "But Mary Martiak is coming to stay with you, starting tomorrow." "I thought Mrs. Jordan—"
"She can't."
"But Mary was very excited. She really likes you."
Ugh.
"Is she still doing that history stuff?"
Anthropology.
"Whatever. She thinks she's a psychiatrist."
You mean psychologist.
"And a know-it-all, and bossy."
She's in charge."
"Phew." Boria got up from the table with her plate. "I'm old enough to stay by myself."
"And break curfew like the other night?"
"I won't do that again."
"Maybe next time. Break curfew or give Mary a hard time, and I'll sell you to the nuns," he told her, softening what had started as a threat into a joke. His daughter came and hugged him around the neck. "I mean it."
"I know."
"Where were you this afternoon?"
"Mary Lang's, studying. You said I could study with friends. That's always been a rule, if their parents are home."
It was a rule, though she should have told him.
She had texted, though, hadn't she? He was so distracted with everything else now that he couldn't remember.
"Focus on your daughter. She's all you have." "Mary Lang is the little fat one?" he asked.
"No, you're thinking of Georgina. She's kind of skinny with kinked-up hair."
"You know, if anything ever happened to me, you would go and live with Uncle Bob and Aunt Lisa, right?"
"What?"
Boria practically crossed her eyes as she stared at him. "I'm not saying something is going to happen," he added quickly, "but you know them and like them."
"Yeah."
Bob and Lisa weren't actually related to Boria or her father, but were such close friends that they fully earned the title of uncle and aunt. As long as Boria could remember, she had spent at least a week with them every summer in upstate New York, where Uncle Bob owned a radio station and Aunt Lisa had the world's biggest collection of nail polish, always gladly shared. Their 3 daughters and son were a few years older than Boria, and all were out of the house now. "But nothing's going to happen to me," added Tolevi. "That I promise." Chapter 50. Boston, 2 days later. Johnny Givens took a deep breath, then lowered himself on his haunches in a squat. He put his 2 hands on the bar, closed his eyes briefly, then lifted. The bar, with its plates, weighed only 25 kilos, not a lot of weight. Before his injury, he was doing military presses with 80 easily. But this was different. He came up out of the squat slowly. So much of this was done with your legs, yet he felt nothing there, only a slight strain in his shoulders. Hardly any strain. Up. Up. He cleaned the bar, pulling it from his waist to his chest with a quick jerk. Too quick a jerk, really. Bad form, but he had it, and this was no time to critique technique. He paused a moment, then pushed up slowly, shoulders doing the work. Easy. He felt a slight tremor at his back, the muscle weak. He fought against it, remembering what the doctor had said about how it would feel. This was all very strange. It was his body, and yet it wasn't his body. I'm still who I am. Still me. Still Johnny Givens. But who was Johnny Givens?
An FBI agent? No. The Bureau had already put him on permanent disability, the bastards. The one time the bureaucracy actually worked expeditiously, and it was to screw him out of a job. "Oh, don't worry," said the idiot HR person. "You're on full disability. Losing your legs does that." He wanted to scream at her. But some inbred courtesy kicked in, and all he did was hang up, gently. His mother would have been proud. He'd controlled his temper. "But, Mom, you just don't understand. Being polite, being reasonable, that's not always the best way to do things. Sometimes if you don't yell at people, they think what they're doing or saying is okay. The world is not a reasonable place. If you're reasonable, you're at a disadvantage." Johnny lowered the weight to his shoulders. He took a deep breath, then slowly lowered himself. He could feel the strain in his thighs. Really? Strain in your thighs? You have no thighs. You have no legs. You're metal and carbon and wires and digital crap and fake stuff. You don't exist from a few inches below the waist. He knew he had nothing there, and yet he felt it. He was sure he felt it. He let go of the weights and stood straight up, head swimming. "You're not supposed to be in here," said Gestapo bitch. He glanced up and saw her in the mirror at the side of the room. She had her arms crossed and was staring at him with a look of disgust. "Who says?" he snapped. He didn't bother to look at her. "It's not on your rehab program. Weights? No." "Yeah, well, here I am." Johnny squatted back down, grabbing the bar. Up, up, up. He held the bar straight overhead, then lowered it slowly to his shoulders, then pushed back up. 6 reps. 6. You can do it. 6. "Your form sucks," said Gestapo bitch as he returned the bar to the ground. "Your tush is too far out. You're going to strain your back. Then what are you going to do?" "Bench presses." Straightening, he walked over to the dumbbell rack, still refusing to look in her direction. "You hate me, don't you?" she asked as he selected a pair of dumbbells. "Bet your ass." "Good." Johnny made a fist and slammed his right hand down on the 20-kilo barbell. "What turned you into such a bitch?" he shouted, turning to confront her. But she was gone. Chapter 51. Moscow, 2 days later. The Mercure Arbat was a well-regarded hotel in central Moscow used by many tourists and a decent number of businessmen, including those who had appointments at the nearby Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Gabor Tulevi booked a room there not because he liked the hotel. He did, in fact, but that was beside the point. He needed a place not only convenient to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but also one that would make it seem that he was doing nothing to hide his trip from any of the intelligence agencies that might be involved in Donetsk, including and especially SVR, which meant that he would be followed whenever he left the hotel. He decided to test this with a walk immediately after arriving. Not bothering to change his clothes, he wanted it to be as easy as possible, he left his bag in the room and went out, strolling casually as if taking in the sights. A young man in a blue sport coat and faded black jeans followed him out of the lobby. Tulevi wandered a few blocks, then went toward the metro, curious. Ordinarily, the Russians used teams to trail anyone of real interest, and their usual procedure would call for a handoff at fairly regular intervals. But his shadow didn't change, even inside the station. Either Tulevi was considered of low value, or he was being followed by a Western service, probably the Americans, who didn't have the manpower to waste on large teams. For someone used to the T in Boston, walking into a Moscow metro station was almost always disorienting. The stations, or at least some in the central part of the city, were works of art, temples even, as if the trains running through them were mythical gods. Walking into Smolenskaya metro station, which was hardly the fanciest, was like walking into a 19th-century monument. Arched glass fronts welcomed passengers, Huge stone blocks made up the walls, and the platform could have been a dance hall at Versailles. The architectural flourishes and the artwork made it easy to feign interest while checking around, but Tolevy still couldn't spot anyone tracking him except the man in the blue sport coat. He hesitated when the train came in, almost deciding to turn around and go up in the crowd, which would force the man to show that he was trailing him, but there was no point in that. He wasn't trying to lose the trail, just make it seem as if he was taking precautions. And so he got on, rode 2 stops to Alexandrovsky Sad, and walked to the Russian State Library. He mingled briefly inside, then came out and returned to the subway, heading back to the ministry. The man in the blue jacket had disappeared, but Tolevy couldn't figure out if he had been handed off or not. As a final touch, he hailed a cab, more a whim, as he saw one nearby, and had it take him to the ministry. Even with all of his travel across Moscow, he was still nearly an hour ahead of his appointment. And this being Russia, it was another 2.5 hours before an assistant to the deputy he'd been assigned to meet had him ushered in. The man's name was different from that of the person he'd been told to meet, which was not unusual. Tolevy could complain about none of this. He sat as patiently as he could, trying not to squirm as the bureaucrat fumbled through some papers on a desk that looked as if it were a receiving station for a recycling operation. Files and loose papers were piled everywhere in the office, including on top of the computer at the side. "You are wanting to import household items," said the clerk, fumbling with the paperwork. "No," said Tolevy. "Common medicines, aspirin, cough syrup, bandages." "Not Russian," said the man, looking up. "These items are going to our friends in Donetsk," said Tolevy. "There are needs." He handed the man the paperwork. The man frowned, then slowly read through it. When Tolevy first started out in the import business, he'd made the mistake of offering a bribe to a Russian official. Fortunately, he did this subtly enough that he could back out with some amount of grace. And more importantly, avoid arrest. It was not that all Russian officials were scrupulously honest. They were probably no more honest on average than the officials in other developed countries. But corruption here took place on a different level than it did, say, in Azerbaijan. One did not bribe the men responsible for looking over the paperwork. If a bribe were to be required, it would be presented elsewhere, and always as a fee related to some function. It was very civilized. He'd already paid that fee. This should just be a formality. The clerk read through the paperwork, carefully checking each line against some mysterious page on his desk. Tolevy had no idea what he might be doing. The paperwork was very straightforward at this stage, but he knew better than to question the man. Finally, the man reached down and opened a bottom drawer. He took out a stamp and crashed it down on Tolevy's documents until each was marked. Otklonil. Tolevy stared at the red characters in disbelief. The word, in Western letters it was Otklonil, meant rejected. "Excuse me, sir," he said, trying to maintain his temper. "Why is this rejected?" "You're a foreigner." "Yes, but I have the proper forms. I was told I had approval." The clerk launched into a long explanation, speaking very quickly. Tolevy spoke excellent Russian. He had done so since he was a child, but he couldn't understand half the words, let alone the logic. "How can I appeal?" he asked when the man finally paused to take a breath. "Appeal?" The clerk could not have looked more confused had they been speaking Greek. "There is no appeal." "There is always a process," said Tolevy. "I have been in business now for—" "I am sorry, I have another appointment." "No, I want to see your supervisor." The man rose. Tolevy debated. He could stay, which might bring out a supervisor, or it might result in a call to security. Once security was involved, anything could happen, including jail on whatever charge happened to be popular that day. "Really, there is no way?" said Tolevy, rising. The man shook his head. "Here." Tolevy took out a business card. "I am staying at the Mercure."
If maybe something changes? It won't. Take my card anyway, said Tolevi, knowing he sounded more than a little desperate. If it does. The man wouldn't even look at it. Tolevi placed the card on the corner of the desk and left. Was he being held up for another tax? But in such a case it was unlikely that the clerk would have stamped the papers. The ministry could always issue new papers, but that required steps that others might see. It was unusual. He was walking back to the hotel to have a drink and puzzle out the situation when he realized that the man in the blue sport coat had followed him again. Part of him wanted to confront the bastard and see if he had anything to do with the rejection. But good sense prevailed. Tolevi simply continued to the hotel and made his way to the bar. He ordered a vodka and tonic, then took a seat across the room. The man in the blue jacket hadn't followed him inside. Tolevi looked over the rest of the room, but if his shadow had an accomplice, he couldn't pick him or her out. He could go on to Donetsk without the permit and complete the CIA portion of his trip, but it would dent his cover story. And, more importantly, prevent him from doing any real business, as the contacts would want the assurance that he could deliver the promised goods. More importantly, it might mean that the Russians he dealt with no longer wanted him doing business in their territory. That was a problem of potentially catastrophic proportions. Had he angered someone in the trade ministry? Maybe Medved had somehow. But that seemed unlikely. The drink was weak, the vodka not the best. Tolevi decided he would go upstairs to his room and rest a bit before having lunch. Heading for the elevator, he spotted a restroom and ducked in. He was washing his hands when two other men came in, both Russians, both dressed like workers. Barely noticing them, he dried his hands and started for the door. It swung open just as he reached for it, smacking his right hand. As he jerked back, both of his arms were grabbed and he was pulled backward to the far side of the sinks. 3 more men entered, 2 dressed as the others were, in T-shirts and black trousers. The third wore a tracksuit that would have been high fashion in the U.S. around 1980. "What the hell?" Tolevi sputtered in Russian. "Gabor Tolevi, welcome to Moscow," said the man in the tracksuit. "State your business." "I was washing my hands." The man holding his left arm jerked it upward, pressuring Tolevi's joints. The man in the tracksuit shook his head, though Tolevi wasn't sure whether it was at him or the goon holding him. "You're in Moscow for business," said the man in the tracksuit. "I don't talk to people when I'm being bullied." "Are we not gentle?" Tracksuit laughed. But then he waved his hands and the men behind Tolevi let him go. "We'll use English," he added, "so you're more comfortable. And your accent is very bad. I hang around with the wrong crowd. You are here to sell medicine to the rebels. That is not a good thing." Rebels. Until now, Tolevi had guessed the men were SVR, or otherwise Russians. But the word rebel marked him as a Ukrainian. Or did it? "Medicine is medicine," responded Tolevi. "Yes, the medicine is one thing. Who it helps is another." "Aspirin helps everyone." "And that's what you're selling?" "I don't have the right permit," said Tolevi, "so I'm not selling anything." "That is a shame." "So you have no reason to go into the rebel lands, then?" The man didn't look particularly Ukrainian. Was he SVR posing as Ukrainian to test his loyalties? Or maybe mafia? The only way to find out was to play along. "Maybe I can find some reason to go there," said Tolevi. "Give me the papers you brought to the ministry." Tolevi hesitated. One of the men behind him, the one on the left, obviously an overachiever, moved close, reaching for his arm again. "Work with us and things will go well," said Tracksuit. "Hesitate and what is the saying? All is lost?" Tolevi took the papers out of his sport coat pocket and handed them to the man. In the morning there'll be an envelope under your door, said Tracksuit. Go about your business. We will contact you when we need you. He waved his head at the others, who shoved to Levy as they walked to the door. Tracksuit paused. We know you spoke to partisans in Crimea, he said. That would not be a good thing to do again. And then, with a frown, he left. Chapter 52. Boston, Friday, late in the day. Chelsea had forgotten she had a date with Flores until he texted her that afternoon, asking what kind of food she liked. Japanese, she answered, taken off guard. Sushi or hibachi? Neither. But that wasn't a good answer. Sushi, of course. I don't like to hang out with people who throw food and knives around. Flores met her at Sushi Z, a trendy place not far from downtown that served all-you-can-eat plates of sushi for $28 a pop. The menu consisted of 2 pieces of paper on which you marked what you wanted. The one caveat was that you had to finish all you ordered or be charged for it. Flores ordered a pair of dragon rolls and spiced crab sushi. Chelsea, not impressed by the frenetic pace of the waitresses, ordered tuna sashimi. The warm sake Flores recommended was good and very easy going down. Too easy, thought Chelsea after her first few sips, and she resolved to go more slowly. She wasn't sure about Flores. He wasn't the sort of guy she had gone out with before. She couldn't decide whether the fact that he worked for the FBI made him more or less interesting. He was white, but that wasn't necessarily a big hang-up. She'd gone out with white guys before, and her father was white, though anyone seeing her just automatically checked the black box. They talked about movies and then their food, light chatter without commitment or pressure. She was feeling good, partly a function of the sake, until their plates were cleared. So, what's the daughter like? Asked Flores out of the blue. Daughter? To Levy. You met his daughter, right? The ATM guy? Yeah. I heard you made friends with her. How'd you hear that? Just heard it. Chelsea refilled her sake cup without commenting. You know, if you guys are still working on that, we could possibly trade information, said Flores. How so? I don't know. It might be useful. If you talk to the daughter, maybe she can tell us about her father, what he's up to. Oh, so he's pumping me for information. This isn't a date. She felt both relief and disappointment. Mild disappointment. This was business, not romance. Trade information. But what? Do you know how the scam worked? He asked. Do you? We haven't been able to find the key, he confessed. The code, there's nothing there. Your boss told my boss to drop everything, said Chelsea. My boss says a lot of things. That doesn't mean you and I can't work on it. Chelsea finished her sake. I don't know. Well, think about it. Flores looked up as the waiter approached with the check. I got it, he said, holding out his hand. Jenkins was just leaving the task force headquarters when Flores called him on his cell phone. How did it go? He asked Flores. She didn't really say much about the girl. Nothing? They totally dropped it? She only said you told her boss to back off. That was pretty much all I could get out of her. Keep at it. This isn't really the kind of thing I'm comfortable with. I know Messina. He's not going to drop this. If one of his people is talking to the girl, they're definitely working on it. You're the boss. That's right.